Volume 14 Interlude. They began to stir. It has stirred. The elder god's soft-spoken words echoed through the darkness. Oranos's bulging eyes were fixed on the dungeons spread beneath his feet. Stirred. Surely you don't mean the juggernaut? The reply came from a fist-sized crystal. It was an oculus, and on the other side of the magic item was Fells. The oculus was in the chamber of prayers beneath the guild headquarters. Oranos, the god who prayed to the dungeon, may not have been perfect, but he did have a grasp of the general situation. Or more accurately, he sensed the presence of a certain monster there. The ruinous juggernaut had risen again after an absence of 5 years. The presence of this apostle of murder that had massacred Astrea Familia, to which Gale Wind belonged at the time, was enough to fill Aurario's founding god with extreme foreboding. Yes, it has strayed far from the zone where it emerged and is descending the floors. That ruinous creature had begun to move, and not merely within its own floor. It was crossing multiple floors, so many that Oranos could discern its movements from the surface, a terrifyingly rapid dive ever downward from the water capital, where one would have expected it to emerge. I can't believe it, considering its origins. The chances it would leave the floor where it spawned are. Fells, who at the moment was accompanying the Xenos in the fight to capture the man-made dungeon Gnosis, sounded puzzled. For the juggernaut to appear, the dungeon had to suffer massive damage. When that happened, the living dungeon responded defensively by summoning its antibody. In other words, the point of the juggernaut's existence was to obliterate any traces of the invading pathogen, adventurers, on the floor where it had spawned. Under normal circumstances, even if the monster's targets fled, it would never travel several floors to pursue them. What is happening? The reality was that the delusions of a tamer were causing the monster to pursue a certain boy and elf, but even an omniscient god, and the founding god of Aurario at that, could not parse the details of what was happening in the dungeon when it fell so far beyond established understanding. Oranos and his companions on the surface were able to grasp only that an irregularity was occurring. And this response, a monster Rex has appeared in the water capital. Did the dungeon ignore the regular spawning interval and dispatch it? Oranos also noticed another action by the dungeon that was impossible to ignore. The face of the wizened god, who was mockingly called the Immovable One by the other deities, twisted into an unmistakable grimace. What will you do, Oranos? Send reinforcements to the water capital. Even if they are unable to resolve the situation, we need to know what is happening. But we are still fighting to capture Gnosis. Few forces are available to have low-key Familia take the lead. If you order a mission and the regular procedures are followed, they'll never make it in time. The voice emanating from the crystal was filled with anxiety. Oranos realized that when Fells said the troops wouldn't make it in time, the immortal mage was talking about the safety of Hestia Familia. Ever since the incident with the Xenos, Fells had been willing to risk everything for the sake of Bel Cranel. The same was true of Oranos himself. I will do all I can even if it ends in failure. The 4 torches surrounding the altar swallowed up the will of the deity. From his throne, Oranos turned his blue eyes toward the darkness above. The rest depends on whether there is anyone besides us who will take action. Crash. A cup slid off the table with a clatter. Hey, sir, are you okay? The waitress Ranoa rushed to the girl with the blue-gray hair, who was surrounded by ceramic fragments. The item that had fallen did not belong to the bar. It was instead the favorite cup of one of their coworkers. It belonged to the elf who was no longer there with them. Sir shifted her gaze from the smashed pieces of pottery to her hand. Drops of red blood were seeping from her slender fingers. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to step out for a minute. Sir, where are you going, meow? Sir ran out the back door, ignoring the words of the catgirl Anya. She and the other waitresses were left behind in the quiet bar, which hadn't opened yet. Think she went to look for Liu, meow? asked the catgirl Chloe as she turned over a piece of the cup in her hand. Can't think of what else she'd be doing even though we have no idea where that girl could be. Ranoa, the only human of the three, frowned as she answered. Her words were devoid of conviction. The same went for the kitchen workers. But Mia, the owner of the benevolent mistress, did no more than watch and sigh as her employees went about their work completely distracted. Meow, it's all Layu's fault, meow. The fact that Sir's acting strange and also Mia, and the others being so worried, not to mention the gloomy mood around here, it's all her fault. Anya shrieked her words at the ceiling. Before Layu up and vanished, she had been tense for days on end, and her fellow waitresses suspected she had gotten wrapped up in something bad. It was only a hunch, but one based on a long friendship. They couldn't explain it, but they all felt it in their bones. "Excuse me, is anyone in there?" Just then, as if trading places with Sir, someone else arrived. Mio, a goddess. A customer? No, it's the boy's patron deity, Lady Hestia, meow. The goddess, who could easily have been mistaken for a regular girl, was standing in the doorway of the bar. Judging by her panting and how hard her black pigtails were bouncing, she must have run there. Without stopping to properly catch her breath, she rushed up to Anya, Ranoa, and Chloe. "Were you guys close with the elf? Close enough to know what she's up to?" "The elf? You mean Layu meow?" "Yes, and this is the most important question. Are you guys as absurdly strong as she is?" "Just wait a second, goddess. What are you even trying to find out after barging in here like that?" "Yeah, meow. First you should explain why you're asking that question, meow." As Anya tilted her head quizzically and Ranoa worked herself into a fluster, Chloe alone coolly demanded an explanation. Hestia, who had been leaning eagerly toward them, clammed up. "Look at this." Instead of answering, she held out a letter. Anya took it, while Ranoa and Chloe peered over her shoulder from either side. "It's a letter my supporter sent from the 18th floor." The message contained an explanation of Gale Wynn's current predicament and a request for reinforcements. Although the three women were supposed to be no more than ordinary waitresses, the looks on their faces were as sharp as that of hardened warriors. Crack, a fracture raced down the hammer with a loud pop. Huh. The cracked tool was in Welf's workshop in the rear garden of Hearthstone Manor, the Hestia Familia home. The woman who had been using the hammer to forge a sword, helping herself to it even though she wasn't its true master, stared in disbelief. Did it get too hot? No way, must be Welf's fault for not taking care of his tools with the proper smith's spirit. It's definitely that. It can't have been my fault, is it my fault? Uh-oh, this is bad, he's gonna be so mad at me. Clutching her head as she muttered, her curvy upper body wrapped in a single strip of bleached cloth, the woman was undeniably suspicious. She glanced back at the ruined hammer. "Or is it a bad omen?" she muttered. As she stood staring at the hammer in the now quiet workshop, the door opened behind her. What, the owners are back already? Or could it be a thief in the Hestia Familia home? Calm down. Just like Hephaestus kept you behind, we've been asked to watch the place while everyone's gone. Oh, really? My bad, my bad. Now that you mention it, you do look familiar, the god Mayach and his follower, if I remember right. The woman let down her guard as Mayach entered the workshop, Naza following close behind. She laughed nonchalantly and was about to make small talk when she noticed their expressions and wiped the smile off her face. With Hestia having run off to the benevolent mistress, Naza was the one who spoke up. I know it's a terrible bother, but can you do us a favor, Cyclops?" The woman's nickname echoed through the room along with the word favor. Tsubaki Callbrand, captain and master smith of Hephaestus Familia, narrowed her patchless right eye. Chapter 7, Poem of Despair, Poem of Triumph. No matter what I do, it's always the same. No matter what I say, no one listens. No matter how I beg, my pleas reach no one. It's always the same. The world always stomps on my hard work. The world always jeers at my tragedies. Even when I gather my courage and struggle, even if I scream at the top of my lungs, I always bump up against absurdity. So many times, my desperate warnings have been ignored. So many times, my determination has crumbled like a sandcastle. I have tasted defeat again and again. Time after time, I have been hurled from the cliff's edge into the depths of darkness. But what can I do? I'm surely cursed. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? When did those words begin to invade my heart? When did I start feeling a shade of resignation, even in the moments when I tried to change the future? No one trusts me. No one even tries to believe me. Not even my own familia members. Not even her, whom I call my best friend. So I gave up. I didn't really go all out trying to change the future. Just once, a boy appeared who believed my words. I thought this time I have to succeed. I took a step forward because I'd made some friends I desperately didn't want to lose. But as usual, the world jeered at me. In the end, all was useless. Who could blame me for thinking like that? Faced with such despair, who could punish me and my broken heart? Alone, the prophetess of tragedy drowned in sorrow. It was clad in white, 2 rearing heads. The huge, beautiful body brought to mind the phrase dream dragon. But in fact, it was the embodiment of violence and destruction. The monster Rex of the 27th floor, the dragon's double cry echoed forth. The 2 weaving heads blended hostility and murderous intent in perfect harmony. The amphispina. As a stunned Prum looked up at the dragon, the Amazon beside her spat out the monster's name. Oh, 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 oh. Its immense roar thundered across not only the 25th floor, but all 3 floors of the water capital. The members of the Alliance backed away in unison when they heard the battle cry of the amphispina, the floor boss that had emerged from the great falls linking the 3 floors. The Alliance had been formed by multiple familias to carry out an expedition, with Hestia Familia at its core, venturing into the lower levels for the purpose of uncovering the truth about the murder that Layu, the Gale Wind, was being blamed for. They had parted ways several hours earlier with Belle, who had joined the elite party that went on ahead to the 27th floor. After that, there had been a chain of explosions so great it seemed the entire water capital would be demolished, followed by the appearance of an irregularity in the dungeon, the Banquet of Calamity. That had occurred only a scant 20 or 30 minutes earlier, although Lily's party had been untouched. Now it was appearing again in front of their eyes, together with a new irregular. That's a floor boss from the lower levels. It was the next monster Rex after the 17th floor's Goliath. Chigusa, who belonged to Take Mikazuchi Familia, stared at the monster in a daze as she spoke. It was looking up from the huge lake that was the 25th floor plunge pool. She had to crane her neck to take in the majestic form towering over 20 meters high. Dozens of times as wide as an orc, it truly lived up to the moniker floor boss. Its entire body was white. The form encased in chalky scales was certainly huge, but it also evoked a certain magnificence. The light in its eyes, however, was undeniably that of a monster, the glint of a heinous being that abandoned all logic to indulge its instinct to destroy. A 2-headed dragon. The 2 heads, which seemed to move independently, were particularly noteworthy. The long necks split apart at the point where they emerged from the body. Each ended in an unmistakably bestial face, covered in dragon scales as large as breastplates. The pair of eyes set in the left head was blue, while the pair in the right was red. As those whispered words fell from Mikoto's lips, not a single member of the party, not Lily, Welf, and Haruheim, nor Auka, Chigusa, Daphne, and Aisha, could hide their shock. Ah! Daphne's face turned white. Her clenched fist opened audibly. She could hear the shattering of forgiveness after she had sacrificed so many lives to save her friends. The dragon she faced was truly an embodiment of despair. Its roar, so deafening that even the persistent din of the Great Falls, the dungeon's largest waterfall, could not drown it out, broke off, leaving the residual cries to echo through every corner of the dungeon. As dim light from the crystals of the water capital reflected off its white body, the two-headed dragon slowly trained its menacing glare on the foreign substance threatening its mother, the dungeon. In other words, it was targeting adventurers. Oh, 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 oh. Another ferocious bellow. The blue-eyed head exhaled a horrendous breath. Blue flames raced forth, singeing the air. The sight was so beautiful that the onlooking adventurers felt chills run down their spines. Terrifyingly, the instant some embers touched the surface of the plunge pool, a tremendous gust of steam exploded upward. Auka and the others stared in horror as the scorching flames marched toward them, vaporizing the water as they went. "Scatter!" Aisha's scream, which didn't leave even the tiniest room for hesitation, spurred her companions into action. They launched themselves away in that instant. Welf grabbed his backpack and forcibly pulled Lily toward him, while Aisha hugged Haruheim to her chest, and Makoto fled with Chigusa as fast as they could. Cassandra, the healer alone, lagged behind. She was in a daze, stock-still, unable to move. Daphne had already started to escape, but she quickly reversed course and grabbed Cassandra's arm. She was too late. The blue light of the terrible inferno illuminated the two girls' faces. What saved them from certain death was the vanguard's wall. Jaya! Auka, Sir Auka? Fulfilling his duty as the party's tank, Auka thrust forward his large shield. The level 3 adventurer had narrowly escaped death more than once in the course of venturing down to the lower levels. Now he used his mind's eye, which might also be called his quick wit, to protect the party. Instead of blocking the flames head-on, he held his shield at an angle. Shoving the surprised Daphne and Cassandra out of the way with his back, he jumped aside and deflected the barrage of fire breath. His quick thinking exhibited the skills he had gained on the current expedition, as well as his accumulated experience. But my shield worked so well in fending off the lambton. Auka gulped as he looked down at the hard Valmer surface, only to find it melting like wax. Equipment destruction. Although Auka had managed to ward off the immediate danger, his shield had not fully blocked his enemy's fiery breath. Any spots where the flames had skimmed across the floor or collided against the walls were left with gouges and melted pieces scattered about. Worse, the crystal columns had melted exactly like candles under the heat of the blue flames and were collapsing with thunderous crashes. In a panic, Auka tossed aside his sizzling shield that still had blue flames dancing across its surface. That heat is unbelievable. Every hair on Welf's body stood on end as he kneeled on the crystal ground and stared at the fiery dragon breath. Like the speechless Auka, the smith who had forged the shield shuddered in horror. Until a few moments earlier, the 25th floor had been slightly chilly due to its proximity to the great rush of water. Now it was so hot every adventurer present was dripping sweat. The breath of the amphispina, those flames are burning on the water's surface. Just as Lily said, the flames burned not only on land, but on water, too. From the crystal shore to the steaming water, blue flames danced gracefully on everything that had been in the path of the dragon's breath. Lily had read up on the two-headed dragon at the guild before they set out. And now, as she kneeled on all fours beside Welf, the very real, raw power of that horrifying monster was unfolding before her eyes. The breath of the amphispina was laced with a special type of flammable liquid produced in the dragon's bile duct. Thanks to its extremely hydrophobic quality, the substance repelled water, transforming the breath into a paradoxical river of fire. The amphispina was born in a watery world, yet its primary weapon was fire. This was its special attribute, enchanting blue napalm. Even on water, the blaze raged at unbelievably high temperatures. It made for a surreal scene, but whatever or whoever was unfortunate enough to be in the path of the amphispina's deadly breath would be instantly incinerated, leaving not so much as a dusting of ash behind. A direct hit meant certain death. Don't let it touch you. You'll catch fire and keep burning, Recovery magic is useless. As Aisha shouted that warning, she set down Haruheim amid a swirl of blue sparks and picked up her potto. Rivulets of sweat were streaming down her coppery skin, caused both by the skyrocketing temperature and her own panic. We're gonna fight a floor boss right now. What a nightmare. No way do we have the manpower to take down that piece of shit monster. Level 4 second-tier adventurer or not, the current situation struck fear into her heart. When she had belonged to Ishtar Familia, Aisha fought the Amphispina multiple times and always killed it. But that had been with a band of level 3 Berberas, and even more crucially, the level 5 Frine had been there. The monster was so fierce, it usually required more than 20 Berberas working together to defeat it. Her current party was far weaker than Ishtar Familia. How in the world were they supposed to get through this? They lacked the combat strength, plain and simple. Damn the guys up there for taking off. Far above her, on the cliff at the southern tip of the huge cavern, not a soul was to be seen. Bors had stationed a group of adventurers at the mouth of the passage, connecting to the 24th floor to watch for gale wind. But it looked like they'd turned tail and fled to a higher level. It wasn't surprising, given the string of irregularities topped off by the appearance of a floor boss. Adventurers tended to put themselves first. It didn't make sense to hold a grudge against them for it, but Aisha couldn't help cursing as she glanced up at the cliff. If they'd been able to work together to pincer the dragon from both sides, they might have had a chance at breaking through. What the hell? If the guild's information is right, the Amphispina shouldn't have appeared for another 2 weeks. Lily, the brain of the party, had collected all the publicly available information she could from the guild before they left. But Aisha hadn't slouched on her intelligence gathering, either, checking on the presence of floor bosses, and the intervals at which they emerged was one of the most basic preparations. Whenever a party was setting off on an expedition, it was essential to thoroughly investigate what the potential dangers were on the planned route, including any irregularities, in order to eliminate as many risks as possible. Indeed, Hestia Familia had timed its expedition to specifically avoid the periods when lower-level floor bosses were expected to appear. The Moss Huge, the Lambton, it's been one irregular after another. Shit, the bad-tempered Amazon scrunched her beautiful face into a scowl. Miss Aisha, I think retreat is our only choice. Obviously, there's no way we can put up a real fight against that thing. Aisha returned Lily's shriek from behind without taking her eyes off the two-headed dragon. We can't go back into the maze on the 25th floor. It caved in after that last huge explosion. It's a long shot, but the only way we'll have a chance is by escaping to the 26th floor. Neither humans nor monsters could pass through the interior of the cliff now that the explosion caused by the Inferno stones had destroyed it. Aisha glanced back at the gaping maw of a tunnel on the southeastern side of the cavern, which led to the floor below them. The problem was that, since the Amphispina was a mobile floor boss, it could use the large rivers that connected with the Great Falls to leave the cavern and enter the labyrinthine sections of the water capital. If they were driven into a corner, the second a jet of that blue napalm came shooting down a passageway, they'd all be toast. Aisha's line of thought had gotten that far when she heard a dripping sound. Something was raining down hard. When it hit the ground, blue sparkles scattered apart. It sounded like hail. Tiny motes of light danced around Lily and the others, bouncing off their hoods, robes, and battle clothes. Crystals from the ceiling? She peered up at the ceiling of the 25th floor far above. The whole surface area was carpeted in crystals, with huge roots emerging from the blue field here and there. They were the same roots Bell had seen when he first arrived on the floor, measuring 5 meters in diameter and radiating outward, a sign of the colossal tree labyrinth above. "Ooh-oh, ooh-hoo," the Amphispina roared. Ignoring Aisha and the others as they pressed their hands to their ears, it looked up and let loose another cry. The cavern shook. The showering hail of crystals intensified, Countless ripples spread across the plunge pool. The roar sounded like an accusation, like the dragon was begging the dungeon for something. No one knew for what, though. But the next moment, the ceiling of the 25th floor creaked. As Lily, Welf, Mikoto, Haruheim, Auka, Chigusa, Daphne, and Aisha gazed at the ceiling and saw it quietly begin to crumble. All of them felt as if time had stopped. Slowly and steadily at first, and then with irreversible force, the crystals rained down. Fragments of the shattered ceiling were falling around them. And then, the colossal tree the trunk had lost its support. Like a proclamation of unending despair, the roots that had radiated across the ceiling plummeted downward. The cage of despair, her face white, the prophetess of tragedy whispered as if she had finally realized everything. The roots tore through the air with a whipping noise and fell toward the plunge pool. On their way down, they scraped against the cavern walls and even struck the great falls with a horrible crash, as if the immense dragon was dragging its claws down the cliffs and waterfall. The Iguazu lurking behind the falls were swept up by the fallen debris. With no time to escape, the brilliant scarlet swallows were smashed flat and hurled into the plunge pool, the remains of their ruined wings scattered everywhere. Like the Iguazu, Welf and the rest of the party had nowhere to run. All they could do was take up positions for battle, eyes wide. The mass of roots finally smashed into the ground. As she violently bounced up and down from the impact, Lily had the illusion that the entire floor was caving in. A storm of crystal fragments flew from the walls and floor, shook the plunge pool, and were swallowed up in the waves caused by the burning blue flames. Unable to withstand the shocks, the adventurers stumbled and lost their footing one after another. Gradually, their blank minds rekindled and started to process their surroundings. It took a few seconds to realize they were still alive, and it took another few to become aware of the new environment that had been created. What? An enormous dome rose from the center of the plunge pool lake. The strange object was actually formed by the enormous roots of the colossal tree. Like a crushed birdcage, the twisted heap had landed between the shore, where Lily and the others stood, and the wall. The entire 25th floor cavern was carpeted by the fallen roots that had once stretched across the ceiling. The colossal tree from the 24th floor fell. Must be because the part of the 25th floor that had been holding it up was destroyed. Auka's mutter answered Daphne, who still hadn't stood back up. It wasn't that the entire 24th floor had collapsed. What they had witnessed was one portion of the colossal tree labyrinth's roots dropping down, and only the bottommost part of the roots at that. Wait, we lost our escape route. Aisha snapped her head around to check the southeastern shore. A long, thin splinter that must have come from a massive root had pierced the wall and mercilessly demolished the connecting passageway, which meant that the adventurers had indeed lost their way out of the cavern. Ooh! The two-headed dragon was undeniably still in the center of the lake. It was moving each of its heads in turn, without the slightest sign of confusion or distress. The roots were woven together like a net, blocking their escape. The dome-shaped lid now covering the plunge pool was indeed a cage. We can't escape. It's... All color drained from their faces as Makoto and Chigusa voiced their trapped companions' fears. It was now impossible for them to leave the water capital. They couldn't even escape to the 26th floor. Their only option now was to face the dragon that was the embodiment of despair. A compulsory battle demanded by the dungeon. Oh. As if to say the stage was set, the amphispina belched a stream of blue flames. Lily and the others reflexively jumped away from the hellfire that burned water and crystal alike. Flames flickered across the northeastern shore where they stood. Again, the temperature on the floor skyrocketed. Fires raged around them as if they were inside the devil's cookpot. "Ready your weapons. We've got no choice but to fight." Not surprisingly, Aisha was the first to recover from the shock. She brandished her potto, shielding Haruheim behind her. "But, Lady Aisha, steel yourself. I already made my peace." There was no way to retreat. They had to fight. That is, if they considered themselves true adventurers. A moment after shouting at the rest of the party that they needed to prepare for the worst, Aisha grimaced. Is this even remotely possible? The faces of the party members, as they stared up at the floor boss, seemed on the verge of losing all hope. This was different from their encounter with the Moss Huge. Their lives were at even greater risk this time. No one present was so stupid as to be oblivious to the difference in combat strength. The Amphispina had a potential equal to a level 5. Aisha was unaware of this, but on paper, it was on the same level as the Black Goliath. 100 upper-class adventurers had been present for that battle. Isfi, Liu, and Bel had all been there. Right now, there were only 9 of them. Even if the Goliath's insane ability for self-regeneration made it stronger than this dragon, the party still had plenty of reason for succumbing to despair. There was only one thing that was certain. They were under attack by a mountain of absurdity that seemed like it had been sent specifically to kill them. This would break them, break their will and their spirit. It was almost as if the dungeon was whispering to them, "Don't think you'll escape." Their will to fight was sputtering like a candle in the wind. Cassandra was the worst off. She simply stood in place, having resigned herself to her fate. "We don't have enough combat strength. We don't have enough firepower. We don't have enough morale. We don't have a pillar to rally around." It was astounding how unprepared this party was for a fight with a floor boss. Even Aisha wanted to throw in the towel. "This is an ill-fated day," she muttered, thinking about how they'd already encountered so many irregulars that she had never seen, even in the deep levels. If only Bel Cranel were here. She almost said the words out loud. Suddenly, her face flushed with rage. "Get yourself together, Aisha Belka. Since when were you the kind of spineless woman who relied on a man?" She denounced the passing thought, ashamed of herself. As a pureblood Amazon, she couldn't tolerate such whining. She let out an indomitable battle cry, hardening her resolve. But these guys, she had fought this monster before. She had faced its brutal, absurd reality multiple times and overcome it. That, above all else, was her prime weapon against losing heart. But the same could not be said for Lily and the rest of the party. They didn't have Aisha's strength or as much experience straddling the line between life and death. And without that, they couldn't hold back the encroaching despair. Aisha had said something to Bel when they entered the new world on the lower levels for the first time a few days before. If you stumble, the party stumbles. That's the kind of party this is. She'd been mistaken. The Alliance and Hestia Familia were strong. They were tough enough to beat back adversity even when the boy wasn't with them. But this was different. They were staring into the jaws of death. The strength of the vessel was being tested. The situation threw into sharp relief the importance of a figure like Bel who could act as the support pillar. For them, Bel Cranel is a hero, or at least something close to a hero. He was a weakling and honest to a fault, but when he gathered what courage he had and challenged hopelessness itself, he became a beam of light propelling forward everyone who knew him. His tears wrung Lily's heart. His raging voice stole Makoto's heart. His back shrinking into the distance spurred Haruheim's feet. But he was not with them now. What became of troops who didn't have their hero? In fairy tales, they were crushed by monsters like sacrificial victims. If Bel were here, if only Bel were here. Aisha could see at a glance that those words were rising in Lily's throat. Bel Cranel was so important to them that not even Aisha could fill his shoes. They needed a pillar to take the place of Bel, a voice to spur them forward. Right now, they had no pillar. But they had flames. An instant later, bang. Lily and the others swung their heads toward the clang of metal being thrust against the crystal floor. The redhead at the tail end of the party steadied his greatsword with both hands, his casual kimono still swaying. Everyone's focus was on him. Even the amphispina stopped moving for a moment to train its eyes on him. Still looking down, Welf sighed loudly. His face was dripping sweat, but when he turned toward Lily at his side, his expression was nonchalant. "Lil-E, I bet this is your first one." Your first adventure without Belle." Lily's eyes went wide at his words. "You might think that you can't fight without the strong man, that you can't stand up without your hero. But that's wrong, right? That's not the case, yeah? That's not how it is for adventurers." Mikoto and Auka held their weapons with trembling hands. "It's about time we show Belle what we're made of. We've got to prove we can take down floor bosses on our own." Haruheim and Chigusa gulped. "If we tell him we're helpless when you're not around, well, that's just causing him trouble. Am I wrong?" They didn't have a pillar, but they had a smith who had fought beside them and watched over them from the very beginning. They had the flames of a furnace that rang with the sound of the hammer through thick and thin to arm them with weapons. Welf smiled a resolute, fearless, and impudent smile. "Obviously, Lily and her companions are not mere luggage." The Prums snapped back loudly. "Lily will stand side by side with him and play a part in the adventure." She pressed one hand to her small chest and hollered her big decision. "I, too, refuse to be left behind. I will not go back to being a prostitute who only waits for him to save me." As she spoke, Haruheim wagged her foxtail. "I'm on board, too, Mikoto. We must not bring shame to Take Mikazuchi's name. Yes, Chigusa, I won't let Belle Cranel beat me. Yes." Auka, Mikoto, and Chigusa all shouted their battle cries. "Oh, come on, you guys, aren't you a little too simple-minded?" Daphne was the only one who hadn't said anything yet, and while her comment was spoken in a profoundly exasperated tone, she was visibly on the verge of tears. A moment later, she was smiling. I know we're adventurers, after all. If we're really pushed into a corner, we've got to fight." To Daphne, who strove to make decisions objectively, their rising morale felt like a sign, like a fair wind blowing them toward battle. "Daphne," in front of her dazed eyes, Cassandra watched Daphne step into the battle line and draw her baton-like dagger, confirming her decision. "I'm in excellent condition, Ignis," she said. As Aisha watched this go on, she gave the big brother figure of Hestia Familia a silent word of praise. The job of a smith was to bring fire to weapons, and the job of adventurers was to use those weapons to kill monsters. Flames tinged the faces of both adventurers and smith. Ignited by the fire the smith had lit, the adventurers turned their eyes forward and took in the monster. They met the eyes of the two-headed dragon awaiting them. "Oh, oh, 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 oh." "Forward!" Welf's roar matched the dragon's. Mikoto copied him. It had begun. The quest to resist despair. Kakano, the one who blew the battle's starting whistle, was neither the floor boss nor the adventurers. It was a certain magic user. Beloved snow, beloved crimson, beloved white light. Before anyone else had even moved, she began to chant. Haruheim had watched fights with a floor boss play out many times before. It was a typical scene when she was a part of Ishtar Familia. When the adventurers gathered everything they had to take on such a tenacious monster, her job as a sorcerer was to immediately invoke her magic. Sorcery combined with firepower. By conferring an overall level boost, she was able to improve the performance of the entire party. Either Lily or Aisha would direct her to the person she should buff, so she prioritized focusing on the chant. As she wove her spell, which was one of the longest chants, she began to summon the golden tails with all her strength. Hiya! The next to take action was Welf. He swung his deep aqua longsword down from above his head. He aimed the magic blade ice gun at the water. The lake instantaneously froze. 4 dragon eyes registered surprise as water transformed into a field of ice. Auka and the other adventurers had the same expression on their faces. There had been no strategy meeting, and no one had told Welf to do it. He had simply concluded that in order to approach that massive floor boss and take it down, they'd need something to stand on. That was what made him bring down the huge magic blade that had the power to freeze everything in sight. There could have been no better strategy for taking on the two-headed dragon. Normally, the preferred method was to fight Amphispina inside specific rooms where the waterways were dotted with numerous islands, providing places to stand. Large numbers of adventurers would go to these specific areas on the 25th, 26th, or 27th floors, and lie in wait while others lured in the floor boss. Not bad, Aisha cheered with a smile. Her worry over the lack of natural footholds necessary for this battle had just been dispelled. Oh. The third to make a move was the monster Rex itself. As if to say it had no intention of letting the adventurers do as they pleased, it twisted its two necks and breathed out a stream of dreamlike blue napalm. Cracks appeared all across the frozen lake as the blue flames began to melt it. The solid field of ice was quickly becoming a multitude of islands. Now they had the ideal terrain for taking down Amphispina, just as Aisha had been hoping for. With me, brave conqueror. To round off the preliminary skirmish, the Amazon began her concurrent chant. She intended to draw the monster's attention until Haruheim finished the level boost. The Renart girl couldn't move at all while performing such a powerful chant. To make sure no attack reached her, Aisha quickly jumped onto one of the islands and approached the floor boss. Ooh. The dragon zeroed in on Aisha, who had begun to activate her impossible-to-ignore magic and was now acting as a decoy. The dragon's right head bellowed as if to spur its left counterpart, which responded by spitting out blue flames. Aisha leaped out of the way in the nick of time, grimacing at the deadly heat, and circled the floor boss in a broad arc. Dodging the enemy's torrent of fire, she continued casting without pause before finally unleashing magic in place of a greeting. Hell Kaios! She slammed her pato down on the iceberg at her feet, launching a slicing wave that sped forward like a shark's fin. The dragon's second head moved quickly in response. Though the left head had spit out blue flames, what the right brought to bear was a crimson mist. A sickle-shaped band of dense fog protectively curled around the dragon's body. Not even a second later, the magic pato hurtled toward the monster's side. The moment it made contact, the magical power clearly weakened. The wave swayed like a shimmering heat haze and grew smaller, but managed to break through the mist in the end. As it made contact, the floor boss's body made a popping noise. The dragon's scales were entirely unscathed. The power of the magic dropped. Mikoto and Auka were stunned. Aisha replied to the confused pair without pause. It's the Amphispina's mist. Any magic that touches it gets diffused. This was the second dragon head's ability. If the blue flames were the dragon's sword for eradicating its quarry, then the crimson mist was the shield that warded off its enemies' attacks. The effectiveness was obvious. It could neutralize even a second-tier adventurer's deadly attack that had slaughtered every kind of monster the lower levels had to offer. Aisha sounded irritated as she shouted her next words. The only way to kill Amphispina is to strike it from close range. That was why adventurers typically chose rooms with many islands when they had to take it down. Normally, voluntarily fighting an oversized water dragon over water would be considered suicidal. But because the crimson mist suppressed the magic that was so crucial to killing other floor bosses, adventurers were forced to engage Amphispina in close-range combat. Their weapons couldn't reach the magic stones in the monster's massive body, either, which meant killing it with a single stroke was not an option. If we pounded it with magic, it would eventually open a hole in the mist or blow it away, but it's not worth it. At the very least, we cannot manage that. Lily added what she'd learned about the monster, even as she trembled before the living specimen. The mist wasn't impenetrable. Each time it crippled incoming magic, the mist itself thinned out a little. But the dragon could replenish any openings with fresh mist from its right head. It was reasonable to liken the immense body of the amphispina to a bottomless storage tank of mist. In all likelihood, a party's magic users would run out of mind before the monster ran out of mist, or they would be incinerated by the blue flames first. The dual breath of the amphispina was truly ideal for both offense and defense, so this magic blade won't work either. Welf looked down at the Krazo's magic sword he gripped in his right hand and smiled ironically. Grow, Uchide no Kazuchi. With that, Haruheim finished her preparations. The 5 fox tails that had manifested as she performed the concatenated casting were now fully charged with level-boosting magic. Give them to Mr. Welf, Mr. Auka, Miss Makoto, Miss Chigusa, and Miss Daphne. Lily shouted immediately. The amphispina had the potential of a level 5. If a level 2 adventurer took a direct hit from its attacks, the results would be fatal. Fortification of the front and center was essential. At the same time, Lily's list left out the level 4 Aisha, and the rear guard made up of herself, the party's supporter, and Cassandra, the healer. The Prum had decided on conducting a quick strike. Lily had stepped into the role of commander now that Aisha stood on the front line, so Haruheim quickly heeded her orders. Dance! The tails of light that had grown from Haruheim's lower back separated from her body and transformed into orbs of light. The Kakano enchantment, charged by the Uchide no Kazuchi spell, flew to Welf and the others, entering their bodies as though the magic was possessing them. The level-boost light orbs formed a chain, but there were only 4. One tail of light was still attached to Haruheim's body. She pressed one hand to her chest, panting as she took out a magic potion. If all 5 were sent out at once, I'd collapse. But if I hold one back for a moment, Haruheim had learned that lesson from their battle with the Moss Huge. If she tried to use all of the Kakano magic simultaneously, she would suffer a mind down and crumple into a pathetic, useless heap. This was a method she had come up with to sidestep that problem. By activating all but one of the magic tails and keeping the last bit of magic on standby, she could retain 1 tail's worth of mind and avoid fainting. Once she recovered, she could provide the party with level boosts again. Plus, she could use the remaining tail as a spare in case of emergency. She simply couldn't afford to collapse at this moment. That much was plain to see. She had discarded modesty and humbleness. What the party needed most in their current situation was her power. In order to stand a chance against the outrageously strong floor boss, she had to continuously produce that level-boosting light in order to support Makoto and the others. She felt guilty, but this was the only way she could manage. Haruheim's eyes met Chigusa's, the one person among those named by Lily who had not received a boost. I'm so sorry, Chigusa. It's okay. What Chigusa meant was I can still fight. Haruheim felt tears come to her eyes as her childhood friend smiled, one kind-hearted eye peeping out from behind her swaying bangs. In her hands, Chigusa held a bow and arrow. She was part of the center guard. Her tail wagging, the Renart fixed her gaze on the battlefield, determined not to look away for even a moment, then focused on recovering. I didn't want to use this, but this isn't exactly the time to be stingy, is it? Daphne chuckled hollowly as she stood beside Haruheim and watched the amphispina thrash about. Looking reluctant but resigned, she began her own chant. Follow blindly the sun in the sky, blossom, armor of laurel, so that all will flee from thee. It was a short chant. Drawing a circle in the air with her dagger, Daphne completed casting the spell. Ramyor. A film of deep green light enveloped her entire body. It was protection magic, similar to enchantments. The result was a small increase in her endurance and a large increase in her agility. It was the only magic Daphne had, and she didn't like to use it because it reminded her of a certain deity. She hadn't even used it during the war games, when her familia's very existence had been on the line. Ura! With that, the pseudo-level 3 adventurers, boosted by Haruheim's magic, charged forward. Their statuses had risen dramatically. Including Daphne's magic, the party buffing was complete. All their preparations had been made. They were about to shift from skirmishing and begin the main battle. With a powerful battle cry, Auka and the others moved from the shore onto the islands atop the water and rushed the floor boss. Their boots stomped on ice, and their new strength rocketed them into the air. Using the momentum granted by their temporary level 3 status, Welf, Mikoto, and Auka leaped energetically from one island to the next, scattering in 3 directions as the floor boss bore down on them. Together with Aisha, who had already circled around to the dragon's back, they surrounded it, all aiming at different targets. But as soon as the 2 heads let slip a double roar, the advancing trio found themselves instantly on the verge of defeat. Welf dodged the dragon's right head by a hairbreadth as it swooped ferociously down on him, while Mikoto and Auka had to leap away from the left head's attempt to mow them both down. As the head swung horizontally, grazing the soles of their shoes, their fighting stances crumbled, and the huge ice island they were standing on split in a V-shape. A flurry of water droplets flew into the air, beating down on the 3 adventurers as they somehow managed to land on another island. It's so fast, but more than that, it never lets its guard down. Welf, Mikoto, and Auka spoke with voices that trembled in fear. The 2 rapidly undulating dragon heads each had minds of their own. Whether they were surrounded or caught in a pincer attack, the heads' combined situational awareness eliminated all blind spots. Moreover, the long, powerful necks braided with dragon muscles attacked with extraordinary speed and were able to strike at enemies approaching from any direction. Without so much as a pause, the dragon's right head shot forth in dogged pursuit of Mikoto. She had let her attention waver for a mere instant, not even long enough that it could be called a moment of carelessness. But even with her level 3 status, she was still unable to fully escape. This dragon hammer was more than enough to prevent Mikoto from recovering. Watch out, Lady Daphne. Daphne swept Mikoto out of the way without a moment to spare. Her outstanding precognitive ability warned her about Mikoto's impending danger, and by using the extreme agility gained by combining the effects of Ramyur with Haruheim's level boost, she had managed to leap to Mikoto's side from her position in the party's center. The dragon's attack missed its mark, but shattered the hunk of ice where its intended prey had been moments earlier. Carrying Mikoto by the waist, Daphne landed on another shelf of ice and set her down. This may sound unreasonable, but you've gotta get used to this monster quick. I can't be rescuing you over and over. Right, of course. Dripping sweat, Daphne returned immediately to the battle line. Mikoto stood up, a shiver of terror running through her as she realized that becoming distracted meant instant death in this fight against the floor boss. As she gazed at the dragon, she told herself to sharpen her senses even further. The dragon floor boss. I thought I understood how fierce it was even without seeing it up close, but this strength is unbelievable. The grand appearance of the white dragon shrouded in crimson mist alone struck awe into its opponents, though the menacing glint in the dragon's eyes threatened to overwhelm them entirely. Mikoto and her comrades flew at it once again. This time they attacked in unison from the dragon's front, left, and right. Thanks to Aisha stepping in to help, Auka was able to escape the Amphispina's notice and finally land a successful blow. But the results were not what he had hoped. A violent storm of sparks flew from Kugu, his huge battle axe made from the high-quality ore Varmath. The tough dragon scales had hindered his attack. Penetrating a dragon's scales, which were among the highest quality drop items available, was one of the greatest challenges any adventurer could face. The combination of vicious attacks and this nigh-impenetrable defense was what gave dragons their reputation as one of the strongest monsters. Completely unaffected by Auka's assault, the dragon swung its two necks back and forth as if they were caught in a violent storm. The four attackers were forced to flee the scope of its assault, their protective gear already battered. No sooner had they pulled back than a blue haze appeared around the dragon's mouth. "The breath is coming." Daphne shouted the warning from one of the ice islands where she anchored the center of their formation, her dagger-style magic blade gripped in one hand. Chigusa ran behind her and loosed an arrow in an attempt to distract the white dragon, but it did not pause. New waves of blue napalm swept over the battlefield. In the blink of an ice float measuring 10 meters across melted into nothing, and the surface of the lake ignited. The blue napalm, fueled by dragon bile propellant, did not rely on magic, but rather on pure firepower. For this reason, even Welf's anti-magic fire chant was useless against the monster's breath. The billows of steam rising from the path of the blue flames had made the entire floor incredibly hot and humid. It changed the normally cool waterside environment into a sauna, or more accurately, into a cauldron of blue flame. I can't breathe. My throat's burning. Every time adventurers fought Amphispina, the water capital underwent this transformation. Aisha was used to it, but the others were different. This baptism by steam, despite the fact that it wasn't a volcano floor, was unpleasant even for upper-class adventurers and eroded their ability to concentrate. And when they did manage to collect themselves, they were still significantly weakened. Standing near the blue flames that constantly consumed the oxygen in the air, Makoto and Auka groaned. This crimson mist, it doesn't just block magic. It also interferes with attacks by reducing visibility. Combined with the heat and humidity, this is awful. Daphne stood at a distance from the front line, carefully observing the Amphispina. If they entered close combat, the mist veiling their enemy acted like a curtain blocking their view. Most likely, Auka's first strike had been ineffective, not only because the dragon scales were so protective, but because his timing was off, too. We technically have footholds to stand on, but these ice platforms are unreliable compared to solid land, thanks to the water pounding down from the Great Falls on the north side of the cavern. The countless fragments created when the iceberg shattered were like unstable floating islands. The distance between them was constantly varying, so it was impossible for the adventurers to move as they pleased. To start with, those two heads move way too quick for a humongous floor boss. When they faced the Goliath, all the adventurers needed to avoid taking lethal damage was being vigilant when they were directly in front of it. Plus, they were able to creep up close to attack. But this battle with Amphispina was different. Its speed seemed impossible for an ultra-large class monster, and it skillfully used that speed to both gather information and intercept attacks. It was like an extra cherry on top of the potent blue flames that seemed to incinerate everything they touched and the misty barrier that blocked magic. Wish I could escape even though I can't. Thanks to the commanding roles she'd been pushed into ever since her time in Apollo Familia, Daphne couldn't help analyzing the enemy and muttered her gloomy conclusion in spite of herself. Damn, too shallow. Aisha had slipped past the enemy's sharp teeth with her usual confidence and landed a blow aimed between the protective scales, but she managed to draw only a few drops of blood. Fury at the Amazon who had hurt it seeped from the eyes of the floor boss. The two heads roared in turn, and the next moment the dragon plunged under the water's surface. Apprehension consumed the adventurers as they watched the monster disappear deep under the water. The white dragon dove nearly to the bottom of the lake, glared up through the rippling surface with its 4 eyes, and then burst upward. Gyu. The two heads surged above the water, followed by the massive body, which barreled straight for the adventurers. Neither retaliation nor defense was possible. As Auka and the others fled the hulk shooting out of the water toward them, they were overtaken by the tsunami it had created. The water dragon, which reached its greatest potential in the water, was charging them. After achieving incredible acceleration underwater, both the force and the range of the incoming attack were on a different level compared to everything they had seen so far. The shock waves even reached Daphne and Chigusa in the center, cowing them. Cough, cough, arg. Their undine cloths now sopping wet, Welf and the rest of the front guard kneeled on an island and glanced up at the floor boss as it peered down at them. The guild rates them at level 6 when they're encountered on the water, Aisha had mentioned before. The others were only just beginning to understand the meaning of her words. The watery world that spread out on the other side of a single piece of ice was itself their enemy's most important weapon. It went without saying that if they were pulled into the depths, they would be brutally killed in the blink of an eye. Damn it, stronger than any monster we've fought before. But we'll take it down, right? That's right, here I go. Welf and Auka returned the dragon's glare, hoisted their weapons onto their shoulders, and rushed forward to renew their assault. WWW8, just wait, A's. Meanwhile, standing on the shore behind the attacking members of their party, Lily couldn't do a thing. Her last action had been to tell Haruheim what to do with her level boosts. Since then, she'd felt like a lost child. What in the world should we do about this thing? A fight against a floor boss was completely different from an ordinary battle. There was just too much information to take in. When they were in passageways within the labyrinth, Lily had been able to handle the job of commander. But now they were in a cavern. The space was incomparably huge, and it included difficult waterfront terrain. The scale of it was alien to her, especially with that oversized dragon diving in and out of the water to attack them as it pleased. To top it all off, there were the countless ice flows, raging flames, and the final straw, the root dome surrounding them overhead and on all sides. Lily wanted to ask someone if she was in a fairy tale. Lily was still a commander in training. The current situation was beyond what she could handle. What should Lily do? In the vast wilderness of her brain, the options were endless. She couldn't swiftly figure out the correct choice. Far downshore, flames swirled around the Adjura tree. It burned briefly, its fallen petals scattering to the ground. Lily watched Haruheim press her hands to her chest and rest both elbows on the ground, desperately trying to recover. To Lily, the Renart seemed to mirror her feelings of anguish. Sweat rolled down her cheek as she drank in this profound scene from the corner of her eye. Lilaluka, keep it together. It was Daphne, her teacher in the basics of leadership. What's most important for the rear, especially the commander, is insight and decisiveness. And composure. You must keep a cooler head than anyone else in the party. I understand. But from the far side of the iceberg, Daphne cut off Lily's cry with a shout of her own. The best commanders don't ask what they should do in a given situation. They ask how they can change the situation. Once you can do that, you're ready to graduate. With that, Daphne took off running. We're short on people. I'm going to the front. She left command of the party entirely to Lily. The Prum paused for a moment as she considered the unspoken trust that Daphne's decision rested on. Then her chestnut eyes flashed angrily. The confusion had vanished from her mind. All she felt now was the will to fight blazing brightly in her heart. The heavy pressure that came hand in hand with responsibility was gone. In its place burned the heat of an oath to not fail the party, to not let a single one of them die, and to fight alongside them. Invigorated by Daphne's encouraging advice, Lily's little head began to spin big plans. There's the frozen plunge pool and the tree overhead. First, she observed her surroundings. We have 4 magic blades left, and the status of the party members who can use them is. Next, she scrutinized the cards in her hand. Luckily, though that may have been the wrong word, the destruction of the maze meant no other monsters could find their way onto the shore. She was still within range of the blue napalm, but as long as Welf and the others were keeping the dragon occupied, she had time to think. Eventually, she settled on a strategy. "Miss Mikoto, do your chant." The other adventurers turned around at the Prum's loud shout. "Trade positions with Daphne and drop back to center. Everyone in the vanguard, please hold back the enemy with all your strength. Miss Chigusa, continue providing support." Issuing a flurry of orders, their commander set her plan in motion. Her powerful, clear-cut voice had the authority to spur warriors to action. It was like a beam of light piercing the darkness. No one questioned her. Mikoto nodded, Welf smiled, and Aisha licked her lips. "Forgive my impudence as I beseech thee." Mikoto fell back to the center of their formation, where Chigusa was, and began her chant, as ordered. Meanwhile, Daphne, who had a higher status than Mikoto to start with, adroitly filled the gap she had left, using the bird's-eye perspective she'd gained before to skillfully coordinate with the rest of the front guard. "There's no one who fills in more smoothly than you." "Well, thank you, sir." Oh. Welf and Daphne, who had faced off against each other in the war games, now ran side by side while trading banter. As the dragon's right head darted toward them at a downward slant, Daphne lured it as close as possible before pulling back. Meanwhile, Welf used his greatsword to slice at the monster's trunk. Aisha and Auka threaded between the crackling blue flames to suppress the left head. "Bring forth the evil-crushing blade. Bow to the blade of suppression, the mythical sword of subjugation. I summon you here now, by name." All this time, Mikoto was steadily building up her store of magic. She had decided that staying in one place would be dangerous, so as she performed her concurrent casting, she constantly moved from island to island. It took everything Chigusa had to keep up and guard Mikoto, who was leaping and sprinting like a level 3. The Amphispina had noticed the adventurers' threatening movements. As the monster attempted to aim its blue napalm at Mikoto, Aisha and the others intercepted the attack. The white dragon shook its two heads, as if annoyed at the tiny beings that hovered around ready to brandish their blades at the slightest opening. Shit. Perhaps having realized their current attack pattern was getting them nowhere, the two heads roared and then disappeared underwater. More icebergs cracked as the dragon's huge body banged against them, and Welf retreated with a curse. His target wasn't visible anymore. He didn't know where it might pop up next. Would it target the chanting Mikoto? Or would it attempt to scatter Welf and the others on the front line? As electrifying tension ran through each member of the party, Lily issued another command. "Miss Mikoto, use your Yatano Black Crow skill." Mikoto reflexively obeyed the divine revelation. Yatano Black Crow allowed her to detect previously encountered monsters. Thanks to her level boost, the dragon could not escape her notice, even after diving underwater. On the black map that unfurled at the back of Mikoto's mind, there was one crimson dot moving with extreme speed. She had continued her concurrent chanting while using this other skill, so she simply pointed to indicate where they should direct their attacks. "Northwest, under Miss Aisha." Without missing a beat, Lily screamed the information. As the Prum's voice echoed into the corners of the yawning space, Aisha and those near her promptly leaped away. Less than an instant later, the floor boss struck. Ice fragments scattered and water sprayed into the air. The adventurers had successfully avoided the attack originating from underwater. "Shinbu Tausei?" Almost simultaneously, Mikoto finished her chant. Its attack failed, their enemy was now fully exposed. This was a perfect opportunity, but with astounding reaction time, the right head breathed a new screen of crimson mist. Auka and the rest of the front guards scowled with frustration as the dragon donned its armor in the nick of time, but Lily quietly issued her final command. "Aim as far and as high as you can." "Huh," Mikoto muttered, But as she looked to where the prum was pointing, she heard ice cracking. The noise came from directly above the floor boss, from the cage-like root dome encircling them. Mikoto guessed Lily's intention and spoke the name of her spell. Futsu no Mitama. A sword made of deep purple light appeared, and concentric circles rippled outward from the amphispina. Mikoto had activated her gravity-controlling magic. You. The gravity attack bearing down from overhead surrounded the amphispina, but predictably, its armor-like mist weakened the impact. The most it could do was force the monster's neck down until it barely touched the water's surface. The field of gravity shaved away at the mist's density, but the dragon immediately breathed out more. The magic strike was not a lethal blow. The floor boss shook its heads in apparent irritation. Gah! Then, a series of fierce blows landed on the two heads. The rain of blows did not stop, continuously pouring down on the amphispina without pause. Its mind went blank. There was no way for it to grasp what was happening. The colossal tree roots. She brought them down with her gravity magic. The adventurers were watching the scene unfold from a distance. Auka and Daphne were amazed. The Sword of Light, a sign of the gravity being manipulated by Futsu no Mitama, had been deployed at its maximum range, appearing right by the root dome above the dragon's heads. In other words, the massive tree cage overhead was within range of its power. Pulled down by extreme gravity, the section of the root dome directly above the floor boss had collapsed in on itself. The mist could only weaken incoming magic. It could not block a hail of tree roots. With the added force of the gravity, a mountain of roots measuring 5 meters wide hurtled down at the amphispina. One head of the immense floor boss was bludgeoned by massive amounts of debris. It was instantly stunned. You did it, Lil E. Your turn now. They were not the kind of adventurers who would let an opportunity like this slip by. The dazed floor boss was like a sitting duck quietly floating on the water. The attackers licked their chops at this ideal prey, an oversized, defenseless target. Aim for the legs and bring it to the ground. That was standard practice when fighting floor bosses and other large-class monsters. Lily had done the opposite. Aim for the head and bring it to the water. Welf and Aisha cheered their young commander, while Auka and Daphne flew forward so they wouldn't miss their chance. The instant Futsu no Mitama dissipated, Welf sliced, Auka smashed, Daphne pierced, and Aisha shredded. Dragon scales flew off under the onslaught of greatsword and battle-axe. Blood spurted from a shower of dagger thrusts, the blade working its way between scales. A hunk of flesh came away from one neck as the sharp edge of the podao bit deeply. Mikoto's sword and Chigusa's arrows joined the assault. The huge body covered in countless large scales was injured, and the two necks suffered damage as well. Not long after, the dragon recovered from its stunned state and roared in outrage at the all-out attack that the adventurers had launched. Its roar also served the dual purpose of summoning other monsters to the fight. The adventurers jumped back from the thrashing dragon only moments ahead of multiple snake heads bursting out of the water. Aqua serpents, and harpies too. Looks like it called its friends. The long bodies of the aqua serpents emerged from the water between the ice islands. The party cursed as a flock of harpies descended from above at the same time. In all, 6 monsters had appeared. The reinforcements were irritating opponents, but their number wasn't anything the party couldn't handle. We'll take care of these monsters first. Miss Aisha and Miss Daphne distract the floor boss. Wasting no time being indecisive, Lily directed the flow of the battle with her swift command. Welf, Auka, Mikoto, and Chigusa went after the monsters. Meanwhile, Aisha and Daphne distracted the dragon until the rest were exterminated. Dance! Just when she needed it most, Chigusa found herself on the receiving end of a level boost. When she and Mikoto looked up, they saw Haruheim moving on to the next part of the Kakano chant, plump beads of sweat rolling down her body. Mikoto's heart swelled to know her friend was supporting them, and she threw herself into a sword attack on the monsters. Push them back! The fierce clanging of sword attacks rang out, the song of the battlefield. The adventurers wielded their weapons with all their might. How strong these people are! This was what Cassandra thought as she stared at the scene before her. They keep on fighting, without giving in to the despair. How brave they looked, their bodies covered in wounds and their cheeks bloody. They fought with all their strength, not a single one cowering in fear. Cassandra, couldn't do it. Hopelessness was still wearing away at her heart. Terror had nested deep within her. No matter what we do, it will happen again. It will happen again. The words echoed incessantly in her ears. She felt overwhelmed by her powerlessness to surmount the nightmare. Even if she were to join the struggle, the world would push her off the peak of hope into the depths of the abyss. Terrified by the misery and heartbreak that would assail her when that happened, her hands and feet refused to move. If this is the cage of despair, then does that mean this cavern, where the floor boss appeared, has already become the coffin? We won't escape death in time. It's no good. I can't think. Some part of her heart wanted to ask a question. Is it okay to give up on everything here and now? But just as if the wires connecting her mind and her physical body had been severed, her body refused to move as she willed it. She felt like she was watching a tragic play unfold. Cassandra had left so many adventurers to their fates. She had offered them up as sacrifices to calamity. That, too, was a cancer that fed her resignation. Shouldn't you pay for your sins with your own life? Her weak heart whispered to her. She lost both her spirit and her will to fight. Cassandra could not stand. Cassandra could not face it. Get it together? Ow! All of a sudden, something hit her on the side of the head, and the world filled with stars. Daphne. Her best friend was standing next to her with one hand clenched in a fist and her breathing ragged. The teary-eyed Cassandra was about to ask why Daphne was there, but she didn't have a chance. Pull yourself, told the roarer. She was interrupted by an intense demand. It was the most terrible yell Cassandra had ever heard. Haruheim, who was standing on the same shore, shook her tail in surprise at the furious voice. A whimper escaped Cassandra's lips in spite of herself. You're a healer. What are you doing just standing here? You guys in the rear are more important than anyone else in floor boss fights. Do you think we can hold the line with you acting like this? We don't even have enough people on the front line. In response to Cassandra's terror, Daphne went on a rant, her eyes bloodshot. The sight of the healer neglecting her work apparently drove her mad, prompting her to leave the combat on the front and race over to bring down a hammer of righteous fury. And now, I have to run all the way back over there. It's double the trouble. I didn't have time to spare in the first place. Cassandra leaned back to avoid the incensed Daphne. Then she noticed something. Daphne was covered in wounds. Red lines crisscrossed her arms and shoulders. Her undine cloth was in tatters, and her shoulders heaved as she breathed. Daphne, is this my fault? That's what I've been saying. Hurry up and get to work. Cassandra looked down, pale-faced, as she gripped the undine cloth wrapped around her. She didn't look up when she spoke. Why hasn't everyone given in to the despair? Aren't you all afraid of the despair that's going to swallow us whole? Cassandra knit her brows. She knew her real meaning wasn't getting across, but she asked anyway. This was the dungeon, the endless labyrinth. The fight she and her companions put up was nothing more than a speck of dust in comparison. She was asking whether the embodiment of the dungeon, the dragon that transformed hope into despair, failed to terrify them. In response, Daphne, who already had a habit of glaring on a regular basis, glared even harder. Isn't it obvious just by looking at me? Of course I'm afraid. What? Daphne held out her arm, which was shaking even now. Then she continued ranting at the bewildered Cassandra. But I fight anyway. I fight to survive. She leaned forward, her voice full of determination. Despair sure is a convenient word, isn't it? You know you might get in even more trouble if you try to fight. It's the best excuse for giving up instead. I was the same until a few minutes ago, but what choice do I have? Lilaluka and her friends stood up to fight, and I figured I wasn't ready to give up either. No matter how difficult the struggle, Daphne wanted to return home alive. Plus, in spite of herself, she had found a group of companions she was actually growing fond of, and she didn't want them to die. Her motives were as simple as that. You like them, too, don't you? It's hard not to like them, right? So make yourself useful already. Heal someone. Protect someone. You're still alive, and so am I. Don't let the word despair beat you. Daphne's words were like a rousing slap to the face. She was telling Cassandra not to turn away from reality. It wasn't over yet. Cassandra interpreted that to mean she shouldn't give in to the future that hadn't yet arrived, or to a prophecy that hadn't yet been realized. Regardless of how hard or painful it was, she had to struggle with all her might until the very end. She had to because she was an adventurer, and adventurers never gave up on a challenge. Yes, even if despair awaits, look to the future, rise up, always. Always, Daphne was spurring Cassandra forward. She didn't believe Cassandra's prophecies, but when Cassandra curled up in grief, she scolded her and pulled her back up. Daphne was Cassandra's polar opposite, and Cassandra felt a combination of envy, curiosity, and admiration toward her. That was why she had become so attached to her. That was why she wanted to be her closest friend. There was no time to waste. That is what Cassandra gleaned from Daphne's receding form as she rushed toward the battlefront once more. One look at her made it obvious she believed in Cassandra. Still rooted in place, Cassandra gripped her crystal rod in both hands and pressed it to her forehead. Just a little bit longer. Just a little bit more. She would keep resisting despair. Cassandra had failed to save many lives, but those most important to her were still alive. She would do it again. She would challenge the tragic prophecy one more time. Heavenly light, once rejected. Merciful arms that save my shallow self. Light shot up from her rod. The magic that was released sent out sparkling brilliance full of a warmth that banished the darkness. Lady Cassandra. Haruheim, who had been watching the scene from the same shore, could not help smiling. Rescue my miserable companions in place of my words that cannot reach them. O sunlight, may you beat back ruin. Chanting the spell with her eyes closed, Cassandra looked like a prayer maiden. The prophetess of tragedy shunned by the world sang her song of resistance once more, and when she was done, she opened her eyes. She set her sights on the central area where fighting had become most fierce. Summoning all her mental power and aiming as far as she could, she cast her magic. Soul light. Sensing the spell sooner than anyone else, Daphne shouted, "Recovery is coming. Everyone, gather around Ignis." Warm magical light poured down onto the ice islands from the air. Auka and the other fighters abandoned their positions and raced to a circular area measuring about 10 meters across that had been illuminated. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were fully healed. Yes, ready to go again? Welf and Makoto shouted with delight, energetically mowing down the monsters that flew toward them. Now that they had recovered from their exhaustion, their movements were as crisp as they had been at the start of the battle. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I'm rejoining the fight. Cassandra pressed her hands to her chest and shouted as loud as she could. Her words of atonement faded on the battlefield, which had reached a new level of ferocity. None of the fighters could even spare the breath to respond, but she thought she caught a glimpse of Daphne smiling at her as she sliced through a monster that happened to cross her path. You finally recovered. Miss Cassandra, you really are slow. I'm sorry. I'm going to work you and Haruheim to the bone. Without you two, we won't be able to win. You understood. Lily was her usual self, or rather, she was even more prickly than usual, which compelled Cassandra and Haruheim to answer sharply. For some reason that made them both very happy, and they broke into grins. This is no time for smiles. We're changing location. The monsters have noticed us. Yes, ma'am. the 3 members of the rear guard moved together to a different spot on the shore. Though still embroiled in a pitched battle, the party was now at its very strongest. "What do you mean? I demand an explanation." Dormal Bolster raised his voice. The dwarf, a member of Magni Familia, was in the 18th floor under resort, where he and his Familia members were waiting. He leaned in closer to the adventurer who had collapsed before his eyes. I already told you, an Amphispina spawned in the water capital. But there should still be half a month left before the next interval. Why would a floor boss appear now? No idea. We just heard about it from some guys who escaped the lower levels and came running back here like mad. The adventurers who had fled to the safety point of Riviera, the dungeon's post-town, were members of the hunting party pursuing Gale Wind. These particular underlings had been tasked with guarding the connecting passageways between floors to prevent the fugitive from escaping, on the orders of their leader Boars. After learning what was happening on the 25th floor, they had run a relay of sorts to get the information back to Riviera as quickly as possible. The guys who escaped from the 25th floor were half crazy. They said the dungeon was crying and the Great Falls were stained red. The only thing we know for sure is that there were a bunch of huge explosions, and the labyrinth on that floor collapsed. Collapsed? That stupidly gigantic maze? Dormal stared in shock at the pale adventurer whose words had trailed off at the end. The dwarves had suspected something strange was going on. Several hours earlier, they'd felt the ground shake. It hadn't been an earthquake, but more of an up-and-down motion that seemed to originate from the floors below. If the explosions caused the floor boss to ignore the interval, then what caused the explosions? Did Gale Wind and the main hunting party get into a flashy magic shootout or something? Next to the dumbfounded Dormal, the Modi Familia elf Luvis grimaced sternly as he swung his empty right sleeve. There was no way Bors's underlings, who hadn't gone with the main party into the water capital and didn't know what Jura and Turk had done, could have a proper grasp of the whole situation. Of course, the same was true of Luvis, Dormal, and Dormal's Familia. They had all stayed on the 18th floor. They didn't even have any way of knowing that a calamity had caused a massacre. According to the guys who escaped, Hestia Familia was left behind in the cavern with the floor boss. What? You mean to say you lot abandoned them? Couldn't be helped. Who wouldn't run from a floor boss fight when equipment and manpower are lacking? And the monsters were acting weird. We heard them screaming all over, and just before we left, a pack of all sorts mixed together barreled right through the connecting passageway on the 19th floor that we were guarding. It seemed those monsters were headed for the water capital. Dormal and Luvis fell silent as they listened to the adventurers relate this information. But everyone present had the same word at the back of their minds: irregular. Something so extraordinary it made the affair with Gale Wind seem like a mere trifle was occurring in the dungeon. Each of the experienced upper-class adventurers shared the same strong hunch. What do we do? Send in support? Or return to the surface first and inform the guild? Both. We can't do much if we don't know what's happening down there, and we can't find that out here in Riviera. In contrast to the agitated Dormal, Luvis's response was wise as he assessed the situation. Thanks to the hunting expedition, much of Riviera's population was away. Of the remaining upper-class adventurers, the members of Magni and Modi Familias ranked highest. Bors's underlings waited for those Familias to decide, since their own minds had gone blank in the face of such an unprecedented situation. Above all, we must not abandon Hestia Familia. Shario, Alec, get your weapons. Wait now, Luvis. What can your bunch do in your current state? We dwarves will go to Belle's party. Ye elves wait here. Do you think a band of elves would desert those we are indebted to? Or are you saying we'd hold you back? You slow-footed dwarves are the real dead weight, I'd say. Rubbish. Count on an elf to take my kindly words and twist them. The onlookers scrambled to end the budding argument between dwarves and elves that had broken out at exactly the wrong moment. But just then, another voice interrupted. What did you say about Hestia Familia? Everyone present froze at the sound of the strong voice that cut through their bickering like a sword. See, Cyclops? What's the captain of Hephaestos Familia doing here? What? A smith can't enter the dungeon. Forget about that. Just tell me what's going on. The smiling half-dwarf standing before them had dark skin and a patch over one eye. Tsubaki had apparently arrived at that very moment in Riviera. Behind her were what looked like 3 female adventurers, 2 cat people and 1 human. Luvis and his companions were curious about the newcomers, but as the first tier, level 5 high smith had instructed, they shared what they knew of the situation. A floor boss, you say? And the 25th floor exploded, and on top of it all, monsters are acting strangely. Look at us however you like, that's all we know. Luvis snapped at Tsubaki, who was questioning him with a suspicious look on her face. What happened to Gale Wind, meow? One of the cat people had jumped into the conversation with no concern for propriety. Hey, who are you? Just a curious cat this smith brought along. Now answer my question. The bewildered Luvis and Dormal examined what appeared to be Tsubaki's party once again. They were outfitted with lightweight equipment, such as hooded robes and knuckle dusters. They were in the dungeon, after all, so their gear wasn't a particularly odd sight, but still, they seemed oddly unlike adventurers. Especially the human and the cat girl with the black fur. At the very least, they were unfamiliar faces in the middle-level base camp of Riviera. It was ridiculous to use the phrase to describe adventurers in general, but these people didn't quite seem respectable. I feel like I've seen this cat girl who just interrupted us somewhere before. Luvis glanced at the one properly outfitted cat girl, who was wearing red and white battle clothes and carried a spear embossed in gold. She seemed familiar, but his train of thought was cut off by her impatient demand of "Tell me, meow." Gale Wind hasn't yet been captured. We hear she's likely to be on the 27th floor, and that's where the elite hunters have headed. But to be honest, that's the least of their worries at this point. You're talking about what they call irregular. This place is a real monster's nest. Ah, I wish we could hurry up and get out into the sun again, meow. The human and the other cat girl reacted to Luvis's explanation as if it wasn't their concern. Just as Luvis and the others were wondering who the hell this motley crew was, Tsubaki interrupted. Right then, leave the 25th floor to us. We'll go take a look. Huh, what's the meaning of this? Is there a problem? We're faster than you, so we're better suited to the job. All the more so because time is short. Plus, a former coworker I used to keep as a pet is with Hestia Familia now. W8. Hey! By the time Luvis and Dormal tried to stop them, Tsubaki and her party were already becoming distant specks. The adventurers watched in a daze as the 4 figures disappeared, leaving Riviera behind. Now we've done it. We're not in disguise like Liu. Think they guessed we're bar waitresses? In that sort of situation, you ought to melt into the shadows, meow. If they don't remember your eyes and voice, you'll be okay, meow. I can't pull off assassin stuff like you can. The party had crossed the marshlands on the 18th floor and emerged into a broad meadow. The catgirl Chloe, dressed in a hooded robe, and the human Ranoa, wearing knuckle dusters, chatted as the group advanced in a tight formation. Their casual voices were completely at odds with their superhuman speed. They cut across the central zone of the 18th floor so fast the monsters lurking in the meadow didn't even notice them. And if they had, they wouldn't have been able to even come close to them. Man, are you still telling me you all are just a bunch of regular tavern waitresses or something? Alehouses sure must be mighty dangerous these days. Well, it's not like we make a habit of partying with characters we don't know, meow. Still maintaining her speed, Tsubaki gave a childlike laugh. Chloe shot an indignant glance as she ran alongside her. You've never heard of the Benevolent Mistress. It's pretty famous. That's the place Mia runs, right? I'm always holed up in the workshop, so I don't know about all that worldly stuff. I had no idea girls like you even existed. Forgive me, ha ha ha. This lady sure is hard to work with, meow. These were the support troops Hestia had sent in. The party had been quickly thrown together in order to rescue Gale Wind and assist Hestia Familia. It was made up of the 3 bar waitresses Anya, Chloe, and Ranoa, plus Tsubaki. If someone in the know had seen them, however, their eyes would have bugged out at the nearly first-tier party. And what do you think about what that elf said, meow? Chloe glanced questioningly at Tsubaki. All I can say is, it's totally different from the story we heard before we left. I thought our job was to help Gale Wind escape if she'd been captured for something she didn't do. The 4 of them had rushed into the dungeon before they even finished introducing themselves. Chloe, Anya, and Ranoa were there to rescue Layu, whose life was at risk, while Tsubaki was there to lend a hand to Welf and his companions as they treaded a dangerous path. But now things were heading in an unexpected direction. Tsubaki knit her brows, sniffing something fishy. That's beside the point, meow. So what if we encounter monsters or adventurers get in our way? We'll blow them away and save Layu, meow, along with the white-haired boy and his party, too. Anya, who was running as fast as she could at the front of the pack, shouted back to Tsubaki. Her coworkers gazed at her as she twirled her long lance in one hand and ran like crazy, her battle clothes fluttering in the wind. Idiots sure have it easy, huh? But we're the ones who have to clean up her messes when she dives in without thinking, meow. Ha 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 ha, I agree with that, girl. The simpler the better. Cyclops catches on quick, meow. Ranoa, Chloe, Tsubaki, and Anya kept up the lively banter. Despite their relaxed, jovial tone, their speed hadn't reduced in the slightest. Every adventurer turned in surprise to stare, as this strange group passed them by on the way to the central tree leading to the 19th floor. The battle with the floor boss was a test of endurance. The monster's massive, seemingly tireless body didn't even flinch in response to minor attacks. Even a concentrated barrage of magic, one of the keenest weapons available to adventurers, could not take the beast down in a single shot, as long as the levels of the adventurers involved were not overwhelmingly superior. Fighting Amphispina tended to be a waiting game. Lily's alliance party, made up of fewer than 10 members, should have been at an insurmountable disadvantage, but they were determined to overcome adversity. They were making an all-out effort to tip the scales and achieve victory. Hiyo, the magic blade shrieked. Welf, greatsword in his left hand and magic blade in his right, launched his attack. The supply of stable islands on the lake was dwindling. But now the bluish ice blade that had once made a certain first-tier dwarf moan transformed the lake into a field of ice for the second time. The floor boss was in the line of fire, and it turned its head at the flapping ice wings. Naturally, the Amphispina offset the attack with its crimson mist, but Welf's attack was so powerful the dragon was forced to use the mist as a shield rather than a suit of armor encasing its entire body. The dragon's irritation was evident as its right head roared at the young smith and breathed out more mist. The floor boss's white body was marred by frostbite. Mr. Welf, the Amphispina is a water dragon, so ice magic blades won't affect it much. Please hold off on more of those attacks. I know. This blade is at its limit, too. Welf glanced down at the weapon in his right hand. With a popping sound, a web of fissures sped through his magic blade Hiyo. As she watched, Lily realized time was running out. They had to up the intensity of the fight. Miss Haruheim, support please. Miss Cassandra, heal Miss Aisha first, and then focus on Miss Makoto and the others on the front line. Grow, that power and that vessel. Breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Rescue my miserable companions in place of my words that cannot reach them. 2 chants seemed to melt together behind Lily. Haruheim and Cassandra had been supporting the front line by constantly casting spells. Without a magic user to provide artillery fire in their current party, These two unquestionably held the fate of the battle in their hands. Haruheim, in particular, played a key role. She was already entering her third round of level boosts. Normally, during battles, she was mostly a tag-along, but now she was truly proving her worth. The adventurers were rapidly draining their magic potions, too, and that worried Lily. If this thing does what that black Goliath does, I'll be mad enough to cry. She couldn't help comparing the irregular they'd fought in the past with their current foe. When a monster Rex was able to regenerate, it was a nightmare terrible enough to crush anyone's willpower. As a commander who incessantly yelled out orders to limit the damage they suffered, Lily knew that better than anyone. The fight on the 18th floor had been truly hopeless. But the water dragon she was looking at now didn't have that secret weapon. Or at least she didn't think it did. That would be unthinkable. Lily offered a silent prayer as she continued to issue orders. The Amphispina doesn't have a secret weapon. What's scary is the blue napalm. If it catches us with that, the situation will immediately take a turn for the worse. The other person thinking furiously was Aisha. This two-headed dragon's most terrifying weapon was its hellish flames that couldn't be stamped out, which made its attacks fatal. Allow a hand to catch fire, and the only result would be tragedy. Welf and the others were taking extreme care to avoid the blue napalm, but the loss of even one fighter would undermine the entire front line. Now, how many vials of that fire-quenching potion did I pilfer from Svi just in case? Several methods did exist for extinguishing the blue napalm flames. The most well-known was the anti-napalm healing solution produced by a mid-Tezenaire, the D-Saint of Diane's sect Familia and the greatest healer in Arario. It was much sought after for expeditions in the lower levels because it not only snuffed out flames, it also healed the skin they had burned. The item had contributed enormously to the efforts of upper-tier adventurers because it had opened the door for them to conquer the Amphispina. What was less well known was that Perseus had developed a similar magic item. Svi belonged to Hermes' Familia, which lied about both its official level and the floors it had reached. The first time the captain of Hermes' Familia laid eyes on Amphispina, she set about developing an antidote with the greatest trepidation. Only members of Hermes' Familia were permitted to use the secret item. It didn't help with recovery, but it was universally acknowledged to put out flames. Plus, unlike the anti-napalm heal, it could be used to extinguish all sorts of other flames. You. The cavern had turned into an oven fueled by the wavering blue flames, but Aisha ignored the sweat dripping off her as she lunged at the Amphispina with her pado. Unable to hide its flagging strength, the dragon swung its neck away to avoid taking serious damage, but writhed at the assault on its scales. One more push and the balance would crumble. Aisha was sure of it. The effects of Haruheim's Uchide no Kazuchi last 15 minutes at most. The interval before she can activate her magic again is a little over 10 minutes, so if we can just get through the next 10 minutes, we can count on another level boost. Aisha had looked after Haruheim when they were both prostitutes, and they'd worked as a pair on the battlefield, too. She knew all there was to know about the Renart's magic, by cleverly manipulating the length of the magic's effectiveness and the waiting interval. It was possible to have an extra person fighting with a level boost for about 5 minutes. The burden on Haruheim would increase, but this time she'd simply have to push through. Aisha glanced back at the shore. Despite the distance between them, Haruheim sensed Aisha's gaze and nodded as if she understood her intention. I like the look on her face these days. Aisha smiled briefly at Haruheim's determined expression. The girl who had once lamented the real world was nowhere to be found. Most of all, for me, then Auka yelled. It dove in. The dragon had disappeared underwater again, sending up a wave in its wake. The threat of attacks coming from underwater would have sent a chill down the backs of most adventurers. But this party was different. Mikoto, it's moving west, south, no, east. Lady Lily, get out of the way. thanks to Makoto's Yatano Black Crow skill, they had the upper hand. By moving quickly, Lily was able to narrowly avoid a strike from the Amphispina, which had emerged exactly where Makoto said it would. Several smaller monsters suffered the impact of the attack instead. A figure sped across the landscape, timing its approach to the instant when the floor boss showed its face. It was Makoto, whose detection skill verged on premonition. She drew her longsword, Shunsen. Although it was hard to maneuver due to its great length, there was no better weapon for fighting a large category enemy. The sword was also ideal for performing her special move. Golden glimmers of light from the level boost swirled around the god of martial arts disciple. She leaped forward, twisting her hips as she drew the sword. Zeka! Spirit and technique melded perfectly in the attack that burst from her scabbard. The blade sliced a dragon scale in half and tore deep into the neck of the floor boss's right head. Oh. The Amphispina screamed as fresh blood rained down from the center of its neck. The blow was unquestionably fierce, and Welf cheered at the sight of it. Yup, with Eternal Latin Cross Shadow here, we can even head off those damn underwater attacks. Mikoto was an all-rounder who fought in the vanguard and could detect as well as track enemies. She was bringing her full potential to bear in this battle. The party had insanely powerful magic blades capable of not only devastating attacks, but even of creating terrain to stand on. On top of that, they had Mikoto's detection skill. Combined in the right way, those two assets gave a party of fewer than 10 adventurers the upper hand in a water fight with an Amphispina. Mikoto was as crucial to winning this battle as Haruheim. We're so good we can even knock out the other monsters in our spare time. Because the massive explosions had caused parts of the dungeon to collapse, the monsters inside hadn't been able to reach the cavern. That, too, was a great advantage in this battle. Normally, part of the party would be occupied taking care of monsters other than the monster Rex, but that wasn't the case now. Aisha's Podao sliced through an aqua serpent, bringing the number of visible monsters below 5. "Hey, do you think this might actually work?" asked Daphne, fighting back-to-back with Aisha. The Amazon nodded. "Yeah, with these magic blades, it seems we can even win a fight in the cavern." The wounded Amphispina was clearly drained. The proof lay in the fact that the blue napalm the dragon had been breathing out so fiercely in the early stages of the battle was now coming in ragged puffs. At this point, a water dragon would normally have stopped fighting and hidden at the bottom of the lake until it recovered. From the adventurer's perspective, that would have been the worst possible outcome, but from the dragon's perspective, the prey might escape in the meantime. In a real emergency, they could scale the cliffs leading to the 24th and 26th floors. This floor boss had ignored the basic interval for its emergence, and it was also ignoring its ordinary behavioral patterns to prioritize slaughtering the intruders. At least, that's how it appeared to Aisha. As long as it was worrying about the possibility of their escape, it most likely wouldn't rest for long. Lily and the rest of the rear guard were moving constantly along the shore to avoid coming under attack as they supported Welf and the others who were maneuvering around on the icebergs. In an emergency, Lily could use her own dagger-type magic blade to fend off the enemy. Meanwhile, Welf's group was intermittently launching assaults on the floor boss. Everything was coming together in perfect harmony. The wind was blowing in their favor. This party, even with its scant number of fighters, could take down an Amphispina. We can win. Aisha was sure of it. She was too sure of it. This was the dungeon, the endless labyrinth, and she had forgotten that the dungeon was anything but predictable. 4 bloodshot dragon eyes glared at the scene. The accumulated damage, the lost blood, and worst of all, these inferior adventurers who had the nerve to oppose a dragon despite their puny stature. Everything about the situation fueled the Amphispina's anger until its huge body burned with rage. You Both heads roared at once. Then the dragon dove underwater. Welf and Auka shivered as its massive fins split the water, sending up a storm of droplets. Again, Mikoto, we're counting on you. Got it. She activated Yatano Black Crow. There was no way the massive underwater motion beneath her feet could escape her notice. She tracked the monster's direction and was about to relay the information to her companions, when suddenly she froze. Time stood still for Aisha at the same moment. The adventurer's instincts she had honed so well rang in alarm. In the past, Aisha had always lured the Amphispina into more favorable terrain before fighting it, so she hadn't realized. Indeed, none of the battle-hardened adventurers who had taken down the Amphispina in the past knew. No one had seen what an Amphispina would do if they fought it in the cavern of the Great Falls and drove it into a corner. They didn't know what irregular behavior it would use to annihilate its enemies. It's heading for the waterfall, the water dragon's track cut across Mikoto's detection net. Without a backward glance toward the adventurers, it charged straight at the waterfall on the cavern's north side. It was moving with the same terrific force it had when it ascended from the 27th floor to the 25th. An instant later, it shattered the ice and collided with the Great Falls, raising a massive spray of water. Welf, Lily, Haruheim, Auka, Chigusa, Daphne, and Cassandra watched as the white form ascended the huge waterfall. Only Mikoto and Aisha had managed to guess their enemy's intentions. Even they were too late. Having reached the top of the waterfall, the Amphispina leaped into the air. The cavern went silent. Even the roar of the waterfall ceased. In this hushed world frozen in time, the adventurers saw the dragon dancing far overhead. The wingless monster was floating in midair. And then the terrifying roar of the falls broke through the frozen flow of time. The Amphispina began to descend.
The moment Wilf's scream ended,
the floor boss plunged into the center of the lake. The root dome exploded with an impact that seemed to shatter the earth itself. Not only the 25th floor, but the entire water capital shook as a mass of debris, incomparably more than what had fallen from the colossal tree earlier, hurtled to the ground. The impact sent up a tsunami that overturned everything resembling an island of ice. Aisha and everyone else who had narrowly escaped the dragon's body slam were thrown into the water. As the tsunami reached the shore, it swept the rear guard up and threw them against the wall. Even the blue flames that had been flickering on the shore and water were swallowed by the violent waves and drowned in the frothing water. Like wine overflowing from a glass, emerald blue water poured into the 26th floor without slowing down. The tremors opened an alarming lattice of cracks across the entire cavern. Mikoto was closest to the center of the floor boss's dive bomb attack. It had clearly targeted her. Buffeted by aftershocks and chunks of ice, she fell through the water's surface and downward into a cerulean world. Blood streamed from a head wound, tinting the water a hazy red. Mikoto grew groggy. As if to deal her a parting blow, her eyes delivered bad news. A school of huge fish was rapidly approaching. Raider fish. Unlike the aqua serpents, they could not emerge onto land. They jetted toward Mikoto as if they had been waiting for prey to fall into the water. One bared its long, sharp fangs and sank them into her right shoulder. Ooh. Another latched onto her left arm, and a third bit at her right foot. As the hideous monsters swarmed in an attempt to make a meal out of her, she felt as if they were violating her. Her tender body spurted blood, and even the undine cloth she wore seemed to cry out as it was shredded. Her silent screams only came out as countless bubbles, while her body sank with the throng of monsters to the bottom of the lake. The last thing she saw was the massive stomach of the dragon rising toward the water's surface directly above her. Cough, cough. Shit. Welf grabbed onto one of the few remaining islands and burst through the water with great force. He took a deep gulp of air, then spit out a stream of water and curses. The cavern was a terrible sight. The water was still as rough as a stormy sea, and its level had definitely fallen. The ice platforms had been broken into thousands of pieces that made it hard to tell that they were once used as bases for launching attacks on the floor boss. The root dome directly overhead was a wreck, a yawning skylight in its center. Even the four walls of the cavern were laced with cracks, as if they had been smashed by a meteorite. The dungeon had already been battered, but this was unprecedented damage. Ripples overlapped across the water's surface as countless crystal fragments continued to tumble down from the ceiling. Huff, huff. This is insane. Daphne, Chigusa, and Auka grabbed onto floating ice chunks and root fragments and popped their heads out of the water. Every member of the party was torn up with bruises and cuts. Some had even lost their weapons. Miss Cassandra, Oog. Those on the shore had suffered just as much. Cassandra lay sprawled on the ground. A chunk of ice had collided with her back when she shielded Lily and Haruheim. Lily's backpack was hanging from a dripping wet crystal cluster. The formation that the adventurers had so painstakingly built in pursuit of victory was utterly demolished. Mikoto, where's Mikoto? Chigusa was the first to notice that one of their party was missing. As Welf and the rest of the vanguard clambered onto one of the few remaining ice platforms, a large island that had been flipped upside down, Chigusa, now without her bow and arrow, peered back and forth. No way, Mikatuo. No sound came in response to her shriek, but Daphne saw a geyser of red bubbles stain the water's surface. She stood stock still, her face twisting as she realized the fate Mikoto had met. Oh, this bastard. At the same moment, the two-headed dragon burst through the water's surface, its eyes crazed. From her perch on an ice chunk, Aisha hurled a stream of abuse at the beast. The two heads mercilessly pursued the adventurers, their offensive line now broken. The left head breathed out blue napalm. Ah, move! As the adventurers leaped out of the way, the left head followed them, and soon the water was scored with blue flame. Their enemy wasn't really aiming. Aisha jumped from island to island, while Daphne dove headlong into the water. In a berserking rage, the water dragon continued to shoot flames in every direction, as if it was intent on burning down everything in sight. Crystals melted as the searing waves swelled, and what little remaining air in the cavern thinned. The moans of winged monsters filled the air. Though they tried to escape the swirling blue sparks by fleeing deeper into the labyrinth, chunks of crystal falling from the ceiling knocked them into the sea of blue flames. The adventurers gripped their throats and shuddered. Fire had spread to the wreckage of the root dome, creating a cage of flames. The top floor of the water capital glowed blue. And then the dragon shot a stream of blue flames at the northeastern shore, where Lily, Cassandra, and Haruheim stood. Lily had only just pulled Cassandra to her feet. She watched the flames race toward them. As the hot light illuminated their faces, they froze. There was nowhere to run. It was over. Lily and Cassandra were on the verge of succumbing to the azure death when, oh, a shock reverberated through their backs. Wah, Miss Haruhi. Lily's eyes met a pair of green eyes gazing back at her. Cassandra shouted as the slender hands pushed her out of the way with the power of the powerless. Not a second later, the Renart disappeared behind a veil of flames. Miss Haruhi. A sea of flames covered the shore. The hellfire swallowed Lily's scream. Haruheim. From a distance, Aisha was witnessing a scene she had hoped never to see. She ran to the northeastern shore as if drawn by an invisible force, and then stood rooted to the ground before the fiery expanse. She did not see Lily sink to the ground from her knees, or Cassandra curl into a ball. For the first time, the second-tier adventurer left herself exposed to attack. But it didn't even matter. The two-headed dragon had already resolved to extinguish all life in the cavern. Oh, 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 oh. The wild stream of flames did not subside. They seethed like an act of the gods. The remaining adventurers looked up at the dragon as its dual roar pealed. So this is the end. Standing in the shallows where he had fled the flames, Auka gripped his battle axe, Kugu, in one hand. Welf glared at the dragon as blue flames raged behind it, distress coloring his sweaty face. Behind her bangs, tears streamed from Chigusa's eyes as she thought of her two friends now absent from the battlefield. Mikatuwu, Haruhimi? Auka poured the emotions ravaging his chest into his cry, burning with anger. Anger at the floor boss for committing such an atrocity. Angry with himself for not being able to protect them. Within the mists of despair, this warrior who had lost his childhood friends burned with anger. Haruheim, that bastard's gonna pay. So did Aisha. With Lily and Cassandra still sprawled on the ground beside her, she clenched her teeth and turned back toward the dragon. As an ordinary woman, her clenched fists were trembling. But as an Amazon, her instincts refused to let her succumb to sorrow. She wouldn't allow herself to reveal any weakness by sobbing. In a sense, it was a type of desperation. Plastering over the loss that gripped their chests with the anger they felt, the adventurers glared up at the floor boss, Auka and Aisha. As they turned their eyes away from despair and threw themselves into a battle without hope of victory, each in their own way was thinking of the two lost girls. These thoughts coalesced into the will to die as heroes in battle, to take down the dragon even if they paid for it with their own lives. A hellfire as fierce as the blue flames consumed the two of them. The fire of their tenacity, and then descend from the heavens, seize the earth. A song, grow, only they heard it. Only the man and woman who had not lost their will to fight heard the songs of the two girls echoing from the depths of the hellfire. That's Auka saw it, as everyone else stood frozen. Only he who held fast to his determination to fight till the end saw it. Only he saw the band of light that ever so slightly blurred the water's surface, nearly hidden by the glow of the blue flames. Only he saw the particles of light forming a silhouette among the swirling sparks. A sword, the next instant he dashed forward. Smith! Shoo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woot! The enraged scream shook Welf's hands into motion. As if the vision he glimpsed in the corner of his eye of Auka sprinting forward spurred him on, or irritated him, or pushed him to compete, he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. Stop ordering me around. I believe you. Precisely because they always swore at each other and butted heads, Welf was able to act. Precisely because he was Auka's partner in crime, although he would never admit it, he was able to swing the blade. Hio, a missile of ice shot forward. The battle cry of the magic blade quenched the blue flames as it raced ahead, leaving countless icicles in its wake. The Amphispina interpreted this action as a threat. Its right head exhaled a powerful gust of crimson mist. A storm of billowing snow met a flood of mist. Azure battled crimson. Welf squinted as more cracks spread through the magic blade. Finally, the ice broke through the mist and froze part of the dragon's body. The dragon narrowed its eyes and prepared to unleash its counterattack of flames from the other head. At that very moment, Shinbu Tausei, the spell rang out clearly. It was a song they never should have heard. A song of invitation that should have echoed underwater and vanished in bubbles. Yet there was no question about what they heard. Adventurers and dragon alike recognized the song. The band of light on the water's surface became concentric circles imprisoning the dragon. The particles of light hovering in the air fused together to form a deep purple sword of light that looming above its head. The two-headed dragon was extremely wary of the magic blade. It breathed out mist to form a shield in front of it. There was no armor of mist protecting the rest of its body. The magic blade shattered with a loud crack, and the mist vanished. In the same instant, she roared. Futsu no Mitama. The wavy underwater world reflected the scene that had taken place several minutes earlier, like the fragment of an illusion. Forgive my impudence as I beseech thee. The shoulder that monster fangs had sunk into was screaming. The left arm, missing a large chunk of flesh, was shrieking. The right leg that, even now, was on the verge of being pulled off was howling. The wounds were deep. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Her consciousness kept flickering in and out. Sinking to the bottom of the lake as monsters tore at her flesh, Mikoto could no longer fight. And so she sang a prayer. I call upon the God, the destroyer of any and all, for guidance from the heavens. Grant this trivial body divine power beyond power. As her consciousness sank into darkness along with her body, the words faltered and became fragmented. The only image remaining in the back of her mind was that of her companions. Saving, purifying light, bring forth the evil-crushing blade. She sang a song of exorcism to sweep away evil and call upon the light. Bow to the blade of suppression, the mythical sword of subjugation. A song to sweep away the poison of despair and call to the spirit sword of the god of combat that would lead to freedom. She sang to deliver this to her companions. I summon you here now by name. That was when it happened. Mikatu-wu! A scream rippled the surface of the water, and she thought she heard the voice of Auka calling her name. And then the whole world glowed with white heat. We haven't given up. We won't give up. Neither he nor I have given up yet. That warrior who always fought with such courage. That brave, strong man who fought on and on to protect his companions. Still, Mikoto gritted her teeth. With her one good arm, she lifted the best fist she could make. Descend from the heavens, seize the earth. She squinted as light returned to her eyes, and then spit out a roiling stream of bubbles. She was too groggy to properly guide her attack. Underwater, she could not even see her enemy. But if she aimed straight up, where that massive form hovered, she could trap it. Shinbu Tausei, concentric circles formed at the bottom of the lake. The raider fish grew uneasy as her magic flowed. Mikoto roared toward the sword of light that had materialized above the water's surface. Futsu no Mitama, receiving its grand order, the deep purple blade pierced the floor boss and deployed a field of gravity. Og! A tremendous force fell upon the amphispina. Because it had not been aware of Mikoto's underwater chanting, it never had a chance to evade sustaining a direct hit. And with its armor of mist gone, it had no way to fend off the gravity-controlling magic. The force was so great it shattered the dragon's scales as it brought the two heads low, forcing its necks toward the water. Even the center of the lake was drawn downward by the relentless pressure of the unnatural gravity. Directly beneath the dragon, Mikoto, too, was crushed by the gravity she had created with her magic. An endless geyser of bubbles escaped her clenched teeth. A human's fragile body would be destroyed by the spell long before it would affect the massive monster. Can't win. It seemed like the world was caving in as her vision narrowed. Her slender fingers snapped with a dull popping sound. Her internal organs deformed, and a film of blood escaped her lips. But Mikoto did not attempt to deactivate her magic. If I stake my life on it, it can't win. Silently screaming her readiness to face death, she set her very life ablaze. The overwhelming gravity pressed her body against the bottom of the lake, where cracks were appearing one after another. The raider fish were caught in the field of gravity, along with Mikoto. Their eyes popped from their sockets, and their flesh was crushed with an eerie sound. As one of the massive fish loosened its teeth from her right shoulder, she pushed her hand up against the gravity toward the water's surface, as if she were reaching for victory. Oh. I won't let it escape. No matter what, I won't let it get away. Beyond the water's shimmering surface, Mikoto's bloodshot eyes caught sight of her enemy's form. She believed in her companions who were outside this watery world. In her heart, she held onto the image of her friend, the warrior who had called her name. You. He raced forward, crushing crystals underfoot. Auka headed for the purple field of gravity in the center of the cavern. Mikoto, don't let goo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Auka leaped onto the wreckage of the root dome. The roots of the colossal tree were ragged from the multitude of assaults it had endured. Now blue flames were spreading along the lattice of wood, creating an ever-expanding tangle of fire. As the flames licked closer, they burned the intertwining layers of roots. But Auka neither hesitated nor questioned his next move. Surrounded by swirling sparks, he charged ahead through the only opening. He raced down the last remaining root, a single unburned root, and jumped. As Welf stared in astonishment, Auka swung his great battle axe down and dove into the field of gravity. Goo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The world blurred before Auka's eyes as a monumental force pulled him downward. From his position directly above the dragon trapped within the gravity's field, he fell rapidly toward its body. Even with the level boost, he did not have the strength to sever the Amphispina's heads. And so, he borrowed the power of Mikoto's gravity-controlling magic and turned himself into a guillotine. The instant before Auka executed his attack, a scene from the past flitted across his mind. Mikoto and Chigusa were not the only ones to receive training from Take Mikazuchi before the expedition. Auka, too, had sought a new special move befitting Kugu, the battle axe for which he had taken out a loan to buy from Welf. In the dim pre-dawn light, he had lain sprawled with arms and legs outstretched in the large courtyard, battered and exhausted. Above him stood the martial arts deity who had hammered the battle skill into him. It was simple yet perfect, a daring technique that required him to use every ounce of his powerful, huge form's potential. Only Auka could pull it off. If you use your skills at the right time with the correct breathing, you can become a set of fangs with the power that can slay even a dragon. Auka was sure those had been the god of combat's very words. He whirled halfway around. Fighting the pressure of gravity, he exhaled air from deep within in his lungs. Instantly, it changed into sparks. Like a set of all-engulfing fangs, Auka unleashed his lethal move on the dragon's right head as he bore down on it. Koku, devouring tiger, his axe fell. Gah! A roaring flash of silver light hurtled across the dragon's field of vision, pierced its scales, and split its flesh. A fountain of blood sprayed out, blooming in the air. The crimson-eyed head separated from the long neck. At almost the same moment, the field of gravity vanished, its power spent. Oh. The adventurer fell, the dragon's remaining eyes bulged, and a massive icicle hurtled into the air. Deprived of its other half, the left head roared. Aisha heard it. That power and that vessel, breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Aisha had heard that chant more times than anyone else in the world, and only she was able to pick out the clear, beautiful voice that uttered it. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. It was coming from the very center of the terrible ocean of flames. Surrounded by those flames that returned all to ash, Haruheim sat and sang. The Goliath robe. After the Renart pushed Lily and Cassandra out of the way. But just before the blue napalm swallowed her up, she had thrown the robe over her body and dove face down onto the ground. It was the first and only tactical move ever executed by this magic user who didn't know how to fight. The robe was an indomitable wall that blocked not only blunt force trauma and piercing attacks, but also lightning and wind. In the same vein, the floor boss's river of fire could not burn it. I feel like I'm going to burst into flames. Still, the fatal blazing inferno was alive and well. The world of flames that incinerated people and monsters alike was truly hellish. The robe's wearer may have been protected from catching fire, but the supernatural heat hounded her without mercy, melting her consciousness like wax. The tongues of flame seemed to mock her as they licked at the exterior of the robe, sending rivulets of sweat down her beautiful white skin. She felt as if flames would erupt from her slender throat. No, no, it's fine even if I burn, even if I turn to ash. All the same, she sat cross-legged beneath the robe with her eyes closed and sang. As long as this song rises from what remains and reaches them. She poured all her remaining mental strength into the spell. As she did, she envisioned the face of the woman she knew was waiting for her song. All you have to do is sing. Several years earlier, Aisha had said those words to Haruheim during an Ishtar Familia expedition. Although Haruheim had been to the deep levels, she knew almost nothing of the dungeon's terrain. That was because the Amazons always stuffed her into a sturdy basket, shut her inside, and carried her along with them. She was treated exactly like a weapon or an item. The Berberas would take her out when they needed her and use her for their own ends. In fact, they did not require Haruheim to do more than act like any other tool. There was no point in asking her for anything else. We don't expect anything else of you. Just focus on your singing. All she could do during those battles was stand rooted in place while watching blood and flesh fly as tears filled her eyes. She could barely keep herself from fainting. A cloistered noblewoman had no place in the brutal world of the dungeon. All she could do was chant. Urged to use the mysterious power hidden within her, her quivering lips had no choice but to utter the verses no matter what state her mind was in. Finish your chant even a second late and one of us dies. Here in the deep level, that's how it is. It was a harsh fate. The sturdy Amazons would fall one after the next, their limbs ruined. Even Phryne, a first-tier adventurer, was often wounded so badly she vomited blood. The powerless Haruheim was dragged to the battlefield, wanting nothing from it herself, then forced to take responsibility for the lives of others. For an innocent girl who knew nothing of the world's violence and cruelty, it was a living nightmare. It would be a lie to say she hadn't hated them. Well, I'm sure you must hate us. It's fine even if you let us to die. That was all Aisha had said to her. Her body half covered in blood, her eyes turned away. Those were the words she tossed in Haruheim's direction.
Its right head sliced off by Auka's special move. The amphispina was wild with rage.
As long as it still had one head left, the dragon would continue to go berserk. And now that the gravity field was no longer active, nothing restricted its movements anymore. Its remaining eyes were bloodshot from top to bottom. The left head opened its mouth, so wide it seemed ready to split. The blue light within its maw glowed brighter than ever before. It had drawn up every last drop of dragon bile propellant to unleash one enormous final blast of blue napalm. Welf and Daphne attempted to follow up Auka's attack and slice off the remaining head, but they wouldn't make it in time. This breath attack, powerful enough to immolate the entire cavern, would hit first. Lily and the others stared, still as statues, at the glow of impending destruction. The symbol of obliteration was searing itself into the eyes of the adventurers. And then, Aisha took action. Perhaps she acted out of instinct, or perhaps because she was guided by some greater force. But in the midst of the most extreme of extreme situations, when neither a mad rush nor a chanted spell could stop the insane flames, Aisha leaned forward. Like a black panther crouching low as it gathered strength, she got into position for a charge. "How could I ever choose to let you to die?" Haruheim's voice, as she answered Aisha, was hoarse and damp with tears. That was because she had no resolve, weak and timid creature that she was. She could not stand up to the heavy pressure of life. But the people standing on that battlefield were people she wanted to save, even if she could. "I will sing until my body disappears from this world." And so she pledged herself. She sang and sang. "Grow. And after singing day after day after day, her spell had gotten faster. The heightened power of the magic astonished the Prum. The singing voice sent shivers down the spine of the healer, who had used her own magic so many times. The giant hammer of golden light that formed in the exact center of the sea of flames filled the dragon's eyes with shock. As the spell sped up, it left the blue flames in the dust. Accelerated casting, the pinnacle of magic's basics. Spells woven faster than the wind could rescue companions and bring the fortune of victory. Haruheim could do nothing besides chant, but this was the one real skill she had cultivated over time. It was the one polished and refined ability that belonged to this magic user, who had been used so by others so much. After casting hundreds and even thousands of times, the speed of her casting, and that alone, surpassed that of upper-class magicians. Confine divine offerings within this body, this golden light bestowed from above. Haruheim's song raced through the cavern. Throwing aside the safety she usually sought, she prioritized speed above all else, shaking off caution even if it meant she might cause an ignis fatuus. Yes, all she was good for was casting. If that were the case, then she would stake her very body and soul on casting faster than anyone in the world, so that her spell would reach the brave adventurers. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. She opened her eyes wide and saw the warrior woman, facing away from her as she stood before the sea of blue flames. Grow, in that same instant, Aisha, her body bent forward, took off running without a backward glance. Give it to me. As Aisha roared her request, the hammer of light fell upon her. Achide no Kazuchi. The spark ran toward Aisha, igniting a great burst of light particles. Imbued with the glow of the level boost, the Amazon roared and shot forward at a speed that stretched the boundaries of what was possible. Her tawny body had become an arrow of golden light. Kicking up crystals like they were gravel, she bore a hole through the dancing sparks. As the dragon filled its lungs with blue flames, she took aim at its eye. Wild with fury, the dragon finally realized its error. Normally, as the left head prepared its fiery attack, the right head fended off enemies. But now the right head was gone. Nothing remained to protect the left head. The Amazon charged like a lunatic. Her speed and the distance she covered would have been impossible for a level 4, but not for a level 5. There was a way. A single path led across the lake, a towering bridge of ice, laid down by Hio at the price of the magic blade's complete disintegration. Ooh, eh. The roars of the adventurer and the dragon layered atop each other. Intent on incinerating the warrior woman and the rest of the cavern along with her, the dragon prepared to release the fiery breath. It had reached the critical point within its throat. But the combined light of Aisha and Haruheim was swifter. A flash, Aisha leaped into the air, a brilliant comet's tail slanting upward past the center of the floor boss's neck. One of the enormous scales shattered, exploding outward. Aisha's blade tore deep into the flesh of the thick neck underneath. An instant later, the propellant that had built up in the dragon's throat and mouth erupted from the wound she had opened. Ag! Like a broken water main, the blue napalm gushed out and caught fire. Burning in its own flames, the amphispina writhed as if it had fallen into purgatory. Worse than misfiring, the extra-large blast of dragon breath had set off a massive explosion. The floor boss screamed as its flowing gushing fed the flames. Come, reckless conqueror. Aisha did not stop. O brave warrior, O strong hero, O covetous, cruel champion. The moment she rebounded onto an ice chunk floating in the lake, she took off running again and leaned into the amphispina a second time. She attacked the dragon with a torrent of swift, wild slices to prevent it from escaping into the water, even as she intoned her concurrent chant. Prove your desire for the queen's girdle. She kicked off one of the huge icicles formed by Hiyo, kept moving, and flew at the floor boss with a freedom and speed that rendered her invisible to Welf and the others watching from the shore. All they could see was a path of golden specks trailing behind her. This was a war dance truly worthy of the name Antianera. She answered the water dragon's moans with the final words of her chant. My famished blade is Hippolyta. An epic leap. She flew into the air directly above the burning body of the dragon. As she descended toward her enemy's trunk, where its core was buried, she lifted her pado. Then, with all the power she and Haruheim could muster, she swung it down. Hell Kaios! The pado struck the dragon's body, discharging magical glittering light. The sword strike's crimson wave landed squarely on the monster's body, ripping into its flesh and burrowing deep inside. Forging its way through the river of dragon blood, it reached the large, deep purple crystal buried within and shattered it. Its magic stone destroyed, the amphispina's form disintegrated, and a riot of azure flames bloomed. Ash erupted as the remaining blue napalm detonated. The cavern thundered with the powerful explosion. For an instant, everything was engulfed by the flash of heat. As she watched this scene from within the sea of flames, the Renart smiled faintly and collapsed face down onto the ground. Miss Aisha, the moment the flash ended, Lily, who had thrown her slender arms over her face and curled into a ball to avoid being blown backward by the explosion, shouted the Amazon's name. In the blizzard of ash, where flying fragments of drop items and purple crystal drew parabolas in the air among countless hovering sparks, she had glimpsed Aisha falling into the lake. When an adventurer chose to carry out an extreme close-range attack, there was no way to avoid getting caught in the aftermath. Lily and the others who watched Aisha conduct her assault stood pale and silent with fear. But before long, the warrior broke through the water's surface, her long hair dripping. As her beautiful limbs and bare coppery skin came into view, they saw that she was covered in burns. Still, given the scale of the explosion she had weathered, the gleam in her eyes was surprisingly bright. She walked slowly through the shallows, particles of light still coating and protecting her body. Embers of lit blue napalm flickered on one arm, and she was dragging her pado behind her through the water. The palm of her hand was stuck to its hilt. The onlookers snapped out of their daze and ran to her, but she brushed them off and headed straight toward the sea of flames that engulfed the shore. Haruheim, with her left hand, she pulled out a vial of Perseus's fire-quenching potion, ripped off the cap, and poured it over the flames on her other arm. Smoke billowed as the item did its work. She used the rest of the potion to subdue the fire directly in front of her before walking into the weakened flames. From above, it must have looked like a rut was being drawn through the wild sea of fire. Aisha arrived in front of Haruheim, who lay face down under her fireproof robe and cradled the Renart in her arms. Aisha, you've mastered it, haven't you, my dumb little fox? Aisha smiled down at the girl. Haruheim's eyelids fluttered open as she lay in Aisha's embrace. Filled with joy, she smiled weakly and rested her head limply against Aisha's chest. The pair returned along the path Aisha had used earlier and were greeted with tears of joy by Lily and Cassandra. Although the Goliath robe had absorbed so much heat that it burned both of Aisha's arms, for the moment she hardly even felt it. You saved me, Haruheim. The Renart had closed her eyes again, but she still heard the words Aisha whispered into her ear, like an older sister celebrating how much her younger sister had grown. Mikoto, Auka. Meanwhile, Chigusa had crossed the iceberg to the epicenter of the Amphispina explosion and dove into the water, which was now thick with ash. Using the sight of the gravity spell to guide her, she had set out to rescue the two missing adventurers. She quickly found Auka and Mikoto, who had wounds all over her body, and pulled them to shore. Then she ran over to Cassandra. Hey, this is crazy. I mean, it was crazy, but are you okay? Meanwhile, Welf was lending a hand to Auka. "Grab my hand, big guy." Flames still flickered here and there in the cavern, so the adventurers gathered on a piece of ice in the center of the lake. "Everyone's alive. We brought down the floor boss all by ourselves." Cassandra and Lily couldn't contain their happiness as they set about using their remaining items to heal the rest of the party. Mikoto had deep wounds on her shoulder, arm, and leg, and all her bones had been broken by the gravity spell. Her eyes were closed, and she was unconscious but breathing. Haruheim had suffered a mind down and was barely aware of her surroundings. As for Aisha, she might have used the fire quencher and other potions, but her level 4 toughness was on full display given how she was still able to stand on her own 2 feet. It's too soon to celebrate, but you guys did well. They had beaten the floor boss by the narrowest of margins, and Aisha's praise was genuine. As if to give shape to the adventurer's outstanding achievement, some amphispina bile, a valuable drop item, washed up on the ice float. Welf and the others smiled at Lily as she began to collect some as soon as her sharp eyes noticed it. The group was on the verge of giving a collective shout of victory when a loud bang interrupted them. The dungeon had not given them so much as a moment to bask in the warm afterglow of victory before rearing its head once again. "What's that?" "The floor is swaying." As Welf and Chigusa cried out in confusion, the floor began to crumble with an ear-piercing screech. First, there had been the explosion so massive it demolished a section of the labyrinth, and then the fall of the root dome followed by the amphispina's dive, and finally, the barrage of blue napalm. The cavern simply had not been able to withstand the savage battle, and now it began to disintegrate in earnest. "Hey, doesn't this seem bad?" This was the dungeon's angry howl, or perhaps its sorrowful cry. In either case, massive clumps of crystal began to fall from the ceiling with terrible crashing sounds, raising waves in the plunge pool wherever they landed. The pale-faced, panicked adventurers used their weapons to bat away this atrocious downpour. Ah, the scream did not belong to anyone in their party. When they turned around, they saw a party of 4 adventurers standing on the crystal bridge that skimmed the top of the Great Falls on the northwestern side of the cavern, where it connected with the maze inside the cliff. One was a werewolf. It was Turk, the very same adventurer who had fanned the flames that kindled the hunt for Gale Wind in Riviera. He was also the ringleader of the plan to blow up the 25th floor. "You lied to us, Jura. We never knew it would turn out like this." Those idiots. The band of 4 must have escaped the devastation that had destroyed an entire part of the dungeon and managed to reach this cavern. Aisha found it galling to have to watch the people who were responsible for causing this terrible situation incoherently complaining about it. Seized by terror, the 4 adventurers flew down the crystal bridge in a haphazard attempt to flee. They landed high above Aisha and the others, onto the root dome that still capped much of the cavern. Although the blue napalm fire had already spread there, Turk led the fleeing adventurers onto it without thinking. When some of the flames spread to the backpack of one of them, the wearer burst into a ball of fire, screaming until death came. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I sure as hell don't want to die here." Dripping with what could have been either tears or sweat, encircled by smoke and flames, yet still clinging fiercely to life, the band of minor villains made it to the cliff on the west side of the cavern and began crawling up it. Ironically, this scene helped Aisha's party discover a way out. They crossed over the roots of the colossal tree. Does that mean we can use the connecting passageway now? Generally speaking, ascending or descending the towering crystal cliff was not a realistic option even for first-tier adventurers. But at the moment, because of the dome, climbing up the cliff face was relatively easy. If they scaled the height and emerged onto the path leading along its edge, they would be able to escape from the passageway on the southern tip of the floor. This was the sole signpost pointing toward a way out of the crumbling cavern. "We can't exactly afford to be picky right now. If we stay here, we'll be buried by crystal debris." At best, Their chances of climbing the cliff with the injured members of the party on their backs was 50-50. The only route left across the still-burning dome was on its south side. Seeing how the flames advanced toward their exit route by the second, Aisha screamed for them to withdraw. "Let's get out of here. Climb the western cliff." "Wait. Mr. Bell is still somewhere below us." It was Lily who protested. Her small finger was pointing to the southeastern cliff, in other words, to the precipice that rimmed the Great Falls and led to the 26th floor. She was suggesting they could still enter the maze by descending that sheer wall. "I'm against it, too. We've got to rescue Belle before we split. I understand how you feel, but..." In this condition, Makoto and Haruheim, Welf had weighed in on Lily's side, only to be countered by Aoka and Chigusa. As Chigusa supported her childhood friend, who was limp as a corpse and still hadn't opened her eyes, she held back tears. "You guys, are you idiots? Look at our situation." Due to her position and experience, Aisha's words carried more weight than those of anyone else in the group. Now she shouted back at Lily and the others, her face contorted with distress. Like Aoka and Chigusa, she had no desire to abandon Belle. In fact, she wanted more than anything to rescue this male who had caught her fancy. But with the party in its current condition, immediately after a fight to the death with a floor boss, Lily's proposal was suicidal. Mikoto and Haruheim could no longer fight. Most of their weapons and items were broken or used up. They were in no state whatsoever to go searching for a missing companion. Above all, Aisha was thinking of the Renard still cradled in her arms. As Aisha weighed the girl against the boy and was about to tilt the scale toward the girl, a weak hand reached up from her arms and stopped her. "Lady Aisha, please forget about me just. Please help Sir Bell." Aisha bit her lip as she looked down at Haruheim, fighting so hard to cling to consciousness. "We cannot abandon Mr. Bell. But if we stay on this floor..." Lily, Welf, and Haruheim wanted to stay behind. Aisha, Aoka, and Chigusa wanted to pull out. The party was split. Everyone has lost their cool, even Lilaluka and Auntie Anera. Daphne stood in the middle of these two extremes. Her heart pounding and sweat dripping down her face, she forced herself to remain objective. Only she, who still didn't know Bell and his familia very well, could do so. "Staying here is impossible. This is insane. We have to get out immediately." Naturally, she came down on the side of retreat. It was a no-brainer, given the supremely irregular situation that left the floor itself on the verge of crumbling. Remaining in this part of the dungeon was out of the question. "I'm sure this is the only floor that's going to crumble. The 27th floor is 2 floors down. It should be fine. Belle Cranel of all people should have a good chance of surviving." She didn't really believe that, but Daphne used this rationalization to put the safety of the party first. That was the job of the commander, and that was the responsibility that now fell on the shoulders of Daphne Lawlowes. Opinions are split 3-3. If I cast my vote in favor of retreat, things will tip in that direction. Daphne knew that in a tight fix, the weight of the majority was decisive. She would make sure the concern Lily and Welf felt for their familia member didn't lead them in the wrong decision. With a resolve tinged by unease, Daphne prepared to speak. "The cage of despair shall become a coffin tormenting thyself." However, a string of disjointed words spoken by the girl standing next to her stopped Daphne in her tracks. "The colossal tree is on fire. The floor is crumbling. The cage of despair has become a coffin is this place. This situation, what tormenting thyself means?" Everyone stared at her. As the unending rain of crystals beat down on her, and the light of the blue flames illuminated her face, the girl continued to mutter her soliloquy. "Cassin, draw." Her upturned eyes did not see the present world. She was staring at another place, at events happening in another time, as if she was being guided toward something. Now is the time of prophecy. This is the crossroads, the fork in the road, the place where fate diverges. Daphne's gaze was fixed on Cassandra, who had gone into a trance like a shrine maiden receiving an oracle. The coffin is a symbol of death. But if I still have time to be tormented, then that's the same as saying a death-filled future isn't inevitable yet. On the other hand, if we make the wrong decision after being tormented, the prophecy will consume my life. Meanwhile, Cassandra had sunk deep into her own thoughts. The 17 lines of the prophecy floated in a sea at the bottom of her heart. As the prayer that went by the name of a nightmare shifted with dizzying speed, her perception of time stretched to its limit. In a world cut off from her surroundings, the prophetess of tragedy drowned in a sea of verse as she tried to grasp the true meaning of the oracle. In other words, the thing tormenting me right now in this coffin is the decision itself. This was the action Cassandra must take. It would determine the future of the party. Certainly, 2 choices had split the party, remaining or retreating. Cassandra knew the group's decision would determine their fate. Do not forget. Seek not but the light of the reviving sun. Gather the fragments, consecrate the flame, beseech the sun's light. Take heed. Such is the banquet of calamity. Reviewing their situation, it was clear they had already plunged into the 14th line, given the coffin reference. That left the last 3 lines of the prophecy. The 17th line is simply a conclusion wrapping everything up, so I'll ignore that for now. But there's no question the other 2 lines are a warning to avoid annihilation. The line beginning with gather clearly didn't match their current predicament of choosing between 2 alternatives, so she set that aside as well. That meant she had to minutely scrutinize the line telling her to seek not but the light of the reviving sun. Does light mean hope? And I'm supposed to choose the option that relates to the reviving sun. But what is the sun? Where is this thing the sun represents? There is no sun in the dungeon. I don't know. What should she choose? What should guide her decision? What do I even want? I don't want these people to die. I want to go where he is. Without letting anyone die, I want to go to whatever horrible place he's been forced to go. As the static of her emotions cut into her thought process, Cassandra stood before the 2 choices confronting her. Retreat or remain, the 24th floor or the 26th, up or down, the path along the cliff on the west side or the sheer precipice to the east. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity shot through Cassandra's body. The light they sought was the single choice that would leave them alive. The reviving sun. There was no one and nothing here on this watery floor that represented the sun. Did that mean it wasn't something she could see with her eyes? Not a person, not even a physical object. A suggestion, an abstraction, an allegory. A metaphor. The reviving sun, the sun disappearing and then appearing again, so the sunset and Cassandra turned around as if she'd been stung, and that's when she saw it. The connecting passageway to the 26th floor on the southeast side. The cave that should have been destroyed by the root cage. Repeated shocks had deformed the terrain to the point that now, between the root and the ground, a gap just large enough for a person to squeeze through had opened. Oh, the light flickered. Everything before her eyes blinked in and out like sparks. The pieces of the prophecy clicked together with an audible sound in her mind. The light of hope that would allow them to escape despair and destruction had been delivered into her hands. To the east, the moment she arrived at her conclusion, Cassandra screamed it out. "Huh! Everyone go east, to the 26th floor, quick!" She tried to urge on the startled party. She had thrown concern for appearances to the wind and was shouting wildly, which threw everyone into confusion. "Cassandra, what are you saying?" Daphne, her face pale, attempted to stop her reckless friend, only to be interrupted. "I was wrong, Daphne. I was wrong. The prophecy wasn't talking about a person or a time. The reviving sun represents a direction. I'd been misinterpreting the words all along." The oracle of tragedy interrupted Daphne with more revelations about her prophetic dream. During their time on the 21st floor, Cassandra had tried to deduce the meaning of the line before. She'd guessed that the warning had something to do with things or people related to Apollo, or that the sun might have even represented daytime. But she had been wrong. The reviving sun was a metaphor for the sunrise, which was essentially the disappearance of the sun at night and its reappearance in the morning. The prophecy was actually referencing the direction from which the sun rose. This floor has already changed from a cage of despair into a coffin. The only way for us to escape the foretold death is to go east, toward the reviving sun. When she thought about it, her mistake was really quite simple. She used to be a member of Apollo Familia, so it was only natural that her old patron deity had come to mind, and that had restricted her thinking, blinding her to the possibilities. She'd made things unnecessarily complicated. Only when presented with the two choices of the western and eastern routes did she finally comprehend the verse. I still don't know what the sun's light is supposed to mean, and I have no idea what the fragments to collect are or how to consecrate the flame. But going east is our only choice. Hurry, everyone, head to the 26th floor. Cassandra had understood at last, but what are you talking about? And at a time like this? Daphne snapped angrily at her. She didn't believe her. Stop talking nonsense. Drop it already. Cassandra's heart cracked when she saw how her friend glared at her. To Daphne and the others, Cassandra's desperate plea seemed like nothing more than a string of illogical words. Disorganized, incoherent rambling. No one believed what she said. This was the curse of the prophetess of tragedy. Doubt fills the eyes of her companions. The world twisted in on itself, changed shape, then shrieked and jeered at Cassandra. She felt as if her teary eyes were going to burst into pieces and her knees were about to give out. It's always the same. No matter what I do, it's always the same. No matter what I say, no one listens. No matter how I beg, my pleas never reach anyone. It's always the same. The world always tramples on my hard work. The world always jeers at my tragedies. Even when I gather my courage and struggle, even if I scream at the top of my lungs, I always bump up against absurdity. So many times, my desperate warnings have ended with inaction. So many times, my determination has crumbled like a sand castle. I have tasted defeat again and again. Time after time, I have been hurled from the cliff's edge into the very depths of darkness. But what can I do? I must be cursed. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Is that really true? When did those words begin to invade my heart? When did I become so discouraged? When did I start feeling this tinge of resignation? When did I start to lie? When did I stop fighting? When did even I stop believing everything and anything? When did I fall into despair? Have I truly reached the point where I will even look away from my closest friend as she stands here in front of me? It's always Daphne who breaks my heart. And then, don't let the word despair beat you. Look to the future, rise up. It's always Daphne's words that give me courage. The light in the altar of her heart began to glow. Concealing the words that repeated themselves in her heart, she returned her friend's penetrating gaze and faced the mocking world. Cassandra clenched her fists and shouted, "Listen to me, Daphne." She leaned toward the stunned Daphne, focusing only on her as she screamed her next words. I'd given up. No one ever believed me in the past, so I assumed no one would believe me in the future either. Pressing her right hand to her chest, she laid bare her true feelings. The rejection, shock, and despair that had plunged her to a pit of dejection. Reliving all those memories of the past was pure pain for Cassandra. I was always afraid. I was in agony. I was sad and I didn't want to be hurt anymore. But still, the words kept coming. I was scared and I never said what was really important. When Belle appeared before her, she felt like she had been saved. She had stayed by his side, whispering into his ear, living in the fantasy that he accepted and believed her. But that had merely been dependency. She hadn't done anything. Not once had she truly stood up to the world that imposed tragedy. She had never sincerely confronted the curse of prophecy that dwelled within her. She had never genuinely tried to speak those words. I don't care if this is the only time you ever listen to one of my dreams. Just listen. Don't give in to despair. Resist the curse that's trying to rip us all apart. Don't give in to the weak self that is terrified of rejection and despair. Daphne, believe in me." The power of her words reverberated through the crumbling cavern. Her outstretched hands grasped Daphne's right hand and squeezed it as if in an embrace. Their eyes met. Cassandra's eyes gleamed with her ardent plea. Daphne's wavered like a rippling pool of water. For a brief moment, their hearts were one. And then, "You can't expect me to actually believe your dream." Daphne forcefully shook off Cassandra's hands. Cassandra's teary eyes opened wide as they filled with more despair than ever before. Then Daphne continued. "Everyone, to the east." She had announced her decision. Turning toward the surprised adventurers, she sided with those who wanted to hold out. Then she turned back toward the dazed Cassandra. "I don't believe in your silly dreams." Daphne pouted, her cheeks bright red. Then she stuck her pointer finger toward the other girl and yelled at the top of her lungs. "What I believe in is Cassandra Elian." Daphne hadn't believed in the prophecy. She had believed in her friend. It only took Cassandra a second to understand what she was saying. But it was a very long second. Fresh tears spilled from her eyes. Blushing, Daphne grabbed her friend's right hand and took off running. Cassandra held tight to Daphne's hot palm. "Quick, hurry!" Daphne shouted as she ran with Cassandra toward the eastern passage. The rest of the party followed on reflex. They accepted her choice because her vote had tipped the scales. "Run! Roo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woon." The roar of the crumbling floor drowned out the scream coming from Aisha, who was bringing up the rear. A torrential downpour of massive crystal chunks pursued the adventurers as they leaped from one ice island to the next. With a crash, the burning root dome collapsed into the lake. The singing of wild waves, the dancing of blue flames, and a chorus of demise. Turning away from the dungeon's requiem, Daphne and the rest of the party cut across the cavern and raced down the eastern shore. Their destination was the passageway connecting to the 26th floor. Reaching the tiny gap that had appeared between the root and the ground, they dove into it one by one. An instant later, the entire cavern caved in on itself with a terrific roar. The plunge pool was obliterated by the wreckage of crystals thundering into it. Inside the cave, the adventurers were blown back by the backdraft. In the middle of it all, Turk and his companions, who had chosen the western route, were caught in the collapsing debris and fell from the crumbling cliff face. Not a soul was left to attend to them. They were cruelly crushed beneath the avalanche of crystals, forced to pay the ultimate price for their destruction of the dungeon. "Hugh, we made it." If we had tried to go back to the 24th floor, Lily and Chigusa were panting and pale as they stood up. When they looked back at the cave connecting to the 25th floor, it was already half crushed, the passage completely blocked off. "Daphne, stop hugging me. This isn't over yet." Surrounded by her companions who had so narrowly escaped death, Cassandra was wailing and clinging to Daphne, her cheek pressed to her friend's as they crouched side by side. Daphne blushed as she struggled to peel Cassandra off. Thank you. You believed me." She wrapped both arms around Daphne's neck like a baby, sobbing and smiling at the same time. She couldn't help but weep tears of joy now that her friend had finally believed in her. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Daphne pouted. "All right, enough fussing, you two. Stand up. They're coming." The sharp reprimand came from Aisha as she ran past them. The pair looked up and saw a horde of monsters racing toward them from the path straight ahead that split off toward the 26th floor. "Still alive, are you? We won't let you get much farther," they seemed to be saying. "Bad luck always brings friends. Stop babbling, big guy. Now that we've come this far, we're absolutely going to reach Belle for sure." Auka held up the battered Kugu, and Welf stood ready at his side with a spare magic blade. Daphne and Cassandra leaped up as well. Without even having time to fully relish the fact that they were still alive, the adventurers scrambled into battle positions. The vanguard dashed forward, having handed over the still unconscious Makoto and Haruheim to their comrades bringing up the rear. With the Amazons' Padao leading the way through flying monster blood, the adventurers continued their battle. Chapter 8: The Voice of the Hammer. They were too late. Even Anya, who was universally recognized to be dim-witted, understood that as she confirmed the scene with her eyes. What is this? Is the water capital always such a hellish landscape, meow? Ranoa was shaken, and Chloe's voice was heavy. They were standing at the edge of the cliff outside the passageway that led to the 25th floor. A terrible vista sprawled below them. Rising from a raging sea of blue flames was the wreckage of what appeared to be the burned-out roots of an enormous tree. The plunge pool was filled in with a mountain of crystal debris huge enough to easily bury any living thing that might have been in the yawning cavern. The waves of blue napalm showed no sign of subsiding, sending waves of heat and billows of scalding steam toward the band of adventurers. Chloe had not exaggerated when she described the scene as hellish. The cavern's walls and ceiling, too, appeared as if they had been crushed to pieces in the jaws of a dragon. The once beautiful watery paradise was nowhere to be seen. Looks like a floor boss went wild in this cavern. I bet you've never seen anything like this before, have you? Even the level 5 Tsubaki couldn't help narrowing her one good eye as she looked down on the decimation. Their surroundings bore the sure signs of a fierce battle rather than a natural disaster. But how much time had passed since the fighting broke out? Hours. Half a day? Had the Amphispina been defeated, only one thing was clear. Tsubaki and her companions had arrived too late to help the adventurers who had fought here. Well, Liu should be on the 27th floor, meow. Let's get down there quick, meow. Anya shouted, giving her head a good shake to clear away the swirling questions. Given her own stupidity, she realized it wouldn't do much good to stand there trying to think her way through things. Clearly, there was nobody left in the hellfire below them. Whether on land or in the water, anything inside that inferno wouldn't have been able to breathe. That, or they had been buried alive. It was certain that searching for survivors would be a waste of time. They had heard in Riviera that the hunting party pursuing Gale Wind had been on their way to the 27th floor. Encountering this irregular made Anya anxious. The face of her elven coworker rose in her mind as she urged the others on. That's all well and good, but this whole place is in shambles. There's nowhere for us to walk. What do we do? Ranoa asked, frowning. Tsubaki tapped the back of her sword against her shoulder as she answered. Looks like our only option is to descend this cliff face. What? You're not serious, meow. Chloe stuck her tongue out in dismay. There aren't any monsters in the cavern now, meow. As long as they're not pestering us, we can do it, meow. Plus, my older brother managed to go down all by himself. If he can, we can, meow. At least, I think so. Anya's unconvincing argument echoed hollowly across the cavern. Oh, damn it all, guess we're going for it, Ranoa finally said. The four women nodded at one another and leaned boldly forward. Pushing through the hot steam, they stepped off the cliff's edge. Without using their hands, they raced straight down the near-vertical slope. Whenever the rocks began to noisily slip out from underneath their feet, they jabbed their weapons deep into the cliff face to support themselves. Although they nearly fell countless times, the advancing line of adventurers held one another up, heading for the 26th floor. Shit! Welf's spare longsword sliced a merman in half. But even as the bisected half-fish monster died, a new merman crushed its corpse underfoot in pursuit of the smith, who responded with more curses. Is this a joke? They're endless, he shouted. These numbers aren't normal. They're coming from the S-sides and behind us, too. Aoka and Chigusa returned his shout. The party was currently on the 26th floor. Having narrowly escaped the crumbling cavern, they were now facing one battle after the next. They encountered an unending stream of monsters. It was possible that due to the unprecedented destruction on the 25th floor, which had thrown the interior maze into chaos, the monsters seemed to have grown more sensitive to the presence of invaders. The adventurers' breathing was ragged as they met the swarm of aquatic monsters that ferociously bore down on them. We shouldn't bother with them. It's a waste of precious energy. Even as she shouted, Lily's arrow threaded the crowd of jostling mermen before piercing the eye of their leader. Such shots from supporters or commanders, who normally did not directly participate in the fighting, were rare. The merman leader in the center of the swarm screamed, and for a moment neglected to direct its troops. The adventurers seized the moment to flee the scene. This is no joke. At this rate, we'll never have time to search for Rabbit Foot. Glancing at Aisha, who was handling monsters approaching from the sides, Daphne confirmed the escape route. Just then, a devil monster jumped down from overhead, and she swiped it away with her baton-like dagger. Paying no heed to the spray of fluid produced by the hideous monster's wound, as it rolled across the floor, Daphne dashed forward. A drop of something, sweat from nerves or heat, she didn't know, rolled down her narrow chin. How many times are you going to say that? When we came to the 26th floor, we made up our minds to meet up with Belle. I know. We can't go back to the 25th floor now that it's destroyed. And believe me, I get that you don't want to abandon your friend. I've given up convincing you all otherwise. But still, this is... Daphne returned Lily's shout with equal irritation. Even her eyes seemed ready to groan in distress as she surveyed their surroundings. The 26th floor had clearly suffered damage as a result of the cataclysm on the 25th floor. The walls and ground were cracked, suggesting that they hadn't been able to safely withstand the pressure from above. The water running down the center of the passage had overflowed and was thoroughly soaking their feet. The sprinkle of falling crystals conjured ugly visions of the whole ceiling collapsing in the near future. The labyrinth could easily cave in on them at any moment. The viscous howls of either confused or excited monsters further fanned the party's anxiety. In our current state, and without the slightest clue to his location, our chances of finding him are basically zero. Sheesh. Every time Lily wanted to prioritize looking for Belle, Daphne always cut in with the reality of their situation. The wretched condition of the party after the fight with the floor boss was a serious concern. How were they supposed to search for a lone adventurer on such an immense floor? Anyway, since this is our first time on this floor, we need to be putting safety first. Even though the 26th floor was considered a part of the water capital, it was irrefutably a completely new world for most of the party. Despite that, they had totally ignored the usual standards for clearing a new floor and were barging straight ahead. It was enough to make Daphne, who approached dungeon exploration with the watchwords, steady, cautious, and timid, want to faint. She thought it was absolute madness to leap without looking into the maw of the demonic dungeon. But even as she exchanged shouts with Lily, Daphne could not afford to stop running. It was obvious that the moment she did, she would be crushed underfoot by the onrush of monsters. Moving forward is our only option. We can't go back to the 24th floor until the dungeon has repaired itself, and we don't even know if it will repair itself. Just pray we bump into him. Currently, the party was proceeding down the floor's main route. Aisha, who was constantly keeping track of the party's morale, tried her best to ease Daphne's anxiety. Plus, though I hate relying on other people, Gale Wind should be on the same 27th floor, where we'll find Belle. She had other things on her mind, too, namely, the elf who had been accused of murder in Riviera. For Aisha, the question of whether she was actually guilty no longer mattered much. If they were able to meet up with her and Belle and gain her cooperation, even by force, a way forward would open up, albeit a rash and potentially deadly one. It was precisely the presence of that idea in the back of her mind that had convinced Aisha to change course and bet her life on their current reckless advance. It was a pity that an irregularity so extreme it would rip Aisha's schemes to shreds awaited them at their destination, the 27th floor. More monsters. Even for an irregular, this feels like too many. As Chigusa carried the unconscious Makoto on her back and Cassandra shouldered Haruheim, Auka and Welf scowled at the newest swarm that had just appeared. They were at the front of the party, and now the adventurers were being forced to change course. It's like every monster in this place is after us. Chigusa's panted speculation was by no means an exaggeration. To the contrary, she had hit a bullseye. All the monsters on the floor, or rather, the entire zone, had rushed in the party's direction, searching for prey. As if to confirm her fearful guess, a huge form burst through the water's surface. What? A kelpie? But that's a 27th floor monster. Lily's astonishment was even greater than Aisha's wide-eyed surprise. Kelpies, these horse monsters with blue pelts and monays, as well as finned bodies, were able to gallop through the water, just as if they were on land. As Lily said, they normally appeared on the 27th floor. Their beautiful outward appearance belied a potential that was among the greatest of any in the water capital. It came up to this floor, and in these conditions, overwhelmed by the magnificence and power of her enemy, Lily was continuing to shout in confusion when she was interrupted by a chorus of roars coming from deep in the maze. A G-U-A. A Lamia and a Fank and a Dodora were loudly announcing their presence. All were monsters that normally appeared for the first time on the 27th floor. A huge swarm of monsters. No, a mass migration. It can't be, Daphne shrieked. All the monsters were red with blood, shreds of scarlet flesh hanging from them. All of it belonged to adventurers, upper-class adventurers who had joined the hunt for Gale Wind, only to be crushed by the fangs and claws of calamity. This tragedy had unfolded unbeknownst to Aisha and her companions. Now, after devouring the corpses of various adventurers and becoming drunk on enormous quantities of gore, the monsters had grown more ferocious and brutal than ever. More blood, more flesh. Another feast. In search of fresh offerings, the massive swarm of monsters had left the demolished 27th floor behind them and poured into the 26th floor. What in the world is going on? Ask the dungeon. That's what's messing with us adventurers like this. Of course, Lily and the others had no clue about any of that. Aisha, who had hoped to find refuge at a safety point, swore in frustration when she realized her plans had been foiled. Fortunately, because the dungeon was prioritizing the repair of the 25th floor, no new monsters were currently being spawned on any of the water capital's 3 floors. Nevertheless, there were still far too many for the party to take on. Sensing impending doom closing in from all sides, even as they fought the Kelpie directly in front of them, the blood drained from their faces. Whoa! Welf's knees quaked at the sight of the Kelpie thrashing wildly and flinging its blue mane around. This was an incredibly strong specimen. Its potential might even have exceeded Welf's and Auka's statuses. The level boosts that had provided them with divine protection that led to victory so many times before were not available. Facing this 27th floor opponent, the party was finally beginning to hit a wall they could not scale with the skills of level 2 adventurers like Welf and Auka. Arg, caught up in the monster's attack, Welf was thrown backward. He had been able to somehow prevent a direct hit with his longsword, but now his back was against the wall. It had been cracked before, but it distorted under the latest impact, sending fragments flying as the crystal moaned. Shit! Welf, still exhausted from the fight with the floor boss, gritted his teeth and was trying to stand back up when, clank, clank, a chunk of wall rolling across the floor with a clatter drew his attention. The lustrous steely blue was not the color of the tiresomely abundant crystals of the water capital. This was a natural dungeon ingot, glittering with the sheen of rare metal. The ingot resembled a garnet the size and shape of a misshapen fist, with fragments of crystal clinging to it. It seemed to have fallen out of the wall's interior, perhaps due to the extensive damage the floor had suffered. In true Smith's fashion, Welf stared in disbelief at the ore that had rolled to his feet. "No way, this is adamantite," he gasped as he realized what variety of rare metal it was. "What are you doing, Ignes? Get back on your feet." "Oh, right." Aisha, who had just cut down the kelpie, yelled at him impatiently. As Welf stood up in relief, he reflexively picked up the ingot before running to catch up with his companions. "You woo 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 woo." Just then, someone cried out, someone who did not belong to their party. The sound came from a human form surrounded by monsters farther down the main route. "Is that someone who went to the 27th floor?" Aisha's earlier prediction had proven true. Welf and several other members of the party ran to the stranger, quickly drove away the monsters, and rescued the intended victim. "You're Rivera's, Mr. Bors." Welf and Lily were right. It was indeed the hulking adventurer Bors Elder, his whole body heaving as he breathed. He was a wretched sight. His brawny figure was covered in wounds from head to toe. His battle clothes were stained red with blood, although no one could tell how much of it belonged to him and how much came from the monsters he had killed. The patch he usually wore over his left eye was missing. So was his weapon, which they guessed he must have lost somewhere along the way. It was unbelievable that he had made it this far without one. His hands and gloves were torn and reddish black, evidence that he had fended off the monsters by flailing wildly and slamming his fists against their tough shells and scales. "Why you guys are hestia familia. You survived." Bors turned from one member of the party to the next in a daze. There was no trace of the leader of Rivera's usual arrogance or overbearing self-importance. Instead, he spoke as if he was still delirious after just waking from a nightmare. "Are you alone? Where's the rest of the hunting party?" Filled with a terrible dread, Aisha questioned this returnee from the 27th floor. Bors responded in a barely audible whisper, his face clouded by an uncharacteristically dark expression. "I'm the only one left. Everyone else, they're all dead." "What? What are you saying? Do you even know how many upper-class adventurers went with you? They can't all have been wiped out. Were they killed by gale wind when they tried to attack her?" Chigusa was the first to break the silence with her whisper, followed by Daphne, Auka, and Aisha shooting out questions in rapid succession. They weren't outright denying Bors's claim, but their faces were taut with doubt and disbelief. Several hours earlier, they had witnessed the 27th floor plunge pool turn crimson. The lower reaches of Hell's River had turned that huge body of water the color of blood. It was an irregular, a monster I've never seen before took my followers and the great calamity. Cassandra turned white as Bors, eyes unfocused, recalled his encounter with a creature not of this world. Only Cassandra understood that this was the calamity her prophecy warned of. "Mr. Bors?" Just then, Lily interrupted with an ear-shattering shout. "What happened to Mr. Bell?" Rabbit Foot got taken out, too. One of his arms was blown clean off, and the bones in his neck were, I'm sure he... And Gale Wind, too. That elf who was fool enough to protect me. Everyone, and I mean everyone, got killed. That monster slaughtered them all. As she listened to this tragic tale, Lily's chest heaved as if she had been run through by a sword. Meanwhile, the more Bors talked, the more emotional he became, as if he had lost heart, as if he had lost hope. "It's a lie, a lie, a lie, a lie. Bell can't die. He can't leave Lily alone. Calm down, Lil E." Welf held down Lily's fist, which seemed to be on the verge of punching Bors while her other hand gripped his shirt. The smith's heart was hardly calm, either. From the annihilation of the upper-class adventurers to the death of Bell, the information that suddenly confronted the party was like shackles binding their feet. They all froze, but only Lily's screams echoed down the passages. "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Of course, the monsters didn't care the least bit for their feelings. Their wild war cries once again reached the adventurers, who had momentarily forgotten their current situation. A second later, a pack appeared from around a bend in the passage and charged toward them. "Run!" Aisha screamed a command. Her companions shook off their shock and complied. Obeying their own instincts, screaming for survival, they defied death once again. To the adventurers, the monster's roars sounded like an evil sneer. Retreat was out of the question, yet moving forward held no hope for them. Ahead of them lay only the corpses of countless adventurers. The party had broken out of the coffin and overcome despair. But what awaited them now was the banquet of calamity. The reverberations of monsters running in pursuit of their prey transformed into phantoms howling, "Give up." Beneath the dim phosphorescence, the deformed shadows streamed past as if they were dancing wildly in rapture. The beasts seemed bent on crushing the weak hearts of the adventurers. "Damn it!" With a curse, Welf swung his remaining magic blade at the pack of monsters, charging straight at them. Flames shot forward with no heed for the watery surroundings, charring the monsters as they howled in their death throes. And then he heard the dagger cracking. The last Krazo's magic sword was beginning to crumble. Welf panicked as he watched it fracture. Auka grimaced as well. The moment they lost that last magic blade was the moment the party itself would collapse. Not long after, they arrived at a crossroads where a number of routes intersected. At the same time, howling monsters appeared from passages in every direction. The adventurers had no idea what to do as certain death drew near. Suddenly Aisha shouted, "Shrimp, take out the stink bombs." "What?" The Malboros. "But they won't work on water monsters." "Not for their noses, for their eyes." Realizing Aisha's intention, Lily stuck her hand into the side pocket of her backpack and pulled out 5 stink bags, their entire supply of Malboros. She threw them down the 4 passages toward the approaching monsters. You. As the minority of monsters that did have a sense of smell writhed in discomfort, the remaining majority groaned in confusion. A curtain of haze made up of the green particles released by the bombs enveloped them. Like some kind of strange pollen, the stinking dust filled the entire intersection, causing a chain of collisions. The monsters forgot all about the adventurers, who had slipped away in the midst of the chaos, and began tearing at one another in outrage. Aisha's plan had not been to use the Malboros to keep the monsters away, but rather to create a blinding smokescreen by ripping open the bags. Now's our chance. Just before the stink bombs split open, the party had turned tail and dived into one of the few passages that wasn't completely filled with monsters. They continued to run as fast as they could, moving farther and farther from the main route. After putting quite some distance between themselves and the monsters, they emerged into a large room. "It's a dead end." The room was a cul-de-sac. It measured around 30 meters on each side and had no waterways in it. What had once been a field of crystal lay in ruins, perhaps due to the shocks of the destruction on the floor above. There was only a single opening for entry and exit, meaning they had no escape route. Uh-oh, they had to get out quickly. The same words were on everyone's lips, but they were panting too hard to speak them. The combination of the battle with the floor boss and the continuous harassment they'd been dealing with since then meant the entire party was in desperate need of rest. They had to have at least a moment to catch their breath. More than anything, the very real possibility that Belle could be dead was throwing their minds and bodies out of sync. We're still in a hopeless fix. We haven't escaped ruin. Is the prophecy still continuing, or have we parted ways with it? Did I make the wrong decision? Meanwhile, Cassandra was wandering through her own maze of unanswerable questions. She didn't know if they were still following the trajectory of her prophetic dream, or if they had strayed off its path. Gloomy thoughts bubbled up ceaselessly in her mind, robbing her of the willpower to lift her face. No one could lift even a finger, never mind take decisive action. "Boars, tell us exactly what you saw." As the party sunk into a state of near mental paralysis, Aisha broke the silence. Tell us all the details you know about the monster that attacked Belle Cranel, not your pessimistic guesses, but exactly what happened. Rabbitfoot's arm got pulled off, and he suffered a blow to the neck. No question those were fatal injuries. But I saw Gale Wind use recovery magic, too. He could still be alive. Under Aisha's sharp gaze, Bors relayed what he had seen without embellishing the account. As they listened to his words, Lily and the others shuddered. Light returned to their eyes. The transformation surprised Cassandra. Listen to me. Our plans haven't changed. We're still heading to the safety point. Getting there might leave us a hairbreadth from dying, but we're going to find Belle Cranel. Even if it costs you your life, you're going to help us, Bors. Hey, didn't you hear me? I said there's a horrible monster on the 27th floor. Who cares? There's no way back anyway. I'm not going. I'll be damned if I head into that hell again. As Bors screamed in protest, Aisha grabbed his battle clothes threateningly. If you understand how indebted you are to Belle Cranel and Gale Wind, then man up. The Amazon's words were quiet but weighty. Bors stood dumbfounded for a moment, then glared angrily at his feet. He didn't nod in agreement, but he didn't argue anymore either. This woman is truly strong. It's not just the strength granted by her status, but that emotionally fortitude even in a pinch like this. She hasn't given up. Cassandra gazed at the black-haired powerhouse. Despite being covered in sweat and blood, Aisha was beautiful. Her words had not only stemmed all argument from Bors, but had also unified the will of the party. The proof was in their faces, which were no longer clouded by hopelessness. Aisha had successfully revived the will to fight that had nearly buckled under the news of Belle's possible death. Neither Lily nor Daphne, their commanders, had been able to do that. Only Aisha, who was stronger and more battle-hardened than any of them, had what it took. As Cassandra stared at that powerful figure, she wished that she could be equally as strong. If we're going anywhere, we better backtrack out of this room quick. Daphne spoke slowly. Her words sounded heavy, as if she were driving reality home. We may have shaken the monsters, but the route to this room was practically a straight shot. If we don't get out of here, we'll be crushed by a headlong rush of monsters. But what was next? What would happen if they managed to slip past the mob of monsters? How many more battles were awaited on the long journey to the 27th floor? The unspoken questions flashed back and forth in the adventurers' glances. Not even Daphne had an answer. Their hearts and minds were united, but their situation hadn't improved one bit. They still didn't have a solid plan to turn back the hordes of rampaging monsters or otherwise shake them off for good. Once again, a veil of silence descended on the room. They could hear the howling monsters. As death crept ever closer, anxiety tormented the party. Lily and Daphne racked their brains trying to come up with a way out. Auka and Chigusa laid Mikoto and Haruheim down on the floor, frowning as they held their limp hands in their own. Aisha and Bors kept their sharp gazes fixed on the passage beyond the entrance, watching for enemies. Cassandra frantically tried to interpret the last part of the prophecy. What should we do? Last of all, Welf stood rooted to the ground by mental anguish. How can we get to Belle? How are we supposed to get through this? Like Lily, he was racking his brain for a way out of this impasse. He turned the seemingly impossible problem over in his head again and again, searching for a solution. If only we had some magic blades. Instead of a solution to their crisis, all he could muster was wishful thinking. I'd already made the decision to stop weighing my pride against my friends. That's right, I did stop. But I still don't have the magic blades I need. He could only curse his stupidity for using them all up. It was either that or his own incompetence was to blame for making weak blades that crumbled so quickly. All he felt when he looked back on his past actions was regret. Is there anything I can do to help these guys? What can I offer as a smith to repay these adventurers? Welf shut his eyes tight and searched for an answer. He clenched his fists and asked what use he was to the world. Lady Hephaestos, What should I do? He was being a wimp, a total wimp, but he couldn't help asking. When he was really, truly in trouble, that goddess, that pillar of strength always had the words he needed. If she were looking at his spineless self now, at this Welf Kraz who couldn't do anything, what would she say? It made him nauseous to foist his responsibility on a woman like this. But for the sake of his friends, he tossed away his shame and his concern for outward appearances and sought the help of that exalted presence in his heart. Here in this dungeon, what can I do? And then, as long as you have a hammer, metal, and a good flame, you can forge weapons anywhere. He heard the voice of the goddess he revered. He saw the supreme light he must aim for. Divine revelation pierced his mind. His eyes popped open. His arms trembled. The words that Hephaestos, the goddess of the forge, had spoken in the past rose vividly in his mind. Welf jerked his head up as if someone had punched him, then looked around. He was in a room with only one entry and exit. Lily's backpack was stuffed with tools. Lastly, he had the flame magic blade that was already starting to disintegrate, plus the ingot gripped in his hand. The glow of heat still flickered deep within the cracked blade, and the nugget of metal glittered like steel. Welf looked down at his hands and gulped. An instant later, he made up his mind. He clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, widened his eyes with fierce intent, and gripped the magic blade and adamantite ingot with all his might. He took a step toward his companions. "Hey, you guys." His resolute voice echoed through the quiet room. All eyes were on Welf. "Will you put your lives in my hands?" Every one of them stopped moving and stared back in shock. Every one of them choked on his words, confused and unable to discern what he intended to do. "Smith, you must be kidding." Auka, his voice shaking, was the only one who guessed Welf's plan. Welf gazed steadily back at his companions and spoke. "I'm going to make magic blades right here." Time stood still. "What?" "I'm saying that I'm gonna forge new magic blades here in this room." Welf held back his emotions as he answered the flummoxed Cassandra. Magic blades would be born here in the dungeon. Here in this crucible of monsters that might attack at any moment, he would set up a smithy and work the metal. Although his face dripped sweat, his eyes were unclouded as he announced his intention. "That's impossible." It was Lily who explosively shot down his idea. "Stop saying idiotic things. What are you thinking?" The very idea to forge weapons in such a dangerous area of the dungeon that isn't even a safety point. While Aisha and the others stood frozen in place, Lily, who had known Welf so long, panned his idea. "Where are your tools? Your furnace? Where will you gather the raw materials you need?" Although Lily had decided his idea was unreasonable, Welf answered her in a low, calm voice. "There's a hammer among the tools I brought for maintenance. A hearth, too, and this magic blade will provide the flames." Lily was at a loss for a response. She glanced at her backpack. As Welf had said, everything was there. He himself had pulled together a full set of tools for their expedition. It was a movable blacksmith's workshop, and he'd already used it to repair their tools and make the Goliath scarf. "Plus, I picked up some materials a minute ago." Daphne and the others gaped as he held up the misshapen chunk of adamantite, which shone dully in his hand. "Listen, the only way we can get out of our current fix is with magic blades. If we're gonna blow away those damn monsters and make it to the 27th floor, our only option is to rely on the power of the Krazo blood." Welf's mental anguish was clear as he laid out his thoughts. "Once I start working, I won't be able to fight. You'll have to protect me until the magic blades are done. I'm asking you to put your lives in my hands." An unnatural stillness descended on the room, as if it had been cut loose from the rest of the world. The crystal fragments scattered around the floor gleamed blue. Lily, Chigusa, Daphne, and Cassandra were stunned, their eyes unsteady. Aisha and Auka simply stood there tight-lipped. "You, Ignis, are you in your right mind?" The first to squeeze out a few words, his eyes twitching, was Bors. "I've never met a smith as crazy as you," the head of Rivera seemed to be saying. Welf returned his question with an irate scream. What's it matter if I'm crazy? We have no other choice. Are you gonna believe in me or not? Answer me. Welf looked around at the adventurers before finally resting his eyes on Aisha. The second-tier adventurer held the real decision-making power in the party. A moment passed before she answered the smith standing in front of her. Can you do it? That was all she asked. Before he replied, Welf closed his eyes and once more turned inward to his own heart. You have a hammer. You have metal. The only question is, has your fire been lit? Of course I can. It was blazing. The flame of Welf's heart burned hotter than ever. He opened his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs. As long as you have a hammer, metal, and a good flame, you can forge weapons anywhere. That's what it means to be a smith. The determination and commitment in his voice made his audience quiver. Aisha ignored her breathless companions and laughed. Well then, go ahead. Auka, who had been quiet up till then, laughed as well. Yeah, forge us some blades. With that, Lily stared up at the ceiling, Daphne fended off a fainting spell, and Chigusa squeezed her hands together in a sign of faith. Son of a bitch, Bors said, slamming his fist onto his knee as he smiled spitefully. To show her respect for Welf's decision, Cassandra screwed up her courage and nodded at him. Our lives, acceptance, resignation, resolution. Auka spoke for all of them, though the emotions each carried were different. Are in your hands. As his fellow adventurers gazed at him with trust, Welf grinned back at them fearlessly. Welf took his bandana from around his neck and tied it around his head. This was the process, or rather the ritual, by which the ordinary Welf became a smith. He brandished the remaining magic blade. The furnace glowed vermilion, shining brightly as it began to give off heat. He didn't have any proper fuel like coke, so he used the amphispina bile Lily had collected. It caused a small explosion when it came in contact with flame, but the furnace stayed lit and began to violently heat up. He had reinforced his portable hearth with drop items they'd picked up along the way, such as the blue crab shells they had intended to use as proof of completing their mission, and the lopsided dome contained the heat well. It would be able to perform the job of melting adamantite, one of the hardest metals around. Having given up its last burst of power, the dagger fell to the ground in countless pieces. Welf clutched the weapon's skeleton in his palm and crouched before the blazing furnace. Here I go. Gripping the hunk of metal between his tongs, he carefully but swiftly thrust it into the fire. Get into battle formation. Don't let any monsters approach, Ignis. As the flames roared, the others followed Aisha's command and formed a semicircle around the lone entryway. Aisha, Auka, Daphne, and Bors made up the front line, while Lily took command and Chigusa supported the formation from behind. Farther back, Cassandra the healer stood watch over Makoto and Haruheim, and farther back still, in the center of the large room, was Welf. Charged with reviving the party, the High Smith could not fight. The others had to halt the advancing monsters so he could concentrate. Huff, puff. The sound of shallow breathing filled the room. The adventurers were panting despite not even catching a glimpse of a monster yet. It wasn't simply due to the heat radiating from the glowing furnace, which dampened their cheeks with sweat. Lily and the others were all on edge as they watched Welf glare into the flames. The contents of the furnace melted swiftly in the fierce heat. At the perfect moment, Welf slowly extracted the hot metal. The adamantite had been transformed into a red candy-like material, bathing the deep blue crystal walls of the room in crimson as it cast intense heat. The shadows of the adventurers stretched long on the floor, swaying unsteadily. Welf set the metal on an impromptu surface, grasped the hammer in one hand and the tongs in the other, then held his breath. The room went completely silent. The smith focused his mind and swung the hammer down hard. Huff, clang, clang, a loud, metallic clanging rhythm began. Even the idea of forging in the dungeon. Daphne pressed her hand to her mouth. This can't be happening. She moaned at the unbelievable scene. They had indeed entered unknown territory. Most adventurers and smiths would have called it idiotic. The deities would have held their sides and laughed with glittering eyes at this adventurer's journey into the unknown. If he succeeded, it would be an incredible accomplishment. If he failed, it would be an unprecedented act of folly. Their corpses would be buried here, their disgraceful deaths the laughingstock of future generations. Welf was attempting an act of barbarity that even the master smith Tsubaki Kalbrand had never hazarded. Forging weapons in the dungeon, producing magic blades deep within the labyrinth itself. Huff, Welf exhaled loudly as he hammered the blazing red adamantite. Sparks swirled as the rhythmic pounding continued. Each time the hammer crashed against the metal, Chigusa and Cassandra jumped. The whole world seemed to vibrate from the unrelenting pounding. Unsurprisingly, the deafening metallic clanging began to attract monsters as it rang out in the dungeon. The sound of the hammer was like a countdown to ruin. And then it began. Accompanied by a chorus of roars and the pounding of countless feet, a huge, motley swarm of monsters came into view far down the passage. The whole pack they had dodged at the crossroads was now rushing toward them. Hell Kaios! Aisha activated her magic instantly. She had been chanting as she waited, and now the jumble of monsters struggling to beat one another down the narrow passage became fodder for the slicing wave attack. Take these shields and hold at the front of the entrance. We can't let the monsters into this room. Obeying Lily's command, Auka and Bors positioned themselves between the passage and the room to form a wall that would hold back the rush of monsters. The single entryway would limit the number of monsters that could enter at one time and reduce the maximum momentum of their charge. This was one tactic for taking on a large horde of monsters in the dungeon. The flip side was that if even one got inside and started a melee, the adventurers wouldn't stand a chance. Defending the gate with their lives was an absolute precondition for Welf's success. You bastards. Auka braced himself as the monsters began to throw themselves against the spare shield he was holding up. Despite putting his whole body into a defensive stance, the impact forced him to take a step back. Next to him, the level 3 Bors desperately held them off with his own borrowed shield as he jabbed randomly with the expandable silver lance Chigusa had handed him. You don't have to kill them, just cut off their feet. I can't even aim. We need support. Aisha and Daphne sliced at the enemies from the sides of the wall, while Chigusa stepped in with Shakuya, Mikoto's throwing knives, and Lily supported them with shots from her little ballista. At the back of the formation, where Mikoto and Haruheim lay, Cassandra struggled to keep her wits about her as she activated her recovery magic whenever Daphne or the other fighters were at risk of falling out of the battle line. With the smith's iron melody ringing in their ears, the adventurers intercepted one monster after the next. Bang, bang, bang. As if mirroring their anxious hearts, the falling hammer drew an arc through the air again and again. The dangerous heat seared Welf's skin. The combination of the magic blade and the dragon bile had created temperatures far higher than normal, scorching his undine cloth and bathing him in sweat. The instant a drop of moisture fell from his chin onto the hammer, it evaporated with a sizzle. The flurry of sparks was proof of his strength, though it needed no outside confirmation. The precision with which he hit the center of the metal each time stemmed from his dexterity. His whole body burning, Welf threw every bit of physical strength, courage, and skill he had at the hunk of metal. But crap! He couldn't properly shape it according to his wishes. In fact, the metal seemed to ignore his will as it morphed into an uneven, bumpy shape. He felt as if it was a living being with a capricious mind of its own. Adamantite was among the finest of rare metals. It was exceedingly hard, which made processing and forging difficult. Even famous high smiths struggled to control it. He'd gained experience working with dire adamantite, a lighter, processed version of the metal, when he made Belle's armor. But this pure ore was resisting his attempts completely. His skill level clearly fell short. That, or he lacked the experience required. The wildly leaping flames and the intense resistance of the metal were all signs that he was not in control. "You've gotta be kidding me." Complaining didn't help, of course. Welf's hands shook as the adamantite stubbornly refused the hammer. Impurities were transformed into countless sparks that flew into his face as he reheated the metal and began to beat at it again. "There's no time. I can't stumble. I have to finish fast." Nevertheless, wish my heartbeat would pipe down. It sounded slow, lingering in his ears unendingly. "For every 3 times I bring down the hammer, my heart only beats once." Welf was at the center of a maelstrom of time. Each time he swung his hammer, time seemed to melt away. The burning red metal consumed his focus. "How long have I been working on this? How many hours? Half a day? Or a single minute? Where am I?" The process for making a magic blade differed from that for a regular sword, but neither could be drastically shortened. If he wanted to make a weapon strong enough to break them out of their current fix, he had to achieve mastery within limited time. This anxiety verging on obsession thrust Welf into the darkness of the forging process. "I'm giving it all the strength and skill I can muster. All my craftsman's pride, self-worth, and will. So why isn't it coming out how I want?" Jayaha. The monster's roars were coming more often now. The counterattacks Auka and the others undertook sounded weaker. Welf wondered if they were okay, but he didn't have the leeway to look away. If he took his eyes off his work even once, he could fail. And failure here meant death. Distraction invited distraction. It was the worst possible cycle, eating at him mentally and physically. As he struggled, he began to sink into an uncomfortably warm, bottomless abyss. It was a miracle that his hammer hadn't missed its mark yet. Huff, puff, huff. As large drops of sweat rolled down his face, while his breath seemed to come out scalding, the world disappeared into the pounding reverberations of his heartbeat. He couldn't even tell right from left, up from down, front from back. Within the blackness before his eyes hung the brilliant red metal and his hammer. At this moment in time, they were his entire world. For the first time in his life, he experienced an extreme vision. "I hear a voice." The world was wrapped in darkness. In the gap between despair, anxiety, and an individual's will to resist those feelings, Welf heard the ingot speak. "Listen to the metal's words, lend your ears to its echoes, pour your heart into your hammer." He had learned that from the Krazo family as a young boy. These words expressed the spirit of his grandfather and father, whom he had once hated. They were the starting point for Welf's rebirth and the cornerstone of everything. Now they delivered to him the voice of the metal, the question of the hammer. "Listen. To what? Why do you swing me your hammer?" "To forge weapons." "Why do you forge weapons?" "To survive." "Wrong. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what you need right now. Listen. Why do you forge weapons?" The questioning voice of the hammer became Welf's own voice as he asked himself why, plumbing the depths of his heart. "Mr. Welf." From the depths of the darkness, Welf heard the Prum's desperate plea. "Smith." From beyond the darkness, a man moaned. "Mr. Krazo." From beside him, the girl whom he had told not to call him by his family name was doing exactly that. The war cries of the adventurers and the voices of his friends shook him. I forge weapons for my friends, for Belle, for the people here in this room, his comrades, to save my comrades who believe in me." The weapons he forged with someone particular in mind contained a special power. They sparkled brighter than any other weapons. Yes, this was the truth. It was obvious. Why had he forgotten? For his friends, so they could go save Belle? Aye! The hammer struck metal with a loud clang. The hammer screamed as it bounced back into the air. The melody changed. The tempo of the hammer was freer, stronger. The adventurers heard the difference as they continued to hold off the braying monsters. When they looked up in surprise, they saw that Welf's eyes were burning crimson as if they had melded with the flames. Changing, changing, changing. The adamantite, hardest of all metals that had no reason to obey Welf's hammer, was taking on a new shape. As if yielding to the will of one man, its war cry rang out, its crystalline structure shifted, and the silhouette of a blade began to emerge. Hugh, Welf's blood boiled with excitement. His racing blood harmonized with the roar of his heart, pushing open a new door. We'll never get out of this with regular magic blades. We'll never overcome danger if our magic blades have an expiration date. We'll never escape the jaws of death with magic blades destined to fall apart. So what should he do? The answer was clear. He had to overcome. He had to overcome the idea of regular magic blades, right then and there. He had to make a weapon that went beyond magic blades, a new generation of weapon, a stable magic blade. He had to twist the destiny of the magic blade itself to create a self-contradictory weapon. On that fateful day in the past, he had declared his intentions to his grandfather, Tsubaki, and Hephaestos. He had sworn that instead of simply crafting Kraso's magic swords, he would forge his own weapons, Welf's weapons. He would fulfill that promise here and now. Right here and now, he had to go beyond being Welf Kraso. Excellent, he didn't have a theory, but he had an idea. A vision had started to come into view. No, that wasn't accurate. The hint he needed had been beside him all along. It was the goddess's blade. The masterpiece that the goddess of the forge had crafted was viewed as heretical, but it also represented the hope of Welf's ideal, and it had been in that boy's hand the whole time. Bell, wait for me. Bell had run so fast and soared so high that he shocked humans and deities alike. And Welf, well, he'd be damned if he just stood by and watched the distance between them widen relentlessly. I won't leave you alone. I refuse to abandon you. I'll walk by your side no matter what it takes. No, I'll walk a step or two ahead of you. I'll surpass you and Hephaestos, too. That's why I'm aiming for the heights, beyond this cursed blood of mine. I'm going past that abominable curse to the source of virtue and merit. The skin of Welf's clenched fist tore, seeping blood that sizzled in the flame. But the Kraso blood did not evaporate. Instead, it became a haze of heat that intermingled with, and then entered the adamantite. This cursed blood, the bloodline of the dead that Welf had inherited, became blindingly white-hot as it tried to answer the young smith's will. As his mind ran wild in an unconscious state, devoid of a sense of self or idle thoughts, it crafted a design acknowledging the fundamental laws, heeding divine providence, and overturning logic itself. As he spoke with the adamantite, Welf infused it with the plan he had drawn in his mind. It won't hold. At that very instant, the sound of metal being ripped apart thundered through the room. Daphne's shout was followed by Bors's howl as he and his wrecked shield flew into the air. With roars that sounded like declarations of victory, an avalanche of monsters spilled into the room. What began to take place afterward was a portrait of hell. Intent on trampling the adventurers whose battle line had crumpled, the monsters set upon them from every direction. Form a circle. Don't show the monsters your backs. The party just barely managed to obey Aisha's blurted command and form a circle, but it clearly wouldn't last long. The monsters pressed further into the circle second by second, its circumference shrinking as if it were being steadily shaved away. Soon, they were forced back to where Cassandra was guarding Makoto and Haruheim. Aside from the central area, the entire room was filled with monsters. Concentric rings of monsters surrounded the adventurers. Cassandra felt the strength draining from her body as she stared out at them. The fighters were still repelling their enemies' fangs and claws, but just barely. The moment they had lost control of the room, their morale had flagged, their faces smeared with blood and sweat, The party was on the verge of accepting utter destruction. Cassandra stiffened as despair breathed down her collar for the umpteenth time and was about to press her eyes shut. But as she did, she realized something. That sound, the hammer, had gone quiet. The melody of the forge, which had continued up till that point no matter how fierce the howling of the monsters, had stopped. Cassandra looked over her shoulder, unsure what this change meant. And then she saw it glittering. Whoa! Auka! At exactly the same moment, razor-sharp claws shredded Auka's shoulder, and at long last he collapsed. Chigusa screamed his name as several bloodthirsty mermen flew at him. Their black shadows engulfed Auka, who had stopped breathing. Their hideous fangs bore down on his fallen form, and then they burst into flame. What? Gya! As jaws of fire devoured the pack of mermen, time halted for Auka, Lily, and the monsters alike. The flames had come from the center of the room. Their source was the patch of ground inhabited by a single man, whom Lily and the others had protected. Everyone looked in his direction. Like Cassandra, who was staring wide-eyed and unable to pull her gaze away, each of them processed what they were seeing. The smith stood tall. Though his undine cloth flapped in waves of heat, its hems singed, he stood quiet and calm. In his left hand, he held his bandana. In his right hand, he held a gallant crimson longsword. Oh, 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 oh. The monsters had regained their destructive instinct. Shaking off their confusion, they flew at the adventurers, intent on initiating another bloodbath. Can you give me a hand? What? From all directions, every monster in the room flew at him. Welf was standing next to Cassandra, with no means to block them on his own. I can't do it by myself. Would you grab hold of this? Cassandra peered into his eyes and grasped the hilt of the magic sword he held out. Monster fangs and claws drew close. The adventurers took their stances. Welf wrapped his hands around the same hilt Cassandra was gripping and pointed the tip of the blade toward the ground. Here we go. For Welf, this was the beginning. It was a mere foothold for reaching the level of mastery that the deity of the forge had achieved. He puffed out his chest as he spoke. To save his friends and to carve his will into the world, he roared the weapon's name for all the dungeon to hear. Shiku Kazuki. He thrust the blade into the ground. Instantaneously, huge crimson flames leaped upward.
Precisely, as the monsters prepared to launch themselves toward Akka.
Chigusa, Lily, Daphne, and Aisha. Flames erupted from directly below, neatly avoiding the adventurers, or rather, protecting them with a formidable wall. The flames leaped up in overlapping circles like a flower of fire. They had traveled through the ground from the tip of Welf's sword and blossomed explosively the moment they reached the monster's feet. The group of adventurers standing at the eye of the storm was dumbfounded by the power of the flames and the waves of heat they radiated. Beyond the crimson haze, they heard mermen, kelpies, blue crabs, and lamias howling as they burned. The inferno was so powerful it immolated even water monsters normally resistant to fire attacks. Blasting in all directions around the adventurers, it looked as if the sun had descended into the dungeon. Ah, a flash of light shot across Cassandra's brain. That most hideous of nightmares replayed in her mind alongside lines from the prophecy. In the dream, Lily had died with her guts spilled everywhere. Haruheim had drowned in a sea of blood, torn to pieces. The bodies of Mikoto, Chigusa, and Auka had been piled atop one another. Aisha, carrying the body of the Renart, had teetered from exhaustion before finally getting swarmed and then devoured by multitudes of monsters. And a blood-drenched, hollow-eyed Daphne had drawn her last breath. The prophecy clearly referred to death, and the images had depicted annihilation. But Welf alone had not been included. The hammer shall be shattered. Welf had lost his arms and legs in a cruel vision. Certainly, his arms and legs had been severed in her dream. But that was all. In the prophecy, too, Welf was the only one whose certain death had not been hinted at with words like flowers of flesh or torn to pieces. What if he lost his 4 limbs but still remained alive? The last remaining piece of the prophecy, the warning in the 16th line, connected everything. Gather the fragments. The fragments were Welf's 4 limbs. This suggested Cassandra, the healer, would restore them, consecrate the flame. This was a metaphor for lighting a fire in the furnace in order to refine the magic blades. And finally, beseech the sun's light. The answer to this puzzle was already plain to see. A great sun, no, its blooming crimson lotus flowers in the shape of the sun. An inferno in the shape of a sun had formed to protect the adventurers in their circular battle formation. And that sun's light had indeed incinerated countless monsters. Heal the smith, watch over him as he worked at forging, and blaze a new trail with his magic blade. That was the full meaning of the 16th line. Cassandra's actions had changed the future, and as a result, Welf never lost his 4 limbs. Neither had Daphne, and the others died. Cassandra had won out over fate without losing a single one of her companions. She had managed to prevent the prophecy from coming true. The prophetess of tragedy, fully understanding for the first time, stood rooted to the ground as the flames illuminated her face. Her hands still gripping the hilt of the magic sword, she looked at the face of the young man beside her. Welf gazed out at the towering flames and slowly parted his lips. That's right, this is the beginning of my quest for supremacy. For Welf, it was the beginning. It was a mere foothold for reaching the level of mastery that the deity of the forge had achieved. The sword hilt he still gripped tightly was no more than a masterful forgery born through imitating Hephaestus's creations. That's why he had partly dubbed it Shiku, or First Height. It was a name that contained his ambition to reach true mastery, as well as signaling the start of his journey to realize that goal. It was the beginning of his climb toward the peaks, the first of a series worthy of commemoration. The strength of this new type of magic blade depended on the magical power of its user, and for that reason, it would never run dry. Its lifespan was not determined by a predetermined expiration date. This sword was not fated to crumble, it had shaken off that destiny. It was a Welf's magic sword, the only one in the entire world. This weapon's strength was not only directly in proportion to its user's strength, it would continue to develop as its owner grew. Just a moment ago, Welf had added the magical power of Cassandra, a healer, to his own in order to increase the sword's attack strength. Welf's magic blades would never shatter again. Never again would they corrupt the pride of the person who used them or the dignity of the smith who created them. They would accompany their user through life, developing together like a part of their own body, forging a bond that only death could separate. Hey, you guys. The braying of the flames had faded, and the room was quiet again. As Daphne and then all the others slowly turned to face him with incredulous eyes, Welf addressed them. I'm ready to give back the lives you put in my hands. He pulled Kazuki from the ground and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Daphne's eyes happened to meet Welf's at that exact moment, and she blushed. Cassandra smiled at the smith, who looked exhausted but at peace. Auka also recovered from his stunned state and turned up the corners of his mouth. You did it. He, Aisha, Bors, and even Lily joined in praising the smith. Welf grinned faintly in return, then grew serious. They had to get moving, and fast. Leaving behind immense heaps of ash that had once been monsters, the adventurers dashed out of the room. Just as that party took flight elsewhere, Tsubaki raised her head. What is it, Meow? Oh, nothing, it's just. For once, Tsubaki had no ready answer for Chloe's question. It was simply a feeling, or rather, the sixth sense of a smith. She tried to put her premonition into words, but quickly gave up and shook her head. If she didn't focus on her immediate surroundings, she would undoubtedly trip up. Oh, 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 oh. The passage in front of her eyes was packed with monsters. Starved for blood, they roared incessantly. This was the 26th floor. Tsubaki and her companions had made it partway through the ordeal of descending the cliff, but as soon as they got past the 25th floor, harpies, sirens, and other winged monsters appeared, forcing them to give up on that route. They decided instead to enter the 26th floor maze before they were hurled against the Great Falls. Za! Tsubaki guided her sword boldly and skillfully through the wave of grotesque beasts dashing toward them. Silently, almost like magic, multiple monster heads were sent dancing through the air. The terrible flash of silver sliced the long body of an aqua serpent in half, then switched direction to sever the head of a crystal turtle. The blade she held in her hands was Benishigir, a magnificently crafted Naginata-style polearm without a single nick on its blade. She had forged it herself, a first-class weapon that reigned unchallenged over all others. It flashed through the air like swirling flower petals, sending down a rain of fresh blood worthy of its name, which meant scarlet winter shower. Any monster standing in Cyclops' path was soon stained red and deposited atop the growing mountain of corpses. Out of my way! The fighting style of the three waitresses rampaging in front of Tsubaki was equally extreme. Befitting their employment at the benevolent mistress, which had its own interesting history, their combat skills could not exactly be described as average. While Anya mowed down a pack of mermen with one swing of her golden lance through their torsos, Chloe cut a fast-rolling crystal urchin into slivers with her assassin's blade. At the same time, Ranoa's merciless knuckle-dusters tore through the intestines and chest of a kelpie rearing up to strike, transforming it into a mass of ash. They were making quick work of the lower-level monsters, but no matter how many they slaughtered, the flood was endless. We don't know much about the dungeon, but wow. Yeah, is it always such a crazy party down here, meow? Ranoa and Chloe kept fighting the unending battle as they spoke. Tsubaki and Anya, too, wielded their respective naginata and soared as they answered. If things were always like this, the place would be littered with the corpses of adventurers. This is an irregular for sure, meow. I've never seen the dungeon like this. Their expressions were racked with anxiety as they struggled to contain the deluge of monsters, never mind stemming the tide. They were thinking of Hestia Familia, believed to be in this zone, and Gale Wind, whose location was still unknown. This was not an easy situation to break out of, even with level 5 Tsubaki in their party. What might have happened to a group of adventurers lacking similar strength? The monsters are howling like crazy. Even Ranoa, who knew little of the dungeon, could sense something unusual was happening as battle cries echoed from every corner of the floor. It was as if the dungeon itself was running wild because it couldn't get the situation under control. I've got the feeling there's a really nasty monster around here, meow. What? What do you mean? Just a hunch, meow. Still my tail's quivering. Might be on this floor, might be above or below, but there's something nasty nearby, meow. Chloe narrowed her eyes in irritation as Tsubaki glanced back at her. As if to back up what experience told her was true, her ears moved constantly, and the fur on her slim tail stood on end. Anya and Ranoa seemed nervous as well. Their time together with Chloe had taught them to trust her as someone who was as sensitive to danger as a stray cat. What they didn't realize was that by entering the 26th floor, and therefore dividing the attention of the monsters, they'd miraculously lightened the burden of the other party also fighting on that floor. Unbeknownst to them, their struggle had allowed that certain other party to break through the wall of monsters and enter the 27th floor. That said, how could Tsubaki and the others have possibly known that they had just ushered the other party into an even more harrowing situation? A scream. Just then, Anya's ears stood straight up. Amid the war cries of the monsters, she had made out the sound of a human voice. The 27th floor. We made it. Welf and Lily shouted excitedly the second their feet hit the flat crystal ground on the far side of the connecting passage. The labyrinth here didn't look significantly different from what they had seen on the 25th and 26th floors. The size of the crystal columns and the passageways themselves, however, was generally larger. Stop spacing out. We're gonna keep moving. Aisha didn't even give the party a second to catch their breath before hurrying them along. She was determined to reach the lower-level safety point as soon as possible. Monsters incoming. Out of my way. As a great swarm of monsters hurtled toward them from the distance, Welf pushed Auka out of the way and leaped to the vanguard. Kazuki! He swung Shiku Kazuki through the air. It spit out a dramatic tongue of dancing flame that burned the entire swarm to a crisp. He did it again. Seems a lot stronger than his old blades. Cassandra and Daphne stared in shock at the vista of decimated enemies. That's how unprecedented the war cry of this new magic sword was. Aisha smiled to herself, a storm of sparks flowing around her as she took on the monsters popping up from side tunnels while Welf handled the main route. A magic blade that never shatters. He's crafted us quite the weapon, hasn't he? The scarlatan crimson sword glittered brilliantly against the backdrop of their surroundings. It had played a starring role on their journey to the 27th floor as well. They'd lured the monsters into cramped passageways and then torched them en masse. There wasn't even a need to chant when monsters tried to approach during the downtime between magic blade attacks. As long as they had the timing right, the monsters never got a chance to draw near. And if a couple did happen to escape the flames, Aisha and the others could easily take care of the leftovers. Plus, they were free of the anxiety they'd always felt from not knowing when a Krazo's magic sword would shatter. In the party's current, heavily wounded state, Welf's magic sword had drastically reduced the burden of fighting and turned the hopeless prospect of reaching the 27th floor into a reality. Aisha silently commended the smith's achievement in such a tough spot. Still, she had some concerns. Instead of eventually shattering, I guess they consume the user's mind like spells do. She could already see the exhaustion lining Welf's face. It wasn't possible to constantly summon such overwhelming firepower. Conducting this many attacks entailed a rate of mind depletion that completely dwarfed the strain of using anti-magic fire. Ignis, hang in there. I know. As Aisha hollered at the sweat-drenched Welf, she silently swore she wouldn't be caught dead carrying a male adventurer on her back and redoubled her own efforts. Swinging her padao again and again, she cleared a way forward for the party with a ferocity equal to Welf's magic. Oh no, don't tell me this was the main hunting party. They had been following the paths up and down inside the multi-level maze for some time when they stumbled upon a horrific scene. Chigusa went pale and Auka groaned as blood-spattered crystal walls, still wet pools of blood, and half-eaten arms and eyeballs sprang into view. Most likely, they had been killed by the monster boars had spoken of, each corpse belonging to a victim the beast had hunted down. The water nearby was dyed light pink, as though some of the bodies had been dragged inside. The scene hinted at the sort of atrocious banquet that had taken place here. Aisha examined the space, oddly glad Haruheim was currently unconscious. What the hell showed up here? As they stood stock-still while taking in the aftermath of a string of murders that stretched into the distance like footprints, each member of the party tried to imagine what monster could have carried out this massacre on the hunting party. Had it really managed to kill so many adventurers? Was it still on the 27th floor? Had Belle and Liu managed to survive their encounter with this calamity? As those idle musings crossed her mind, Aisha glanced at Bors, the only member of the group to have actually seen the monster. She was worried he might once again be consumed by terror, but that was not the case. I can't hear it. He was simply in shock. What? That hopping sound, that sound it makes when it moves, I can't hear it anymore." The calamity played a certain melody of death, an omen of destruction bouncing ever closer, as if it were ricocheting off the floors, walls, and ceiling. Boars had experienced that hell firsthand. The calamity on legs had instantly located and lashed out at them, no matter where they tried to hide, and he was disturbed that there was no longer any sign of it. Is it really gone? Could gale wind and Bell have killed it? Aisha didn't know how to interpret the words Bors mumbled in a daze. Was he expressing a real hope or unfounded optimism? She didn't know, so she decided to keep moving. "Bors, take us to the last place you saw gale wind." "Right." Whether the monster was still there or not, every second was precious. Aisha chose action over stagnation. She pushed Bors to the head of the party and told him to lead the way. "And don't." The moment they set out, however, Aisha heard a strange voice. "Don't go that way." The warning came to her in fragments between the sounds of the party's pounding feet. The words were spoken haltingly in human language. She checked around, but saw no one. The only things reflected in her eyes were dimly glittering crystals, bloody weapons scattered on the ground, and water running alongside dry land. Only she had heard the voice. It sounded urgent and tearful, as if it was desperately trying to hold them back. Although she sensed those emotions, however, her only choice was to ignore the warning. That was because she knew the rest of the party would not stop until they found Belle. Here it is. Finally, they reached an enormous room with both an abundance of solid land and numerous waterways. The entire space was scarred by traces of a terrific battle. What is this? Enormous crystal formations were lying about, webbed with cracks as if something had crashed into them with incredible speed. Deep fissures ran through the ceiling, walls, and floor, which were perforated with deep, cave-like holes. Some of the crystal columns looked like they'd been melted by the extreme high heat of a flare. Every corner of the room bore scars. What could have possibly caused this kind of damage? Daphne wondered aloud. Beside her, Auka stared around in a daze. The adventurers didn't need to say it aloud to know that a huge battle had taken place here, and that it had been a fight to the death with a monster far more powerful than any of them. The problem was that neither winner nor loser remained in the room. There was no pile of ash to show that a monster had been slain, nor did they see the tragic remains of an adventurer who had met a cruel end. The noisy gurgling of the waterways crossing one another was all that remained on the wrecked battlefield. Welf and the others walked to the center of the room, but found no clues there either. As if pulled by some invisible force, Lily approached a patch of land where the fighting had been so fierce it had changed the very direction the water flowed in. Among several holes in the ground, she saw one vertical shaft that was larger and deeper than the others. It looked like it had been carved out by something spinning, and seemed to continue all the way through to the floor below them. As Lily stared wordlessly down the hole, she felt as if it led all the way to the deepest depths of the dungeon. Like the chamber's other scars, it was slowly healing and closing itself up. It can't be. Suddenly, Lily thought of the lambton, a deep-level monster she would never have expected to meet in this watery zone. The possibility seemed outrageous, yet alarm bells were ringing in a corner of her mind. Where the hell did all the corpses go? I saw those guys kick the bucket myself. Did those damn monster eat them, too? Clearly still fearing the hideous creature he had encountered, Bors closely examined the copious amounts of gore left behind by the missing adventurers. He was the only one who knew exactly what had happened here. The rest of the party peered around as he spoke. Who would be on a battlefield where neither winners nor losers remained, where all who had fought had disappeared? Of course it would be looters who stomped on the dignity of fallen warriors. Bandits who devoured towering piles of corpses to satisfy their hunger. But this devastated battlefield was not home to any loping hyenas on its land or any circling vultures in its skies. What it did have was corpse fish lurking in its waters. Splash, splash. Suddenly, multiple forms broke the water's surface and swam into the air. Fish monsters, floating in the air? Auka gaped as the piscine bodies floated through seemingly empty space. The bodies were made of stone. They were purplish-black and ranged in length from 1 to 2 meters, with 8 protruding appendages resembling fins. Where a pair of eyes should have been was only a single goggling eyeball. The ragged scraps of human flesh stuck between their sharp fangs answered the question of where the corpses had gone. Voltimiria, Aisha, who had been to the 27th floor before, grimaced. The Voltimiria was a rare monster found only on that floor. Its potential ranked among the highest in the water capital, right alongside the Kelpie. Its stone body was exceedingly resistant to physical attack, while its powerful jaws and sharp fangs could crush even the heaviest armor donned by adventurers. Its ability to swim through the air distinguished it from all other aquatic monsters. With a composition similar to that of light quartzes, which also were present on the 27th floor, the fish monsters were able to float approximately 3 meters above ground. Their speed, however, far exceeded that of the floating crystal monsters. Voltimiria lunged at adventurers like menacing demons swimming in air, just as they would in an underwater battle. Instead of living fossils, adventurers usually referred to them as flying fossils. Normally, Voltimiria only inhabited areas where multiple waterways met and formed deep pools, but the smell of blood from the massacre had drawn them here. Now, they were leaping incessantly from every waterway in the room. There's so many. We're surrounded. The endless splashing the Voltimiria caused as they flew into the air upset Cassandra, and her alarm quickly spread to Chigusa. They could easily count 30 of the floating fish in front of them. This is bad. Daphne paled as she took in the scene. Their advance through the 26th floor had been an exercise in risk-taking. They had holed up in various rooms and survived monster attacks by limiting the front they presented to only the entryways. But now they were under siege. The monsters were using the massive chamber to their advantage to attack from all directions, including from overhead and underwater. There were far too many for the party to take down one by one. On top of that, the fish could move through both air and water. Even with Welf's magic sword, there was no way to wipe out an enemy that crept up on them from both directions. Ignis, can you burn them all? Do I have a choice? Welf spat out his response to Aisha like a curse. He was on the verge of a mind down. Aisha could tell from one glance at his harrowed face. The party realized that for the 3rd time, they were staring into the jaws of death. They had lost track of Belle and Layu again, and with it went all indication of what was the correct way forward. The party's physical stamina and their will to go on were both dwindling. The stone Voltimirias made no sound. They simply rolled their single eyes ceaselessly in their foreheads, signaling that they would never let their prey escape. The school of monster fish encircled the adventurers exactly like a snake coiling around its prey, or a pitch-black tsunami about to swallow them whole. From outside the room, they could hear a thundering mixed chorus of other monsters. Faced with the dungeon's infinite pool of resources, the adventurers nearly sunk to their knees. The next instant, the taut thread of tension snapped and the monsters flew toward them. The merciless siege had begun. Predictably, Welf's magic sword was the first weapon to intercept this school of Voltimirias, so numerous it could have been considered a monster party on its own. Kazuki's breath of fire annihilated 10 of the monster fish, but another 30 bore down on them from a different direction. Frantically fighting for their very lives, Boars and the others struck back. They sliced, ripped, jabbed, and crushed, struggling desperately to protect their wounded companions and rearguard members currently in the center of their circular formation. But it was no more than the final struggle of a cornered animal. Shit! Lily's stores of items were long exhausted, and Cassandra's mind had been drained to the last dregs. Welf's fingers were already slipping from the hilt of his magic sword. Auka's brute strength, Daphne's quick wit, Chigusa's weapon handling, and Bors's tenacious grip on life were all on the verge of running out. Even the ever-flowing stream of curses from Aisha's mouth was beginning to run dry. They killed monster after monster, but still the throng came. One of the fish clamped its jaws hard on Daphne's shoulder. The girl vomited blood. Auka pried it off her with brute strength. Next came his turn to feel sharp fangs sinking into his arm. Cassandra and Chigusa screamed. Lily lost hope in her own meaningless commands. Then a singular darkness blacked out their vision. A wall of flying fish had surrounding them. The adventurers were about to be smashed flat by Voltimerias. The purplish-black wave was about to swallow them. It was precisely the cage of despair that the prophetess of tragedy had sought to avoid. And then, like a fatal blow, the adventurers glimpsed a sight so horrible it broke their spirits. But that can't. From outside the room, an avalanche of monsters led by a lamia thundered in. The assorted species roared their individual terrible cries. The adventurers gasped at the overwhelming numbers they faced. "Is this the end?" Someone muttered the words, and all understood their horrible meaning. The Voltimerias set upon the discouraged adventurers with renewed vengeance. Haruheim, Cassandra, fangs of death bore down on the rear guard. Having broken through the front line, the monsters closed in on Lily and Cassandra, who were respectively guarding Mikoto and Haruheim. As their bodies slammed against Cassandra, she went flying together with Haruheim. The Renart was hurled onto the ground some distance away, while Cassandra looked up to find herself staring into a hideous maw. Her pupils contracted. She was staring directly at death. Daphne was shouting something. Cassandra shut her eyes in the face of her inescapable demise. And then, a lamia flew at her from the side and tore the oncoming Voltimeria to shreds. The claws drew a bloody arc through the body of the floating fish. As Cassandra froze on the spot, the lamia mowed down the other Voltimeria near her with its long, snake-like lower body. The lamia thrashed and screeched in a shrill voice. Other monsters followed suit. Unbelievably, the pack that had just barged into the room began attacking the Voltimeria. Time seemed to stand still as the adventurers watched the monsters begin to slaughter one another. Infighting? What is going on? Daphne and Auka whipped their heads back and forth, watching the fight in confusion. In no time at all, the battle had turned into an all-out melee. The adventurers stood like statues, unable to make sense of the scene before them. What the? Lily was in a daze behind the still-stunned Cassandra, gazing at the monsters attacking the Voltimerias. The newcomers were terrifyingly strong. Their faces were stained red with what looked like gory makeup. They were carrying weapons. Lily's eyes practically popped out of her head. The lamia, the same one that had just rescued Cassandra, noticed Lily's gaze and shot her an adorable secret wink. It was not the unfeeling blink of a monster's eye, but more like the sort of wink a human would give a dear friend. Lily's chest filled with an emotion so strong she could hardly breath. The Xenos. She was practically weeping as she screamed the words. Greetings once again, good people of the surface. No sooner had she cried out than a form danced through the air and landed at her side. This figure wore a hood and robe that covered the entire body. Lily recognized this as a disguise meant to impersonate an adventurer. She remembered those monster eyes that were so warm and kind. "We have come to rescue you." Under her hood, the harpy Fia shook her deep red hair and smiled brightly at the teary-eyed Lily. "Are you well, Miss Lilaluka?" The next moment, another small monster arrived at Lily's side, having just used a battle axe far too large for its size to split a Voltimeria in half. It was Let, the gentlemanly red-cap goblin. He, too, was wearing a robe to disguise his true identity. "Why are you here?" Lily asked, still unable to quell her surprise. "Fells ordered us to come. Ray and several of the others are on a separate mission at the moment. but the rest of us rushed here under Leto's command. Such was the will of Auranos when he had learned of the irregularities in the dungeon. The Xenos had received the wizened deity's mission during their assault on the man-made dungeon, Knossos, and had split into two groups accordingly. Ray had taken charge of the group that remained in Knossos, while Let's group had taken the secret passage on the 18th floor into the dungeon, and headed straight for the water capital based on the information Auranos had provided, taking the shortest possible route, and using any means available. They had even barged straight through the adventurers' line of defense to rescue the rear guard. In fact, the monsters that had caused a huge panic among the adventurers returning to Riviera were these very Xenos. They had done it all to rescue Hestia Familia, whom they believed had gotten pulled into the maelstrom of a certain calamity's return. If an outsider had seen Let and Fia in their costumes, they wouldn't have been the least bit suspicious. But Lily lost all words at their explanation. "We made a pledge to Mr. Bell. We promised to come running to your aid if you should ever find yourselves in trouble." They had only made it in time because they were Xenos. Even the support troops Lily had requested would have been too late to save them from this scene of tragedy. Only the monsters that Hestia Familia had shaken hands with, forged a relationship of trust with, and ultimately saved from certain death, could have made it in time to rescue them from imminent danger. "We have come to pay back our debt to our irreplaceable friends." And there was one more reason. There was the bond that Bell had woven. Just as that young boy had saved Lily, he had also saved the Xenos, and now they were here to return what he had freely offered them. There was no way to stop the tears spilling from Lily's chestnut eyes this time. "But, how did you get here? How did you find Lily and her companions in this immense dungeon?" She hurriedly rubbed her eyes dry. Fia answered with a smile. "We have Helga and Araru to thank for that." "Meep." As Cassandra lay slumped on the ground, a white almirage straddling a hellhound appeared before her. Ignoring her shock, the fluffy white monster raised one hand energetically, as if to say, "Hello again, old friend." "Why you?" The wide-eyed Cassandra had seen these faces before on that unforgettable day, when these very same armed monsters had appeared on the surface and plunged Aurario into complete chaos. Obeying a prophetic dream, Cassandra had secretly protected the hellhound and the almirage. "Meep, meep." "Woof, woof." Cassandra yelped as the almirage threw its arms around her and the hellhound licked her. She was about to faint as the white rabbit monster buried its face in her cleavage and nuzzled her breasts. As it looked up at her with its red eyes, she couldn't help flinching a little. "Did you come to find me?" The little round eyes glittered as the almirage rubbed its face against her chest. Cassandra took that as a yes, but an instant later, a shock ran through her, taking her breath away. "That dream I had, with the jet black wave and the rabbit charm," it had happened about 20 days earlier, just before the battle on Daedalus Street. She had seen a prophetic dream that led her to shelter the almirage. In the dream, a jet-black wave had swallowed her up. Just as she was on the verge of death, she had taken out a rabbit charm she'd received beforehand and managed to escape. At the time, she'd taken the black wave as a representation of the Black Minotaur. Because she protected the almirage, she'd avoided being attacked by the frightening beast. But now that she thought about it more closely, that interpretation seemed odd. If she hadn't protected the rabbit, like the oracle had dictated, and gone to the place it had told her to go, she wouldn't have encountered the Minotaur in the first place. Maybe Daphne had been right when she'd gotten mad, and told her she was acting in a play she wrote herself. In other words, the destruction she avoided by protecting the almirage hadn't taken place that day. Cassandra looked around in a daze. The Voltimiria were black, and when a mass of them crowded together, they looked exactly like a jet-black wave. Could it be that the dark wave that swallowed her in that dream wasn't the Minotaur, but rather the school of black flying fish? Had the rabbit charm, that is, the almirage, grown used to her scent when she cared for it for days on end, and then used it to locate her in the dungeon. Squeezing the fluffy white monster with her right hand as it gently pawed her cleavage, she realized that she had only just evaded the fate laid out in the prophetic dream moments ago. Can prophetic dreams be redundant? Was the vision of that day a warning to avoid the destruction of today? Cassandra looked questioningly at the Almiraj and the hellhound, who seemed so overjoyed to see her. Meanwhile, Daphne, who was totally overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, wasn't paying attention to Cassandra, who had mustered up her courage and was about to furtively hug the monsters. Nope, can't do it. Meep. Well-intentioned or not, it seemed that she still wasn't ready to go that far. You guys. On the verge of a mind down, Welf could only manage a few mumbled words. But as he watched, a troll, a lamia, and a deadly hornet wiped the floor with a huge school of Voltimerias while totally ignoring the adventurers. What the hell is going on? Are these the armed monsters we heard about? I thought Loki Familia wiped them out on Daedalus Street. Bors, Chigusa, and Auka were hopelessly confused. Daphne was still frozen, unable to understand what was happening. The monsters appeared to be protecting the adventurers, or rather prioritizing their fierce battle with their own kind as they ignored the adventurers. Bors, Chigusa, Auka, and Daphne couldn't manage much more than a freaked-out response, let alone a coherent reaction. But Welf understood what was happening. A gargoyle flew over his head, noticed Welf's stare, and glanced back at him before turning away like a rude person. Suddenly, savage air combat commenced. Completely overpowered by the Xenos with its huge, nearly indestructible stone wings, the Voltimerias fell one after the next. Below the gargoyle, a certain lizardman was fighting his own battle, with countless ground battle victories under his belt. The proud warrior sliced through several furious flying fish with one swipe of the scimitar in his right hand, while pounding still more with a bold swing of the longsword in his left. As he sped in front of Welf, the lizardman turned up the corners of his fang-filled mouth. He looked like he was about to smile. Guess who else is here? That's what the indomitable glint in his narrowed reptilian eyes seemed to say as he glanced across the room. Welf followed his gaze and jumped in surprise. A figure in a black robe was dashing across the battlefield. Ah! Haruheim's eyelids fluttered as something moved against her cheek. She felt very groggy, almost like some gauze draped over her ears was muffling the sounds around her. The one thing she knew for sure was that she was on a battlefield, perhaps due to the persistent aftereffects of the mind down. An extraordinary exhaustion and lethargy weighed down her arms and legs. But she had to sing. She understood her role as a sorcerer. She could not afford to remain lying down. Haruheim whipped her body with the lash of her will. She needed to summon strength in her limbs and bring a chant to her lips. She had to grant that miraculous light to her companions. But right as she was thinking that she should stand up, and fast, like Belle had done on that day in the past, somebody took her in their arms. As she realized that her body was being gently supported, she opened her eyes. She saw a pair of amber eyes, and then a face filled with a warm red light. It looked exactly like the face of the girl Haruheim had been thinking of ceaselessly since they parted. As soon as her hazy vision came into focus, Haruheim's lips spoke the girl's name. Lady Ween. In response to the feebly whispered words, the dragon girl's face blossomed into a smile, her blue-white hair swaying. Yes, Haruheim. Tears fell from Haruheim's green eyes at the sound of the Vuiver's voice. I've come to save you. Ah. Still kneeling, the Xenos drew her close in her slender arms. Haruheim found holding back her emotions an impossible feat. She had never stopped thinking of this girl who felt so much like a sister or a daughter. Not a day had passed when she did not think of her. Her tender feelings at seeing Ween again swept away any thought of exhaustion. She wrapped her own arms around the dragon girl and pulled her close. Ween nuzzled her tear-stained face against Haruheim's. I wanted to see you so much, Haruheim. Me too. I didn't cry the whole time. I didn't want to make you worry. Like Fia, Ween was wearing a robe that concealed her head and body. Her beautiful voice sounded like birdsong to Haruheim's ears. But now I can't stop crying. Haruheim felt as if her heart would burst. The dragon girl's smile was as pure as the clear tears rolling down her cheeks. They embraced once again. Miss Ween. Ween has been taking part in our various activities, and when she heard you were in trouble, she said she wanted to come no matter what. Lily had been watching the reunion unfold in happy surprise. As Let explained the dragon girl's motivations, she sensed the truth in his words. She thought back warmly on the days she had spent on the surface with Ween. She truly had become a part of their familia. What is going on in here, Meow? Just then, she heard an oblivious voice shouting at them from the room's entryway, accompanied by the sound of a monster being brazenly kicked aside. Anya and her party had arrived just a few steps behind the Xenos. We found the adventurers, but the monsters are killing one another, Meow. The panting Anya was startled out of her wits by the scene they found inside the room. Ranoa and Chloe also gaped at the ferocious battle between the various monsters. That was to say, between the Voltimiria and the Xenos. After the band of four heard Lily's scream, they had followed Chloe's hunch to the 27th floor, where they caught a glimpse of a terrifyingly strong parade of armed monsters from behind. Sensing the monsters might be up to something based on their single-minded march into the floor's depths, Anya and her companions had decided to follow them. Whenever they lost sight of the parade, they simply followed the sounds of fighting before eventually ending up in this room. Miss Anya, Lady Hestia really came through for us. Lily was the first to guess the meaning of their arrival, silently cheering her patron deity's response to her request for support from the surface. Meanwhile, a certain half-dwarf was advancing toward a certain young man as if drawn to him magnetically. "Welf, Tsubaki, why are you—" Tsubaki stopped in front of the confused Smith. Her former colleague was in tatters. He was gasping for breath, covered in wounds large and small, and seemed ready to collapse at the slightest nudge. But for the moment, she didn't care. All her single eye could see was the sword in his hands. That magic sword? It was a crimson longsword. Not a Krazo's magic sword, a Welf's magic sword. Her right eye opened wide with a level of emotion Welf had never seen in it before. She was not so unsophisticated as to ask what it was, however. To the contrary, she found herself momentarily dumbstruck. One glance at the sword's gleam told the master smith what Welf had achieved. "Heh heh heh, ha 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 ha. So you've finally gone and don't it, eh, greenhorn?" Her roaring laughter was hardly appropriate for a battlefield. As Bors and the others peered crossly at her, only Welf returned her gaze with clear eyes. "You tried your hand at it, even though you didn't know how far the heights of mastery go. You aimed for the peaks of the heavens. I said you were an idiot, but to think you were actually an idiot even among idiots, and all the more a fool for giving unnecessary advice. Ah, what a cheeky bastard. A unique pleasure this is." Tsubaki's words were neither insults nor criticisms, but instead the expression of pure delight. They were a sign of the rivalry she felt toward this boy who had exceeded her expectations. And they were proof that she had accepted him as a part of her tribe. "Congratulations, Welf Krazo. You're finally one of us." Then she added, "And welcome to hell." Her praise was genuine. The master smith celebrated Welf's achievement from the bottom of her heart. "I'm in a good mood. Leave the rest of these monsters to me." "Wait, Tsubaki, those monsters are—" I know. I'll only take down the ones that aren't armed." Tsubaki turned away from Welf, licking her lips at the arrival of a fresh school of Voltimiria that the waterway had carried to her side. Unable to hide her excitement, she grinned as she set upon them like a demoness. Anya, Chloe, and Ranoa threw themselves into action and joined Tsubaki in slaughtering the Voltimiria for the sake of the paralyzed party they had come to save. A bitter battle between monsters, adventurers, and Xenos had begun. "Lido, Liduwu." A soprano voice pierced the ceaseless sound of fierce fighting. The lizardman looked up to see the Xeno's mermaid Mari popping her head out of a waterway. He hurried to her side. "Mari, you're here of all places. Then you must know what hap." Bell went below," Mari tearfully interrupted Leto's human words. "Bellucky. Mari, you were with him." The surprised lizardman quickly made sense of Mari's halting words, gleaning that Bell and an elf had been sucked into a wormhole and taken to a level somewhere below them, only to be followed by the apostle of murder that had recently spawned. The report matched up with what they'd learned about the calamity from the wizened god via Fells. The Xenos whipped their heads around toward Leto as he bellowed a war cry. That call was a message to monsters that humans could not understand. Having received his information, the Lamia and several other Xenos howled back at him and immediately raced out of the room. The armed monsters have. One minute, I think they're fighting among themselves, and the next, they're taking off. What exactly is going on, Meow? I don't understand one bit, Meow. Chigusa and Chloe watched in shock as the eccentric monsters hunted down the last few Voltimerias before suddenly rushing out of the room. Mr. Leto has. He said that Mr. Bell and an elven adventurer were taken to a lower level by another monster. Let, still wearing his adventurer disguise, had remained behind with Fia. He relayed what they had just learned. It seems that an apostle of our mother, the dungeon, a huge monster chased after Bell and the elf. And what floor are they on? We don't know, but if the god Aranos' guess is right, they could be in the deep levels. Let's words left Lily speechless. Her mind went completely blank at the prospect of this worst of all possible news. "And Leto had a message for you. If you want to come, then come. We will take you there." Leto's call to action startled Lily. She perfectly understood what he was trying to say. "Miss Anya, meow, 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 the white-haired one's supporter is calling." The catgirl raised her voice as she turned toward Lily without moving. The prum ran up to her. "What level are you, Miss Anya?" "What kind of question is that, Meow? More importantly, where is Layu?" "Oh, for goodness sake, just answer my question." "Meow, level 4. Chloe, Ranoa, and I are all the same level as Layu, Meow." Frightened by Lily's bloodshot eyes and indignant expression, Anya answered reflexively. Lily's heart pounded at her answer. "Then we can clear the water capital." The very next instant, Lily shouted a command to the party. "It is highly likely that Mr. Bell and Miss Layu were carried through a wormwell hole to a lower level. We'll all head to the safety point and regroup. From there, we will go to rescue Mr. Bell and Miss Layu." "What?" Bors and the others stared at Lily in a daze as she shot out her orders. "No arguments." The little commander proclaimed her decision like a tyrant. "The mysterious waitresses from the benevolent mistress are actually level 4 fighters. And Tsubaki, the captain of Hephaestos Familia, is level 5. If we work together with them and the Xenos, we can make our way through the 28th floor and beyond." Lily noted the fighting ability of Anya and her companions on her mental battle map, calculating whether the strategy she envisioned was feasible. She had guessed the intention behind Leto's message correctly. The Xenos planned to rescue Bell together with Lily's party. Most likely, they would maintain a certain distance from the adventurers as they searched for Bell and Layu, relaying messages back and forth via bestial howls that Let could interpret for them. This is what Leto meant by saying the Xenos would take them there. Starting with Leto and Groves, who both had level 5 potential, the Xenos had high fighting ability. Including Tsubaki's party meant they had more than enough strength for the battles that lay ahead. Plenty to break through the lower levels. All Lily and the other level 1 and 2 adventurers had to do was provide support. It was clear that an unexpected opportunity, a kind of opening, had materialized. But could they properly execute the strategy needed to take advantage of it? We might. No, we're absolutely going to make it work. They would take up the challenge to defeat the dungeon and find the boy and the elf. Nearby, Daphne and Cassandra were debating their next move. You mean we're looking for the Wormwell's hole, but we have no proof Rabbit Foot was even taken down there, let alone any assurance they're alive, Daphne argued. Let's go with them, Daphne. Let's save Belle and Liu. Oh geez, fine, I'll come along. It's not exactly a question of logic now that we've come this far anyway. Daphne tried to voice her doubts about Lily's plans, but when Cassandra eagerly leaned forward to convince her friend, Daphne gave in and responded in a detached manner. Meanwhile, Bors was looking for a way out. As usual, he was putting his own safety first. I'm not obligated to go along to the end. What are you talking about? A level 3 fighter like you is valuable to us. We're going to squeeze every drop of strength out of you until you're bone dry. You've gotta be kidding me. Aisha laughed shamelessly, having effectively denied him any chance to escape. At the same time, Tsubaki's party was renewing its commitment to saving Liu. I don't really get it, but if Liu's down below, then I'm going, meow, Anya said. In the dungeon, the lower you go the worse it gets, right? Hugh, I'm already exhausted. It's a losing proposition if we're not getting compensated for this quest, meow, and we're not even adventurers. Ha ha ha, we're all in the same boat now. Tsubaki's laugh swept away Ranoa's and Chloe's lingering pessimism. Chigusa and Aoka, on the other hand, were still thinking about the scene they had witnessed on Daedalus Street, when a certain Vuiver had rescued the children. I feel like those armed monsters were intentionally helping us. And those guys hiding behind robes who seemed to be adventurers. Smith, you better explain all this later. Not sure I can explain it very well. Brushing aside their questions, Welf threw his two companions an annoyingly calm smile. That same Vuiver was still standing beside Haruheim. Let's go, Haruheim. Let's save Belle. Yes, Lady Ween. The dragon girl reached out her hand, and Haruheim squeezed it firmly. As Lily looked around at the determination and high morale apparent in the faces of her companions, her little chest grew warm with emotion. We can do it. With this party, we can make it to the deep levels. There was just one problem left. From here on out, it's a battle against time. We've got to find Mr. Bell while he's still okay. Progress in the lower levels is slow. It'll take us at least a day or two to reach the deep levels. Lily responded to Let's muttered concern by clearing her throat. Without proper equipment, they would only be able to function in the lower levels for a limited amount of time. They didn't have a second to spare. They had to advance at top speed if they were going to rescue Belle and Liu. She momentarily pushed away the anxiety, uncertainty, and fear she felt swirling around her and issued an order. We're off. The adventurers began to run. They left the room and flew into the main route leading to the next floor. The dungeon could not stop them now. The war cries of the Xenos thundered ahead of them, as if they were welcoming this advancing front of courage. Chapter 9. Hello, deep levels, the deep levels. Is it scary down there? I asked that question once. I wanted to hear the answer from that flower so far beyond my reach. To the girl I look up to so much. What does the world look like from the heights where that swordswoman who bears the name of first-tier adventurer stands? How perilous is the stage where my idol stands as she pursues her adventures? I asked her out of curiosity, or maybe because I wanted to get a little closer to her. When I was there, I felt for the first time that the dungeon was frightening. We were up on the city walls, surrounded by blue sky. I couldn't see past her golden eyes. She answered me with the gaze of an adventurer who had risked her life many times. It's not the kind of thing you can understand by only hearing about it, but if you go there, you'll understand. She spoke very clearly. If one day in the far, far future you're able to go there, then I'm trying to remember that conversation. What did she tell me that day? For some reason, I can't seem to remember the words. My ears are ringing. The sound is like the shrill cry of a child who's just woken from a nightmare. A cry of reason, screaming in denial of reality. The shriek of my instincts assaults the depths of my mind. The deep levels? The whispered fragment of a thought falls from my lips and melts into the darkness. Stillness pierces my ears. The pounding of my heart thunders through my whole body. The gloomy blackness of the maze embraces me. A strange, milky color seems to stick to the walls, and the ceilings are so high I can't even see them. The scale of the labyrinth is so enormous it seems impossible. I'm on the 37th floor. I am in the abyss that all adventurers fear, the deep levels of the dungeon. My neck feels frozen in place, so I move just my eyes to look around. I don't see any monsters nearby. No telltale sounds or signs of them, either. I squint into the dimness, barely able to make out my surroundings. My current location is a tremendously large room. The distance from the center of the chamber, where I am, to the walls must be at least 400 meters. Aside from a couple of specific places, like the Great Wall of Sorrows on the 17th floor and the pantry, I've never been in a dungeon room this big. The phosphorescence illuminating the walls is weak as candlelight. Right next to me is the dead body of a huge serpent. It's the lambton, otherwise known as a wormwell, that expired after we sliced our way out of its belly and crawled through a fountain of blood. That was after it swallowed us on the 27th floor and burrowed its way down here with us in its belly. Ah, I stare with one wide eye at the huge corpse. My mouth opens and closes of its own accord, severed from conscious thought. My tongue is all tangled up, unable to form words. I can produce only a dry, rasping sound, as if I've tried to take a breath and failed. This has gotta be a lie. It can't be real. Wormwells normally show up on the 37th floor. Did it take us back to its own nest, of all places? Did it really burrow through 10 floors worth of rock? Did its homing instinct carry it here as it teetered on the edge of death, here to the deep levels? This is so weird. It's totally ridiculous. Unprecedented. I've never heard of anything so harsh. This is bad, really, really bad. My thoughts keep swirling with one particularly apprehensive word. I'm dripping sweat, and my body feels unnaturally hot. The deep zone. The guild has designated this place the true deadline. It's the most dangerous place in the whole dungeon. I am definitely not ready to play a role on the stage, especially not solo, especially not in my current condition. Miss Liu, I check the elf lying limp in my arms. She's battered from head to toe after being swallowed by the wormwell and exposed to its toxic stomach acid. Patches of her long cape and battle clothes have been burned away, revealing her bare white skin, which is marred with countless burns. Her right leg, wrapped up in her cape, is bent at a strange angle. It's broken. My own skin has been burned all over by that same caustic acid. My left eyelid melted and is stuck shut, so I can't open it. As I continue looking around with my one good eye, I pull Liu a little closer to protect her, or maybe to cling to her. I grip her narrow shoulders with trembling fingers that refuse to obey me anymore. Miss Liu, Miss Liu, Miss Liu. Like a little child crying for his big sister, I call her name over and over. I can't think. My mind is a blank. This is the worst possible irregular. We've been hurled onto the 37th floor. We're at the mercy of the darkness. Alone, isolated, detached, completely cut off, I'm incredibly uneasy. Cold, lonely, sad, in pain. My emotions are a mess. I'm quietly spiraling in a deadly panic. The only thing I can do is beg my lone traveling companion, the elf, to wake up. That's when it happens. Pitter-patter. Fragments of stone are falling. I freeze as the little pieces of something dribble onto my head. I peer up as if my gaze is being pulled toward the ceiling. The fragments of stone are still falling from the vault of darkness, which blocks my view of the ceiling. I can't figure out what's happening based on such limited visual information. But sound is another matter. I definitely heard a noise like something was speeding violently toward this floor, like a certain object was hurtling down the hole we came through. The moment I become aware of that possibility, the blood drains from my head. That enormous form rises again in my mind's eye. The shell that repels magic, those all-destroying claws, and those pure red eyes that glint like fresh blood. No way is the monster we fought on the 27th floor chasing us down the hole the wormwell dug, so it can kill us. Shudders rack my body, but in my heart, I know the truth. The dying words of that man called Jura, the final unrelenting command of that tamer, have led the monster to us. My heart beats faster as I think back on the circlet with the scarlet stone fastened to its colossal body. The fuel of anxiety has been thrown onto my blank mind. Run, run, escape that monster. That sole desire is enough to get my frozen mind and body moving again. I force energy into my limbs and stand up, still supporting Layu. The second I do, it suddenly feels like someone lit my body on fire. My abrupt movement revived all the agony that was momentarily numbed. My open wounds drip blood onto the floor. My seared skin is screaming. Worst of all is the incredible pain of my left arm. Heat is radiating from that arm, which was wrapped in the Goliath scarf while I used it to block the monster's claws throughout the length of our battle. I feel like I'm about to vomit. My eyes are tearing up and my legs are shaking. My spirit is on the verge of collapsing. Still, I grit my teeth and push off the ground with my boots. I take a step forward. With each step, I push aside exhaustion and pain to propel my body forward. I can still move. I can still run. Even now, I can still. As stone fragments continue to trickle down from above, I gather my meager strength and set off. Supporting the unconscious Layu with my shoulder, I make a mad dash across the room. But just before I reach the opening that leads to the passage crash, something leaps out of the hole. Casting a purplish-blue glow, it hurtles from far overhead into the ground. The room shakes and rumbles. When I turn around, I see its deformed, one-armed silhouette swaying. There are the familiar reverse joint knees and bony body encased in a shiny purplish-blue shell. At 3 meters or so tall, its huge form makes me think of the phrase, a dinosaur fossil wearing armor. The left arm ends in those destructive claws one could easily mistake for fangs. Across the dimness separating us, I can see its 2 red eyes glowing eerily. No question about it. It's the ultra-destructive monster from the 27th floor. Whirl. Like it's pinning us with its gaze, the monster rotates its neck. Its glowing red orbs meet my eyes. Oh. As soon as it roars, I turn on my heels and dive into a passage, leaving the room behind. I can hear it thumping after me, raising a hellish commotion. Gasp, I dash aimlessly down the complex passages of the labyrinth. If it catches up to us, we're done for. If I turn into a dead end, it's all over. If I encounter another monster, that'll be it. The only thing I can do in this worst-case scenario is pray. I change directions over and over, dashing down branching passages as I try to give my enemy the slip. But the monster's footsteps don't fade. If anything, they're getting closer by the second. Huff, huff, huff. My lungs are on fire. The sweat won't stop. My throat is burning. Since I'm carrying Layu, I'm going so slowly I want to cry. I can hardly lift my feet. My whole body is screaming out in pain. All the same, I flee from the monster with all the strength I can muster. My brain isn't working right. Questioning voices rise and vanish like bubbles at the back of my mind. I've driven this thing into a corner once. Should I turn around to face it and put an end to my anxiety? What good will running away now do? Isn't it a bad plan to keep running from an enemy who will, without a doubt, chase me to the edge of the world? Am I just buying time before I have to commit to a decision? But no, it's no good. I can't do that right now. Right now, I just have to run. I'd be willing to bet on it. If I fight this monster this instant, either Layu or I will die. The monster will fight with everything it's got, and considering how my body is so badly burned by the wormwell's poisonous acid, I won't be able to put up much of a fight. The the situation is totally different from the battle on the 27th floor. I absolutely cannot fight that monster right now. Determined to escape, I squeeze my left hand into a fist and unconsciously start to chime. After making a couple more turns in the maze, the monster has managed to close the distance between us to the point where I can clearly see it. It's bouncing in every direction off the floor, walls, and ceiling of the dungeon at top speed. Even though our fight should have also left it in bad shape, this monster's instinct must be urging it to kill its prey at all costs. The gleaming red eyes pierce my back. I can hear the claws of destruction making scratching sounds. Sensing that the threat of the ever-growing bloodlust barreling toward me has reached a critical point, I swivel halfway around and thrust out my left hand. The monster has noticed the chime, and the particles of light seeping from the Goliath scarf wrapped around my left hand as I charge. Fear fills the red eyes, and it screams in fury. I've charged for 20 seconds. My face distorts as I shout, "Firebolt!" A huge bolt of electrical fire hurtles relentlessly forward. Within the enclosed space of the passage, the turbid stream of flames demolishes walls and ceiling alike as it charges ahead. From the corner of my eye, I see the monster flex its left leg backward and bound into a side passage the instant before electrical fire swallows it up. A second later, the firebolt explodes violently in the passage. Since I was unable to fully absorb the kickback from firing, the shot went up at a slight angle into the ceiling. The passage shatters. Whoa! I'm thrown back by the wind and dust from my shot's explosion. As Liu and I fly backward, the bedrock above rumbles and begins to fall, as if the whole tunnel is about to cave in. The sound of cascading rock echoes through the floor. Finally, it stops. Having rolled across the floor and landed face down, I manage to look up at last. As the dust clears, I realize the broad passage has been completely blocked by milky white boulders. We can't return the way we came, but neither can the monster pursue us. Did we actually get through this? Huff, puff, ah. It's a stroke of pure luck. Same goes for the fact that we weren't crushed by the falling rock. I'm fairly sure we won't get off so easy twice. I give myself a second to calm my ragged breath, then attempt to peel myself off the ground with shaking hands. I fail several times. The aftermath of my skill Argonaut has totally drained my physical and mental strength. I'm a wet noodle. Worse, I'm on the verge of fainting. It hurts, it sucks. I'm suffering. For a second, a powerful desire to let my strength fade away washes over me. To lay here face down on the ground and close my eyes. Overwhelmed by this total mental collapse, I'm drifting between two desires, when, Mr. Cronell, I jump at the whispered words. When I shift my gaze toward Liu, who's laying face up on the ground, I see that her eyes are slightly open. The hazy sky blue irises peer around until they find me. Miss Liu. Instantly, I kick away the desire that was sweet-talking me into giving up. I'm able to kick it away. I can't let anyone die. I don't want anyone to die. Just like I felt with wine, but with everyone this time. After all, I promised I'd become stronger for that exact reason. I curse at myself for letting whines and complaints momentarily control me. I bite my lip and get up for real this time. I drag myself over to Liu and sink to the ground on both knees. I lift her battered body in my arms. What is this place? It's the 37th floor, the deep levels. I can't hide my despair as I answer Liu's feeble question, stumbling again and again over my words. I explain as simply as I can that we were swallowed by the wormwell, carried to a different floor, chased by the same monster we battled before, and for now have escaped. Her eyes glint with understanding, perhaps because memories of the 27th floor are coming back to her. She squints at me, clearly having guessed just how bad our current situation is. Most likely her astounding physical strength is gone now, along with the spirit that sent shivers down my spine. She just stares at my face with its one crushed eye. Ooh, Miss Liu, Grimacing, she brings her hands protectively to her body. She is as exhausted and horribly injured as I am. If I take her broken right leg into consideration, she might even be in worse shape than me. Huge beads of sweat cover her skin. Please heal yourself. Use your magic on your own body. I don't have any items with me. I lost them along with my leg holster in the battle with the monster. Given that, I beg Layu to use her recovery magic. Maybe she's still groggy, because she keeps peering at me with her half-open eyes. Eventually, she parts her lips very slowly. I sing now of a distant forest, a familiar melody of life. Haltingly, in a raspy voice, she begins to chant. Finally, as if she's wringing out her last drops of strength, she places her hands on my face. No, heal. The surprised look in my eyes can't stop what happens next. A warm glow like dappled sunlight filtering through treetops envelops my face. I scream at her. No, not me. Please heal yourself. If you don't, you'll... Even as I'm screaming, the wounds on my face are closing and the pain is ebbing from my closed eye. The healing power centers on my neck, but also flows to my wounds and burned skin. My energy level even flickers up slightly from 0. Having seen my right eye open, Layu lets her hands drop like a marionette whose strings have been cut. Why did you heal me? I can't move on my own, I'm useless. That was the last of my mental strength, too. Struggling to breathe, Layu brings her hands to her broken right leg. So it makes sense to heal you, to let you live. That makes no sense whatsoever. I yell angrily at Layu, who for some reason is smiling despite our situation. I hate the faintness of that smile. I'm angry at her for being noble at a time like this. I don't want to hear the words her lips are forming. She's probably right. We're wounded from head to toe, utterly exhausted, and completely alone. We have no physical or mental strength left, and not a single item. We are facing obliteration. That darkness called death is poised to swallow us. In exchange for saving my life, she is about to let something else go. Mr. Cranel, leave me. But just as she's about to say the definitive word, we hear something. Clack, 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 clack. A sound comes echoing toward us. It's a dry sound, like a broken marionette abruptly laughing. That sound is clearly abnormal. It's not a human voice, but it's not a dungeon noise either. My eyes are drawn to the darkness beyond the reach of the phosphorescence in the opposite direction of the cave-in. Something is there. Something is lurking in the darkness. A drop of sweat falls from my chin onto Layu's tense face. A moment later, the thing that made the sound silently appears. Wah! The instant I see it, I second-guess my eyes. A white mask is floating in the darkness. There are 2 twisted horns and 2 black holes hovering in space. It looks like the Grim Reaper. I'm thinking of Death's messenger from imaginary tales, the skeleton wearing a black robe and carrying a sickle. Death has come for us as we suffer. At least, I have that illusion for a second. But there's that sound again, clack, clack, clack. The mask bounces up and down like it's crowing, like a monster gleeful at finding prey. I gulp. I was wrong. It's not a mask. It's a skull. It's not the Grim Reaper. It's a monster. I grab the hilt of the knife at my hip and draw it. Shielding Layu, who can't move on her own, I stand and raise the divine knife. The monster clacks its mask like it's laughing at me. It's a first encounter worth noting. My debut battle in the deep levels, and maybe my final battle, is with a sheep. A skull sheep, to be exact. It's a mid-sized sheep-like monster that appears in the deep zone, measuring around 140 Celsius high. Both the face with its 2 empty eye sockets and the rest of the body are made of bones, as the name suggests. They belong to a larger family of skeleton monsters. Even though they don't have flesh, skin, or organs, large numbers of these highly unusual monsters manage to wander around the 37th floor. A typical example are the Spartwa. The appearance of these skeleton warriors is so shocking that even lower-tier adventurers who can't make it past the middle levels know about them. I might as well call this milky white maze a den of the undead. As I dredge up the facts I learned from Ina before leaving on the expedition, I run my eyes over these monsters that defy the laws of biology. The skulls seem to float before me in the dusky passage. As to what's below, I don't have a clue. That's because the rest of the bones are covered by skin. Skull sheep are different from other skeleton monsters in that a long, wide skin reaches all the way to their feet, so just the bony hooves are visible. This skin is about as far from clean as you can get. It's dark and torn here and there, so it looks like they're wearing a ragged old robe. It makes sense that I mistook this thing for the Grim Reaper. As far as I can see, only one skull is floating eerily in the darkness. The monster aims its empty sockets in my direction. Now and then it shakes its skull, sending its strange, clacking melody through the dungeon. I'm paralyzed by tension, unable to decide whether to wait for it to make a move or strike first myself. Suddenly, the eerie noise stops. The skull approaches until it's right before my eyes. No sooner did I hear the sound of hooves striking the ground than it was on me. The reason is the skin covering everything. I couldn't see it pawing the ground or preparing to move, and that caused my blunder. I was depending too much on visual information, so I missed the signs of its rapid approach. Below the twisted horns, the jaw hangs open. I can't read any emotion whatsoever in the mask of bone, but the countless fangs are hideous. Snapping out of my daze, I abruptly bend to the side. Whoa! The skeleton sheep jumps over my head, which is touching the ground. Its surprise attack having ended in failure, it lands with a clatter. I jump up and lunge forward to protect Layu, who's lying on the ground. I'm just getting ready to make an offensive move when, it's gone. My enemy has disappeared without a trace. All I can see is the still smoking aftermath of the cave-in, and beyond that, dusky darkness. It vanished. Wrong, the skull sheep's robe. From her position at my feet, Layu groans the name of a drop item. I jump a little. She's right. The skull sheep's skin doesn't just cover its body. It also helps the sheep blend in with the duskiness so pervasive on this floor, like a human hunter wearing camouflage clothing. In other words, skull sheep can conceal themselves in the darkness. First, they terrify their prey with the eerie sound of their bones, then they silently creep up and devour them. That's why adventurers have nicknamed them death hermits. Where is it? Where is it? Where's it gonna come from? I swivel my head back and forth. All I see is darkness. My enemy must have covered its face with its baggy hood, because I can't see a thing. My confusion serves its spying perfectly. My thundering heartbeat interferes with my sense of hearing, which is all I have to rely on, and steals my calm as well. Just when I've reached peak anxiety, Layu speaks up again. Right, I hear the hood being flipped back and bones creaking. I escape its strike by a hairbreadth, but it's a bad start. The sheep grazed my right arm, and the draft it sends my way makes the abrasion burn. I say graze, but a significant chunk of my arm was torn away. Its robe fluttering, the skull sheep ignores my gaping and lands on all four hooves. Owa! The moment I look back, gripping my forearm I wish I hadn't. The monster's fangs are making a clacking sound as they chew. Bits of my stolen flesh are hanging from the joints in its jaw and neck, which are stained red. There's no question I feel terror at this horrifying monster, no, at the dungeon itself. The skull sheep can't hide its raging bloodlust. It shakes its body several times, then lowers its head so it grazes the ground. It's crouched low, and I'm guessing its hooves are planted firmly beneath the robe. My adventurer's instinct flashes red. The next instant, bumps rise on its skin. What? The bumps are caused by protruding bones. Missiles aimed at its prey pierce the inflated skin from the inside. 3 bone lances speed toward me. They're spikes. No stakes. I'm not able to completely evade this long-distance attack that my enemy implements by elongating a part of its skeleton. The lances gouge flesh from above my right shoulder and my left armpit. Ouch! I avoid being pierced like a kebab, but I still stagger, at which point the skull sheep charges forward like it's intent on finishing me off. Retracting its elongated bones, it paws the ground and flies at me. Those sharp, blood-stained fangs are about to sink right into my neck. Yeah! Just before my flesh is ripped open, I thrust out my left arm. The sheep latches onto that instead, knocking me over. My back slams against the ground. Mr. Cranel! Layu's shout twines around the monster and me, who are tangled together. I can tell right away that she's surprised. That monster's fangs aren't sunk into my flesh. I made it bite my left arm on purpose. The arm with the black band wrapped round it. The Goliath scarf. This protective gear is so hard it even repelled the claws of that monster on the 27th floor. The sharp fangs clack up and down, trying unsuccessfully to crush the scarf. For the first time, I sense an emotion, perplexity, coming from the skull sheep. Groaning from the pain that I nevertheless feel in my left arm, I thrash all 4 limbs to shake off the monster. I've been struggling hard for a couple of seconds when the skull sheep shivers and stops moving. Its stomach was exposed beneath the robe. The divine knife gripped in my right hand has slipped between its ribs and crushed the magic stone glittering as it floated in the hollow cavern of its trunk. Huff, puff, huff. Ignoring the pile of ash that cascades over me, I stare up at the ceiling, panting. That was a single fight, and I'm this wiped out. These are the deep levels. This is impossible. It sucks. I can't do it. If I run into another monster in this condition, obeying my instincts, I dig out of the ash and pick up Layu. Once again, I support her on my shoulder and set off. We've got to get away from here. If we don't hurry, other monsters attracted by the sound of the fight will soon arrive. If one of them engages me in battle, I won't be able to do it. All the energy I regained through Layu's recovery magic is gone. We've got to escape somewhere and let this exhaustion pass. I run forward desperately. Blood is dripping from the fresh wounds the skull sheep gave me. I've been bleeding buckets since our fight. If I'm not careful, I'll get dizzy. If I hadn't ranked up to level 4 and gotten this incredible toughness, I'd already be a useless mess. But with every step forward, my mind and body are cruelly reduced. My left arm is killing me. I wish I could cut it off. The word ruin is flashing in my head as if to foretell my coming end. But I press on. To survive, I press on. Like a defective marionette, I continue to move forward. Mr. Cranel, stop. Layu sounds like she cannot stand being carried along on my tortured procession any longer. Put me down this instant and go on alone. She's acting like she's a mere piece of luggage, like all she'll do is slow me down. That's what goes unspoken in her whisper. I furrow my brows as deep as they can go. I don't want to, Mr. Cranel. I'll never leave you behind. I'm insisting on it like a stubborn child. Layu turns her pained eyes toward the ground. Abandoning her isn't an option. If I did, I'd stop being Belle Cranel. I'd never be able to rescue anyone again. I scream out the words my raging emotions dictate. Do you think I stand a chance of surviving alone in the deep levels? Take that fight just now. I'd have been in big trouble without you. Blood rushes to my head. The words won't stop even though a monster might hear me. But at the same time, my instincts seem to unconsciously understand the situation. To survive, I have to convince her that her presence is crucial. So I keep on yelling even though it uses more of my precious energy. I need you because you know about the deep levels. I need your experience. As I'm screaming, I realize something. What I just said makes sense. True, I have the knowledge of the deep levels I gained from studying with Aina, but there's a big gap between knowledge and experience. Right now, that gap determines the difference between life and death. The fight with the skull sheep is proof. Any adventurer knows how scary it is to see a new floor for the first time. I have no compass to guide me through the terrible sea of the deep levels. To survive, I must have a lantern to light the way, a captain to lead me forward. Layu's eyes are wide open. She presses her lips closed and won't say a word. My bet is she's weighing the options, the merits of freeing me from her weight versus the merits of becoming the brain that leads me forward. After spending some time in mental anguish, she speaks quietly. I'll watch for monsters. You focus on moving us forward. Miss Liu, just as you said, it seems there's still a use for me. Light has returned to the sky-blue eyes that were so full of resignation. The shadow of death has lifted from her tattered body. Her petite lips form an ironic smile, as if to say, fine, it was a rash decision. I lost my cool. For my sake, she's given up. I can't help yelping with glee. Mr. Cranel, please head for a room a dead end, as small as possible. A room? We'll hole up for a while. If we damage the walls, no new monsters will be born, and we'll be able to get some rest. This battle-hardened second-tier adventurer gives precise orders. Her suggestion startles me, but she's right. If we hole up in a room, we'll be freed from this forward march that risks death at any moment. We have a direction now. A way forward has opened up. Following Liu's orders without question, I start to search for narrow passages. But our actual situation hasn't gotten any better. We'll still be wiped out if a pack of monsters finds us. If one spawns from this wall in front of us, it's over. This exhaustion is stubborn. If I let my attention waver, my knees will collapse under me. If we get to a room, what next? Even if we rest, then what? Is there a way back from the deep levels? A way to return to the surface alive? I turn my back on these dark whispers eating at my heart, close my ears, and put all my energy into escaping. I focus on putting Liu's words into action. If I don't, I won't be able to move. My face lit by the faint phosphorescence, I feel my way along the milky white wall. Liu grimaces as if even the vibration from my shoulder pains her. Our breaths intertwining, we wander through the dungeon. I wonder how much time has passed. Has it only been a few minutes? Suddenly, I narrow my eyes. There's something ahead of us on the left. A dim light is blinking from a narrow passageway. At first, I think a monster must be moving back and forth in front of the light's source, blocking it. But the instant I realize the pattern is regular, my eyes pop open. Is it flashing? No way. Is that a magic stone lamp? That kind of flashing light is out of place in the dungeon. But it is familiar on the surface. My incredulous whisper turns to certainty. No question about it. This light isn't natural phosphorescence, it's man-made. Miss Liu, it's a magic stone lamp. There's a person down here, an adventurer. Yes, that light is. Liu responds to my delirious shout with a surprised whisper of her own. Monsters don't carry lamps. There must be a human up ahead. With a little cheer, I squeeze into the passage branching off to my left. I've forgotten all about the pain that was tormenting my whole body. My step has a spring to it now. Adventurers have been rescued from the brink of obliteration by other adventurers more than once. Most of the time, they'll fight together on an emergency basis, even if they don't get along in regular life. I've heard about these outlaw morality stories, and now I'm one of them. What good luck. Imagine meeting another adventurer in a place like this. If they're down here in the deep levels, the party definitely must be upper tier. Could it be Loki Familia? Or maybe Freya Familia? That would be great. Anyone would be great. Now we'll be saved. Now we'll be freed, me and Liu too. Hello, hello. Please save us? I gather my energy and shout toward the blinking light. We turn the corner, just a little longer. The blinking grows brighter, just a second more now. I can see the entrance to the room. That's my goal. The tension is leaving my face. The relief is unending. Perhaps to hide her joy, Liu remains silent. I see a human form beyond the blinking light and unhesitatingly stretch out my hand. Please save? I step into the room with a smile on my face. That smile cracks with an audible noise. I hear someone gulp. Belatedly, I realize it's Liu. Time stops. Certainly, there are people here. People surrounding the magic stone lamp, blinking in the center of the room. They're definitely adventurers. I can tell from their weapons and protective gear, but I can't tell what race they are. I can't tell their age or facial features, either. After all, they don't have flesh or skin. Their slender fingers are white as plaster statues. Their once beautiful blonde hair is dull. The faint but distinct smell of rotted flesh hangs in the air. These are the corpses of adventurers, turned to bleached bones. One leans against the wall, its pitch-black eye sockets staring at us. Another, wearing a long, flared battle skirt, lies on the ground with its hair fanned out. Another slumps with its hands clasped around a dagger that pierces the red, dried-out clothing, as if the adventurer sank the blade into his own chest. Certainly, there are people here. Or rather, there are things that were once people. Here lies the tragic end of adventurers who succumbed to the deep levels. Huh! I totter into the room as if I'm being pulled forward. The blinking lamp is nearly broken, like it's been lying here for months. The three silent skeletons tell the same story of passing time. There is no adventurer to save us. Of course not. How did I think they would save us in the first place? What was I expecting of corpses that cannot answer my call nor move to help us? Did I think they would take my hands and dance? The idea is so ridiculous tears come to my eyes. Layu's expression has not changed. Her mouth remains clamped shut, as if she had half expected this. Suddenly, my eyes meet the empty sockets of the skeleton leaning against the wall. Welcome, join us. My ears deceive me. This is the goal you long to reach. Ah, strangely enough, it is just what we were looking for, a room with a single doorway. A dead end. I feel like the world is crumbling. I pull Layu close and drop to the ground on my knees. I hear a fatal, soul-destroying sound. Such little time has passed since I decided to try to make it through with Layu. A thread of hope has been dangled before our eyes, then yanked cruelly away. If this is the work of the dungeon, then she is a crafty, dirty trickster. She crushes my will with unparalleled perfection. Her mocking laughter rings in my ears. This will be your fate, too, just like these adventurers, defeated and abandoned by fate. Mr. Cranel, Layu sounds dejected. I can't respond. I have no idea what sort of awful expression must be on my face. As if to announce that its role has come to an end, the blinking magic stone lamp darkens for the last time. The tool that led us to the side of its owners has ended its life. Darkness descends on the room. For the umpteenth time, the darkness of despair arrives. And then, as if to pull us to the brink of death as we sink into despair, the clacking begins. Feeling for a moment like a scythe has been held to my neck, I turn. In the darkness beyond the single doorway float 3 sheep skulls. The monsters have followed the footprints of their prey. Once again, terror rises in my frozen brain. The darkness has exposed my cornered heart. Clack, 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 clack. These grim reapers are calling to us from beyond the darkness. Layu grimaces, and I pull her to me as tightly as I can, shivering in fear. The masks floating in darkness slowly approach. Stay away, I wring a faint whisper from my throat, a voice of rejection, of fear, and of entreaty. Stay away, they are merciless. They crush my prayers brutally beneath their hooves. The flock of monster sheep steps forward from the darkness. The taut thread snaps. Stay away. The moment I give in to my exploding fear and scream out, the skull sheep kick the ground. With a terrible energy, the 3 skeletons prepare to charge the room. I raise my right hand and thrust it toward them. Firebolt! I concentrate all my mental power into the word. Frantic to sweep away the death that is bearing down on us, I shoot off 5 bolts of electrical fire. 2 of the shots miss their mark and smash the wall of the maze, while the remaining 3 explode violently into the skull sheep. They shriek at the swift strike magic's direct hit. As the electrical fire pierces their dark robes and splinters their bones, the monsters roll on the ground in anguish. And then they flee, as if the wildly dancing sparks have frightened them. At the same time, the last bit of strength drains from my body. a mind down. It's what happens when you overuse magic. My reserves of mental strength have finally hit rock bottom. While I've managed not to faint, I literally can't move a finger. Unable to relish the relief of having chased away the immediate threat, a fatal despair washes over me. Mr. Cranel, someone is calling me. But who is it? Who is beside me? This is bad. I can't hear. I can't think. I can't feel. Why am I here? What was it I had to do? Mr. Cranel, I'm wandering in a maze with no exit. An endless tangle buried in darkness. I don't know front from back. Left and right are no longer clear. I can't comprehend where I am. The sensation in my hands and feet fades. The sound of my short breaths grows distant. The borderline between reality and illusion disappears. Mr. Cranel, a darkness where no light penetrates erases my existence. The darkness obliterates me, body and soul. I'm losing sight of myself. Slap! There's a dry sound. It takes a minute to realize it came from my own cheek. Please calm down. The throbbing in my right cheek brings my sense of self back from the darkness. I look up in a daze. I see a pair of sky-blue eyes. She is gazing at me imposingly. Miss Liu, sound returns. Sensation returns. Reality returns. Her name returns and I call it. She slapped my cheek. Now she nods. It might be hard, but listen. First, you need to calm down. Breathe slowly. I feel warmth spreading from the hand placed on my shoulder. I obey her instructions. Breathe in, breathe out. Once more. My lungs, which had been hyperventilating, relax. Cool air flows into my brain and calms it. The mist steadily clears. Mr. Cranel, you don't have to be depressed anymore. Liu has been quietly watching over me, choosing just the right moment to speak. We may have stumbled upon the corpses of fellow adventurers, but that doesn't change our situation in the least. So there's no need to grieve. I open my eyes wide at her words. We've been in the worst possible situation from the start, the depths of the depths. Things haven't gotten better, but they haven't gotten worse, either. To the contrary, we've found the kind of room we were searching for. We've made progress. Liu is telling me very clearly that there is absolutely no need to lose hope. And I have to admit, she's right. But I question her sanity, or rather the strength of her will. How can she have faced those rotted adventurers and still be so unruffled? Mr. Cranel, take 5 minutes. What? Please sleep for 5 minutes. Liu cuts off my surprised protest and brings her outstretched hands before my eyes. W8, what do you? I'll guard you. I'm telling you to take a nap. Take those 5 minutes to restore your strength as much as possible. She's speaking very clearly. Finally, I accept her command to rest. But what's she mean by 5 minutes? Here in the deep levels, and especially in our situation, 5 minutes is the limit. Any more is impossible. Right now, we have to be on high alert for monsters. Resting for more than 5 minutes would be unacceptable. I gulp at the finality in Liu's tone. I realize what she's saying is insane. How much can I possibly recover in 5 minutes? No matter how superhuman adventurers may be after they level up, can 5 minutes mean anything? As I struggle to vocalize my doubts, Liu answers them. To work toward recovery anywhere and anytime, this is the gift of the adventurer. I'm startled. Her words remind me of the words my idol spoke on top of the city walls. In the dungeon, you have to be able to sleep anywhere, anytime. It is very important to be able to recover your physical strength quickly. So my mettle as an adventurer is being tested right now. I admit I'd only half believed her advice up to this point, but now I realize she was 100% right. Trust eyes to hit the nail on the head. My renewed admiration for her notwithstanding, for some reason I have a vision of her glancing guiltily aside. What's up with that? Fortunately, your magic damaged the room. It's not likely any monsters will be spawned in the next 5 minutes. Liu looks around. The firebolts I used to get rid of the skull sheep caused some damage near the doorway. Large rocks lay in a pile near the door, forming a low, impromptu barricade. That's the only entrance or exit, so assuming the dungeon prioritizes repair over spawning new monsters, it's the only thing we have to guard. Will you be able to restore yourself in mind and body in 5 minutes? This is a turning point for you, no, for us. We were in a life and death situation to start with. 5 minutes might seem like a drop in the bucket, but aside from accumulating these short rests, there's no way we'll return alive. It's only 5 minutes of rest, but it is 5 minutes. Whether you interpret that as heaven or hell is a question of perspective. Which perspective do I take? I honestly don't know. What I do know is that I'm feeling less despair and sorrow than I did before. It's thanks to Liu that I can even be thinking about this right now. Each one of her words carries so much weight. Her valiant voice ringing out in this realm of suffering gives me courage. It gives me a tiny glimmer of hope. Still on my knees, I look Liu in the eye and nod. I should trust her. With the last of my energy, I head to a spot by the wall, avoiding the adventurers' corpses as I go. With a thud, I drop awkwardly to the ground and lean against the cool wall. You sleep first. I'll rest after you do. Okay. Taking advantage of the kindness of her words, I prepare to close my eyes. I'm about to sleep beside the corpses of my fellow adventurers. I'm seriously unsure if I can rest in a place like this. But just before I shut my eyes, Liu's quiet blue gaze meets mine. Sleep well, her delicate lips smile faintly. That smile reassures me, and I am able to sleep. I slip gently out of the waking world. 5 minutes, will that be enough? The instant Bell closed his eyes, Liu's smile vanished. Sweat drenched her body. 5 minutes. Accurately speaking, that was the minimum amount of time Bell needed to rest. According to Liu's diagnosis, it really was cutting it close. True, his firebolts had damaged the room, but not widely enough. It hadn't reached a level she could call safe. Normally, she would demolish walls in all 4 directions, but with her leg broken, that wasn't possible. She simply didn't have the strength. The question was, could they stay still in a room in the deep levels for 5 minutes without being attacked? The odds were slim. Watching the dungeon begin to repair itself, Liu shut her fears deep inside her heart. I must not make him worry more than necessary, not after what he's done to protect me. If he doesn't rest, he'll break down. Why had Liu lied to Belle? Because she had no other choice. With his mental strength completely sapped, he could not move. His physical strength was depleted as well. He was on the verge of losing his very sense of self as the horrible reality avalanched down on him. Rest, even a tiny bit, was essential if he was to take action after this. How could she have told him to demolish the room before sleeping? She had only had one choice, to risk their lives and rest here. This is the first turning point. If they surmounted this one, how many more awaited? She tried to smile mockingly at her inability to answer that question, but failed. She didn't even have the mental or emotional space to mock herself. For the next 5 minutes, she had to fight alone. With her battered body, she had to protect the boy and fight the sprawling darkness of the maze. Futaba is my only weapon. I can throw those 2 short swords, which means I can chase away 2 monsters. After that, I'll have to stop them with this body of mine. She pulled the 2 short swords from her hip and thrust them into the ground beside her. She wanted to be able to throw them the instant an invading monster appeared out of the dimness beyond the doorway. Since her right leg was broken and she could not move, she prayed that she would not have to use these weapons. Ooh, somewhere in the distance she heard a battle roar. A shiver shook her shoulders. Although she knew it was pointless, she quieted her breath. She glared into the darkness and prayed over and over, "Do not come. Do not appear." Every time she moved in the least, her right leg screamed in pain, and she breathed out loudly. Am I really this anxious just because I'm not talking to Mr. Cranel? The dusky darkness of the deep levels ate away at the heart of even that feared adventurer called Gale Wind. That was what made this zone so aggravating. There was infinitely less light than in the middle levels. Darkness infiltrated every corner. and darkness makes people exceedingly anxious. It destroys their personalities and destabilizes information. All of that is doubly true when one is cornered, exactly like Belle and Liu were. It also numbs all sense of time. The 300 seconds seemed endless. How many had already passed? How many did she still have to get through? She asked the internal clock she had developed on expeditions. She bit her lip at its answer. Long, so long. Not even 30 seconds had passed. She knew that her eyes were hollow. She struggled even to control her ragged breathing so it did not interfere with Belle's rest. The eerie silence that slowly spread through the room made her imagine horrible things. Weren't cracks about to spread through the wall she was leaning against? Wasn't a monster about to utter its newborn cry and then rip her head off? And what about that passage beyond the doorway? Wasn't a pack of monsters on its way down it this very moment? Liu dug her fingernails into her forearm as she battled back these delusions. She looked timidly to the side so that she wouldn't have to keep facing the darkness, facing reality. Belle was sleeping. His chin was resting on his chest, so she couldn't see his eyes. He looked as if he'd taken his final breath. But no, he was alive. He was definitely alive. He'd obediently followed her instructions and thrown himself into a brief nap. He was losing hold of himself, but that's to be expected in this situation. Liu did not think Belle was pitiful for becoming frenzied. To the contrary, he was holding himself together remarkably well given their extreme situation. He was in the deep levels for the first time and starting from despair to boot. There was no way to break through and no hope. What's more, he was out of mental and physical energy. Anyone's will would waver under those circumstances. It wouldn't even be surprising for an ordinary adventurer to snap and take their own life. Liu glanced quickly at the skeleton with the dagger in its breast. "He's really gotten stronger," she whispered. She felt an urge to touch his bloody, dusty white hair. She wanted to gently comb her fingers through it. But she couldn't. She didn't have the space to do that. Instead, she praised him sincerely and with deep emotion. At the same time, her conscience pained her. After he was done resting, she would have to give him a harsh command and force him to obey. She would have to make him commit an act of daring barbarism. She would have to do it to save him. "Only you will be saved." The rotted adventurers were the only ones who heard her whisper. Belle had been wrong. Liu had not rejected death. She had chosen self-sacrifice. She would use her own life to save his. That was the resolve that supported Liu. If only we can escape the deep levels, there will still be difficulties, but he might be able to get through them on his own. Yes, as I thought, we must aim for the connecting passage to the 36th floor. She thought about what it would take for him to return alive from this dungeon. The lower levels were different from the deep levels. He would still be in the terrible position of having no items left, but at the very least, his chances of surviving would improve greatly. If only they could escape this devil's lair. "I'm begging you, Elize, and everyone. I don't care what happens to me. I will follow in your footsteps to pay for my sins. But please, save the boy." Liu looked down as she prayed to her departed companions. Only to the visions in her memory did she expose the weak self that also existed within her strong, noble self. She squeezed her eyes shut like a weak little girl. As she did, a roar came from the doorway. She jerked up her head. 3 masks of bone hung in the dimness. New skull sheep. The hermits who feasted on death had appeared again. Reality reminded her that clinging to her departed companions would do no good. Liu bit her lip and grabbed the short sword sticking up from the ground. 3 at once, it wasn't possible. She couldn't handle all 3. One would get into the room. With a pained noise, she aimed for the skull sheep and threw the swords. One hit the bullseye. A moment later, the second blade pierced its target. 2 of the monsters collapsed to the ground. But that was all. The third monster dashed toward her and was about to enter the room when a white blade blossomed from its head. A glittering white knife had been thrown at the sheep. The thrower was right next to Liu. Bell had opened his eyes and thrown Hakugen. The lifeless bones collapsed with a clatter. As Liu watched in surprise, Bell lowered his right arm, which he had used to throw the knife. "Miss Liu." Her slender ears trembled at his whispered words. 5 minutes are up. The meaning of his simple words only sunk in after a moment. It seemed that Bell's body had somehow unconsciously kept track of the time, even when he was asleep. He was no doubt wary of his surroundings as well. The ability to keep watch while asleep was indeed an adventurer's skill, but Liu was surprised to see Bell had mastered it. Or perhaps his teacher had trained him in this craft. "I'm sorry for failing to properly serve my role. I wasn't concentrating." "No, it's fine." Belle smiled awkwardly at Liu's meek apology. Although she could still see traces of exhaustion in his face, he looked completely different from 5 minutes earlier. His voice was much stronger as well. She guessed that the fog had cleared from his mind. 5 minutes wasn't enough to do much for his physical or mental strength, but still, it was meaningful. "Please take your turn and sleep now, Miss Liu." "All right, if you insist." They had survived his 5 minutes. A heavy weight was lifted from Liu. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed her. Her eyelids grew heavy as lead. She, too, was at her limit. "Mr. Cranel, please destroy those walls so no monsters are spawned." "Got it." With that, she rested her weight against the wall. A deep sleepiness surrounded her like a cradle. She did not resist. Her mind went blank. "Leon, Leon," she heard a familiar voice. She heard the voices of her familia. She fell into the world of sleep as if at their invitation. "Leon, are you listening?" Liu looked up with a start. A pretty girl with smooth red hair and green eyes was standing in front of her, eyebrows raised. "You have some nerve to daydream when your captain is talking to you." The red-headed girl was speaking briskly and jabbing her finger into the air. Liu looked at her intently before finally opening her mouth. "Sorry, Elise, I wasn't focusing." She apologized contritely. She didn't question the fact that the redhead was standing before her. "Well, as long as you realize what you did," the girl said, smiling brightly. "Oh, this is a dream." Liu knew right away. The proof was that her body wouldn't do what she wanted it to. Her lips said words unrelated to her will, as if they were merely retracing an old memory. The dream was replaying a day from 5 years ago. It was set in a place that was very important to her, at a time when the familia she loved so dearly was still alive. When did our noble elven lady become such a sleepyhead? And while standing, too, such skills are far beyond me. "Kaguya, I'm not sleepy, and stop talking like that. It's extremely irritating." "Stop teasing her, Kaguya. Even the strongest adventurers can't help acting that way at that time of the month. She's a girl, after all." "Lyra, that's crude. Anyway, it's not THTH that time of the month." Liu was talking to a human with black hair and a prum with peach hair. Her expression was sour and her voice raised. If Bell or his friends, who only knew the Liu of today, had seen her face at that moment, they would surely have been surprised. She was young, and her expression was extremely vulnerable. She only let her friends see this inflexible, youthful side of her. She was full of things the Liu of today had lost. "Oh, so you're on your period, Leon. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. But when you're in the dungeon, you can't whine like that. Try to hold up as best as you can. Don't you take her seriously, too, Elise." Liu finally exploded at Elise, who not only winked saucily at her, but also stuck her finger in the air again. Her female familia members laughed loudly as the elf blushed to the tips of her ears. Estria Familia. Led by the goddess Estria, the familia symbol was a sword of justice and a pair of wings. During the dark days when evil spread through Arario, Estria Familia fought alongside Loki Familia and Ganesha Familia to preserve peace in the city. All 11 members were female, and all were strong-willed, brave, and heroic warriors who inspired fear. Male adventurers fled barefoot from the members of this small, elite band. "All right, ladies, pull yourselves together. Let's talk about justice." The battle against the evils is reaching its climax. It's time for us to revive our initial enthusiasm for the fight. Among all the brilliant members of that familia, Elise Lovell shined the brightest. She was their captain and Liu's friend, the one who had invited her to join the familia. Her hair, which she wore tied in a ponytail that perfectly fit her cheerful personality, was the color of the setting sun. Described kindly, her words and actions were candid and straightforward. Described unkindly, they were presumptuous and unthinking. The first time Liu met her, she had barged into her confidence, going as far as to say, "Your name is Liu? That's hard to say. I'm going to call you Leon from now on." She was to thank for the fact that everyone in the familia, aside from their patron deity, Astrea, called her that. But Liu respected Elise. She was always focused on the future, impartially kind to everyone, and more honest than anyone else she knew. In truth, Elise was Liu's first friend. "We're supposed to talk about justice. I'm not sure what to say." The easiest definition would be that justice is doing good without compensation. But isn't doing good without a goal the same as being self-satisfied? If you have a goal, then it becomes calculating. That's far from real justice. Ultimately, justice is only a convenient tool. It's a weapon used to attain a goal, or a colorless flag used for justifying violent words and actions. Wait, take that back. The sword and wings of justice that we pledged ourselves to are nothing like that. Oh, here comes Liu the theorist. At Elise's urging, all the members of the familia had gathered in a room of their home for a discussion. The passionate debate was starting to create an explosive mood. Elise looked around the room and nodded generously. "Right, let's wrap up the discussion on this topic. Even the deities can't give a perfect answer to this question, so of course we won't be able to, no matter how hard we try. Yes, it's impossible." Elise was exactly as slapdash and irresponsible as the situation required. Her familia members looked at her with irritation as she put an end to the topic she herself had brought up. Anyone can talk on and on about justice. Instead of searching for the real justice among the endless constellation of possible definitions, let's beat the villains who act under the banner of false justice. When the evil of falsehood is gone, harmony and order will be born. The people will be so happy. I'm quite sure that is what justice means for us as members of Astrea Familia. Sometimes, she said the most surprising things in a nonchalant way. Justice is not something to carry on our shoulders. It is something that will crush us one day. It is not something to boast about. That's like pushing ill will on people. Elise, justice is something to hide. Her familia members stared at her, the tension gone from their shoulders, and raised their eyebrows as if to say, "There she goes again." Like their patron deity, Astrea, Elise was more popular and trusted than anyone else in the familia. "Once again, you've prostrated yourself before my wisdom, I see. Hee, I am good, aren't I?" She also had a tendency to say unnecessary things. This time, the looks aimed at her as she put one hand on her chest and closed both eyes proudly were chilly. Ah, I miss those days. That was the thought in Liu's mind as she watched this scene unfold. Everything she sought was there. If she could return, she would. All right, on to the main topic. I've learned from the guild that evil's activity has been detected in the lower levels. The second Liu heard those words, her mind went cold. By evils, do you mean Rudra Familia? Yes. During that nightmarish fight on the 27th floor last year, the familias on the guild side suffered heavy damage, but the evils were hit even harder. Most likely, they're only able to take action in that zone now. The strategy that time was heavy-handed, thanks to Loki Familia leading the counterattack. It really depended on the bravery of our familia. Liu's mind quivered at the memory of this conversation between Elise and the others. It was the day before it happened, the eve of calamity. At the time, she had no idea what awaited them, but the Liu of the present knew everything. We in Astria Familia will survey the lower levels. It's good if we find something, better if we can stop our enemies' plans, and fantastic if we can capture Rudra Familia. No, no. Jura and others in Rudra Familia had intentionally spread that information. Guild members with links to their faction had leaked it. As a result, Astria Familia would head to the dungeon and encounter the calamity. Don't you smell a trap, just like the nightmare on the 27th floor? Even if that's case, our only choice is to go. We will go so that a tragedy like that does not occur a second time. Elise shook her head as she responded to the words of their prom companion. Layu had respected her direct gaze full of proud justice, but now it reflected the predetermined fate that made her so hopeless. Elise, it's no good. No matter how loudly she screamed, her words went unheard. No matter how desperately she called to them from within her immobilized body, the dream proceeded according to the script of her memory, leading Elise and the others toward despair. We'll leave after the meeting. Get your things ready. It's no good. Stop, Kaguya and Lyra. All of you must not go, she screamed in vain. Elise turned away and walked out of the room. The other Familia members followed, and the dream Layu went along with them. Only Layu's present-day consciousness remained. Wait. Slowly, their home melted away and was filled with white light. All that remained was the image of their backs walking away from her. They continued ahead without looking back. Beyond the light, to the far shore of the light. They left Layu behind like a painting on the wall. Wait. Kaguya, Lyra, Noin, Knees. Esta, Liana, Kelty, Iska, Mariu. She called their names to no avail. All of them walked farther and farther away. They left only Layu behind. Without realizing what she was doing, Layu desperately reached toward the back of the red-haired girl. Elise, she could see the figure beyond the light, but it did not turn toward her. Elise, a soft whisper escapes her lips. I can't help hearing. We are in the room with the corpses of our fellow adventurers. Just as Layu instructed, I damaged the walls in all 4 directions. I stabbed, ripped, and gouged them over and over with the divine knife. This will definitely prevent monsters from spawning. I retrieved Layu's short swords and Hakujin, too. I overheard her whispered word when I had finished all that and sat down next to her. I look at her face, my own mouth shut tight. She looks sad as she meets this person in her dream. I turn my eyes back to the scene in front of me. I hear and sense something. When I look at the doorway, I see a mask of bone. The skull sheep are back in pursuit of our lives, or maybe a flock of them is wandering around out there. There's only one in which case. If it comes over here, I'll shoot at it. I raise my right arm and thrust it out. Gathering up the little mental energy my rest gave me, I concentrate magical power in my right hand. No way am I going to let it know I'm tired. I stay sitting, but do my best to put on a tough guy front. The skull sheep looks at me with its hollow eye sockets as I aim my gun, then disappears into the darkness as if in retreat. It probably felt threatened by my magic. If we were on the upper or middle levels, I'm sure a monster would have charged ahead unthinkingly. I've gotta give these deep-level monsters some respect for their intelligence. They're a whole lot of trouble to fight, but it seems they're good tacticians, too. I let out a long breath and glance back at Layu. I don't think I've ever seen her this unguarded before. Her eyes are closed. Her body is battered. Maybe because of our circumstances, her bloody, dusty face has an ephemeral beauty to it. She looks like a wounded fairy sleeping beside a spring under the light of the moon. I've got to watch over her. That's why I'm sitting so close. Her warm shoulders, so close I'd bump into them if I moved even a little, look sweet to me. Circumstances be damned, I can't help it. These narrow shoulders have fought so long. Bloodied and feared, Gale wind threw herself into the stormiest of battles. Elise, she whispers the same name again. She's calling it out like a little girl. To think that such a gallant, fierce warrior can also be so weak. I'm not even sure which one is the real Layu. I just want to protect her. I want to protect this girl who would never intentionally show me her weakness. I feel like that desire is bringing back my strength. Elise, wait. 5 minutes are up. But I'll just let her rest a little longer. I'm sure it will be okay. I let her sleep and continue my watch. I let her sleep so she can keep on speaking just a little longer to the dwellers in her dreams. Not much later, Layu opens her eyes. The same old gallant elf is back. I don't say anything about what I saw. She's probably a little less exhausted, like me. Some of the color has returned to her face. Now it's time to act. To those who seek thee, deliver the mercy of healing Noah heal. Warm light spills from Layu's hands and encircles her right leg. Although I can't say it's back to normal, the leg with the hilt of her knife bound to it as a splint does heal. She gazes discontentedly at it. Now that our mental strength has returned a little, we're making quick use of Layu's recovery magic. I managed to convince her to use it on herself by flatly refusing to let her heal me. At the very least, she had to fix that broken leg. It was just too exhausting to support her as I ran. That's what I told her, and finally she listened. Her insistence on putting me first for so long reminds me how stubborn she is. Anyway, moving fast will still be hard, but at least now she can walk on her own. First, we'll take stock of our situation. Right. I look Layu in the eye. We're both kneeling. We've got an eye on the doorway to watch for monsters as we speak in low voices. I'm not sure what part of the 37th floor we're currently in. We're both injured and tired. We're in an extremely hopeless situation. In other words, there's no telling what might happen. I nod gravely. Needless to say, not knowing where you are in the dungeon can be fatal. Basically, wandering around without knowing if you're going forward or back is a shortcut to death. The fact that we rested doesn't change our horrible situation. We're still way too weak to fight deep-level monsters. If I could, I'd take a bath in elixirs and then dive into bed. We don't have much by way of treatment, either. All we can do is nurse our sorry selves along with my magic. We just used her magic on her leg, so we can't use it again for a while. Which reminds me, I gave up on healing my wrecked left arm. When we were talking about whether to heal her leg or my arm, she ripped off the scarf that was wrapped around it and gasped. From the shoulder down, it was such a mangled mess of flesh and bone that even I didn't want to look at it. But I can still move it, which means I'll be okay. Of course, it still hurts so bad I want to die, and this disgusting sweat won't stop. When we get back to the surface, I might have to get a fake arm. I'm not smiling. We lack adequate equipment as well. To put it bluntly, we have nowhere near what's needed to explore the deep levels, and we're short on items. I touch my ragged pouch, which escaped the wormwell's stomach acid, as Layu continues her pessimistic assessment. For weapons, we've got Hakugen, the Hestian knife, and Layu's 2 short swords, plus the Goliath scarf, although I doubt it will do much more than serve as a protector and substitute bandage for my left arm. My protective gear was shredded by the monster's claws, and then melted by the lambton's acid. It barely even exists anymore. We're so poorly equipped it makes me dizzy. Layu continues. As for outside help, we'd better not count on that. Even if your familia is able to follow our footsteps, it will be impossible for them to make it to the deep levels. We jumped from the 27th floor to the 37th. That kind of irregularity can't be expected of any adventurer. My only faint hope lies in Mari, who witnessed part of our battle. But even if she manages to make contact with Lily and the other adventurers, how long would it take for a rescue party to reach the deep levels? Days, a week? As for the possibility of running into other adventurers, exploring the deep levels, we'd better forget about that, too. That kind of overly optimistic idea isn't real hope. It's just a poison that destroys your spirit. I glance at the adventurers, turn to bleached bone, and settle on a resolve resembling resignation. I hope Lily and the others are okay. Suddenly, I think of my friends. Since they stayed on the 25th floor, they probably weren't pulled into that horrible monster's massacre. For the time being, I chop down that shoot of anxiety that grows bigger the more I think about things. If we don't get out of here alive first, I'm not going to be able to check on anyone's well-being. Based on our current circumstances, our best option is to head for the connecting passageway to the 36th floor. Having laid out all the things that we have to worry about, Liu moves on to our plan for moving forward. You mean escape to the lower levels, but even if we make it there, I know our safety is not guaranteed. We'll be forced to make it through those levels too. The first safety point in the deep levels is on the 39th floor. That's a distance of 2 floors from here. It goes without saying that the lower you get in the dungeon, the bigger the floors are. The 37th floor is big enough to hold all of Arario. Rather than going down 2 floors, it will take much less energy to go back to the lower levels. We can't use the hard labor approach of heading for a safety point on a lower level, like we did as a strategy of last resort that time in the middle levels. To start with, that stunt relies on a maze structure resembling a vertical channel. However, we'll have a better chance of surviving than if we stay in the deep levels. In the lower levels, there are berries and fruits that we can eat dungeon crops. It's a far better option in terms of food and water. Makes sense. I nod to indicate my understanding. At the very least, we won't have to worry about nutrition. Plus, the monsters should be less fierce and fewer in number. Compared to the deep levels, the lower levels are actually easy. From here on out, our mental strength is our lifeline. Obviously, we should avoid fighting monsters as much as possible and use magic primarily for protecting ourselves. Even if we use her recovery magic when her mental strength returns, we need to stockpile our energy and keep our cards close. Reckless use of magic or skills is prohibited. That is, if the lower levels let us be that conservative. For now, we need to collect the items and equipment necessary for moving through the lower levels. Water, too, if we can. With that, Liu ends her speech. I don't have any arguments. I mean, what choice do we have? Now, how do we get those essential goods? I'm about to ask her that when I notice something. All expression has vanished from Liu's face. Miss Liu, her lips open and then close. I glimpse hesitation and inner conflict in her cold face. She seems to hesitate for a second before speaking, as if she's about to touch on a taboo. She shifts her blue eyes away from mine. She glances at the corpses. For some reason, I get a bad feeling about this. For some reason, my hair stands on end. Finally, she opens her mouth. We're going to strip the dead of their equipment. Her words pierce my ears. What? I don't get what she just said. The words don't make sense. As I make an idiotic face, she repeats herself. We'll strip the equipment from the corpses and use it. Her low voice seems to be talking both to me and to herself. As soon as I understand what she's saying, I shout in protest. Wait a second. You mean loot the dead? Desecration of the dead. Normally, there's an unspoken rule among adventurers that if a body is found, it must be taken to the surface. Violating that rule to steal from corpses is the worst kind of barbarism. Grave robbing, scavenging from corpses, banditry detestable phrases swim in my head. Eventually, I erupt in sweat. My eyeballs are unnaturally fixed in place. My tongue is instantly dry. When I try to express this unspeakable feeling to Liu, she cuts me off mercilessly. They lost to the dungeon, and we will use them. They are our predecessors in death, and we will beg of them a way out. We are not in a position to choose our methods. Her dark determination echoes through the dungeon. I gulp. She's serious about this. I'll do the woman. You do the men? She stands up. Dragging her right leg, she walks to the woman in the long, flared skirt, kneels, and really does begin to search her. She mercilessly rips apart the already tattered skirt, severs the belt with her knife, and rummages through the red pouch. As if the skeleton is crying out, a piece of its arm drops from the cuff of the sleeve, and the golden blonde hair fans across the floor. Please stop. I don't want to see you like that. I do not voice the screams of my heart. My eyes fall on Layu's face, her wide eyes shifting uneasily, and it dawns on me. There's no way she's not hesitating. There's no way she's not trying to avoid this. No, Layu is even more guilt-stricken than I am. She's vomiting invisible blood. There could be no more loathsome act for an upstanding elf than the desecration of the dead. She is crushing her pride underfoot and donning a mask of cruelty to humiliate the dead. She has done it to survive. She has done it for herself, or for me, to do her duty as a leader of adventurers. As I watch Layu calmly strip the corpse of its possessions, I can't hold back my muddled emotions. I narrow my eyes and clench my fists, as if I'm about to start crying. I reprimand my useless legs and suddenly rush toward the adventurers-turned skeletons. My eyes meet the black sockets of the corpse leaning against the wall. I squeeze them shut for a moment. I place my hands on its armor and pull it off without hesitating. That's enough to make the world waver before my eyes. My breathing is ragged. My head is swimming. Something hot is surging up from my stomach toward my throat. No, don't vomit. This is a survival situation. Parting with bodily fluids will only bring me closer to death. I press my hands over my mouth and force the burning fluid back down. The scene before me grows blurry. No, tears are no good either. I can't spare a drop of water. This is why. This is why. This is why I clench my teeth and desecrate the dead. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I can't die yet. As I strip the adventurer's equipment, I repeat these tearful words over and over again in my heart. I steady my arm when it flinches, as if electrified by the touch of the thin white hand bones, and I steal the sword and the protective gear. This is what it means to be an adventurer. This, too, when forced to the border of life and death, you scavenge from corpses. I knew this job wasn't all roses and gallantry. I thought I understood that already. But maybe a part of me was still naive. Hardening my resolve at this point is just sophistry, but all the same, I want to live. I promise to make up for their stolen lives by seizing life myself. I desperately repeat these comfortless words to the corpses, but the bones say nothing in response. Still, the sword I have stolen from them tells me that if I am an adventurer, I must overcome this. That, at least, is what its sharp gleam in the darkness seems to be saying. Huff puff, panting with both hands planted on the ground, I look up. Spread in front of me are the possessions left behind by the adventurers. That is, their equipment and items. There's a longsword with a nicked blade, a cracked wand, several daggers, a piece of side armor, a magic feather pen, several unappealingly discolored potions, a moldy piece of bread, and some other small things. There's quite a lot here, but one item in particular draws our attention. A partly completed floor map. The corpse leaning against the wall had been gripping the sturdy roll of cloth in its hand. The X in one corner probably represents their base, which is to say, this room. From there, a red line traces a complicated maze. Quite a large area has been completed. As I look at the map, I can see that again and again they ran into dead ends, but continued on with their mapping project, despite the discouragement they must have felt. I am sure that they, too, were stranded in this place, wandering in search of a way out. And in the midst of that aim, their strength ran out. I cannot guess at their bitter disappointment, but this map will be an enormous help to us. I nod in strong agreement to the words Layu mutters as she looks down at the maps spread on the ground. We must pick up where their line breaks off and continue to map this floor. We must draw the line that leads us home. Miss Layu, does the information on this map look familiar? No, the 37th floor is too big. I haven't covered it all. At least, I don't remember a maze shaped like this. I had hoped that she could at least place our current location within the floor overall, but unsurprisingly, the outlook is not bright. Still, I've been to the deep levels many times. I do remember the main route. That means, yes, if we can get close to the main route, I can lead us to the connecting passageway. Liu looks up at me, and I see a glint of light in her eyes. It's extremely small, but I do see a little hope. About these possessions, let's bring as much as we can. We don't know what we'll need. Got it. I look away from the map and take in the pile of equipment and items. I repair the torn backpack with a bootlace and begin packing it. I even put in the items that look too dilapidated to use, like the sooty, dented canteen and the empty vials. Liu trades her tattered clothes for the ripped battle clothes of the female adventurer. I can't help blushing and looking away, even though it's hardly the time to think about that kind of thing. I look at their possessions once again and notice that there's still some food left, despite the mold and rot. Given that, it's hard to believe starvation or thirst were the direct causes of their deaths. But while there are plenty of potions left, I don't see any antidotes. I don't imagine an exploration party would neglect to bring them along, which means they used them all. Could their cause of death have been an abnormality in their conditions sparked by poison? It seems plausible. After they were stranded for whatever reason, they probably made this room their base while searching for a way out. But before they could, a monster poisoned them. They managed to hole up in here, but were unable to treat the poison with the items they had left. As one companion died, and then another. Perhaps the remaining adventurer was driven crazy by the darkness of the deep levels and took his own life. I can't help glancing at the skeleton that, until a moment ago, had a dagger sticking from its chest. Mr. Cranel. Seeming to have noticed something, Liu turns the map over and hands it to me. The cloth was originally a familia emblem, most likely a flag. Without paper to create a map, they had been forced to draw on the proud symbol of their familia. But it's too damaged to make out which familia it belonged to. However, in one corner, there are some red letters written in Kane. Deepest Apalri Honorable, Sor Mo Mother, unable to return. I read out their last words, some of which are blotted out by dirt. As we imagine the last days of this party of three, both Liu and I feel the same sorrow. Just before we leave the room decked out in their protective gear and weapons, Liu and I stand before the three adventurers and close our eyes. We have laid them in the center of the room with their hands crossed on their chests. We silently apologize for what we have done to them and offer up a prayer. It only lasts a few seconds. This is the dungeon, the den of monsters. We cannot afford to linger in sentimental reflection. We leave the room with a final word of farewell and gratitude to these nameless adventurers. Chapter 10, The White Magic Palace, the White Palace. That is what the 37th floor is called. The walls are a strange, milky white, and the scale of the maze is infinitely grander than the floors I've been to before. All the passageways and rooms are huge, easily 10 meters across in most places. The ceilings are no joke, either, although I can't see how high they are thanks to the darkness. The ring walls are especially distinctive. In the center of the floor, there's a staircase leading to the next floor, and 5 rings resembling huge castle walls surround it as if to protect the imperial throne of the staircase. This layout doesn't exist on any other floor. Adventurers must make their way through the intricate mazes between the walls, or else go up and down countless times as they head for the central staircase. I wasn't exaggerating when I said all of Arario could fit in here. Many parts of the floor are still unexplored and unmapped, and they say that if you get lost in here, you'll never get out. That perfectly describes our current situation. We've got to break out of this unbelievably huge white palace. We must escape this maze of horror. SHA. A robust arm covered in blue scales flashes a blade. The lizardman warrior thunders threateningly as I narrowly dodge its powerful attack, which has trimmed several white hairs off my head and left me drenched in cold sweat. The lizardman elite. As its name suggests, the monster is a higher-rank version of the lizardmen that appear in the colossal tree labyrinth. Its abilities are on a totally different level. The scales are blue rather than red, and as hard as armor, leaving no offensive or defensive vulnerability whatsoever. Its hands skillfully wield nature weapons, two axes made of a milky white stone that resembles bone. Although their threat level varies across individuals, the guild rates them between level 3 and level 4. They specialize in close combat. GRUO, JAA. The battlefield is a square room. I face two enemies. Since she can't yet move with total freedom, Layu is forced to kneel behind me as the rear guard, waiting on the sidelines of the battle. I take on both lizard men at once, protecting her at the same time. I can sense my enemy's potential viscerally, but I'm careful not to get pulled into an unnecessary counterattack. Taking an oblique stance, I hold the longsword in my right hand and gradually inch backward, tolerating the lizard men's attacks as stoically as I can. I feel Layu's sky-blue eyes watching over me from behind. I focus my attention on my enemy's movements, saving up my strength. Layu has imposed a condition on my advance through this deep level. I must prioritize the conservation of energy above all else. It is essential that I avoid wasteful movements and whenever possible kill monsters with one strike. In other words, a single lethal blow. I've got to aim for the magic stone in the monster's chest. The instant one of the lizard men gets tired of waiting and raises its stone axe above its head. I transition from defensive position and unleash a lightning attack. Lunging forward on my left foot, I thrust my right arm forward like an arrow. GAA, the sword of the dead adventurer, pierces the center of the monster's unguarded chest. I feel the blade striking something hard, the magic stone. Its eyes bulging, the lizardman convulses and then crumbles in a pile of ash. Ha! I turn on the other monster, confused now that it is left alone. Anxious not to let the opportunity slip by, I thrust the sword forward immediately. The tip pierces my enemy's chest, but GAA. Although blood gurgles from its mouth, the monster does not turn to ash. Instead, it rolls its bloodshot eyes at me menacingly. I failed to smash its magic stone. My aim was off. My anxiousness was partly to blame, but more than that, my lack of skill. The longsword is lodged between two scales, and I can't pull it from the monster's flesh. I lose hold of it as the lizardman elite thrashes around. Terrifyingly, it charges toward me still pierced by the blade. Spinning halfway around, it swings its massive tail toward me from the left. I block with the Goliath scarf, which is still wrapped around my left arm. A second later, a numbing shock reverberates from my arm to my brain. My left arm has become my Achilles heel. Even though I blocked the monster's attack, the pain is so extreme it immobilizes me, leaving me wide open. And a deep-level monster is not about to overlook that opportunity. It roars in fury and raises its stone axe. Oh no, you don't. The moment before the lizardman splits my head open, a flying dagger stabs it in the right eye. GUGA. The support came from Layu. Gaping in surprise, my next act is entirely reflexive. I pull Hakugen from my hip, swivel toward the writhing lizardman elite, and dive at it. The glittering white long knife pierces its chest. Stabbed by both a sword and a knife, the lizardman elite finally expires. The dagger and longsword tumble to the ground as it turns to ash. Mr. Cranel, more are coming. I don't even have time to take a breath. Many footsteps are pounding toward us from far down the passageway. There are too many. If we fight here, we'll be surrounded. I grimace and wipe away the sweat, forcing my mind to shift from battle mode to escape. I grab the longsword and the dagger off the ground and pass the latter to Layu. We can't afford to waste any weapons. I catch up with her, pull her arm over my shoulder, and hurry out of the room. After we leave the room where the adventurers' corpses lie, we're only able to successfully battle monsters for a short time. We use the map to avoid dead ends and head toward a larger passageway. But our first battle lifts the curtain on unending waves of angry monsters. Since the 37th floor is so huge, the total number of monsters, that is, The absolute number that can appear here is extraordinary. Even the intervals are short, giving adventurers no time to rest. The one saving grace is the fact that the monsters are spread out in the overly large maze. But if you have the bad luck to encounter a cluster of them, you end up in the situation we're in now. Oh. We're being pursued by lizardmen elites, skull sheep, and lots of other monsters. One fight calls forth the next. One battle cry invites another. If a battle lasts more than a few seconds, the deep-level monsters detect it with their keen senses and gather around the prey. Liu told me to avoid fighting as much as I could, but it's impossible. We've already fought 14 battles. I stopped counting how many monsters we faced after 30. Is this par for the course in the deep levels? This must be a joke. Oh. A loop-garu wielding a stone sword nature weapon lopes across my field of vision. It's a medium-category monster whose short trunk measures from 120 to 130 celches. I almost mistook it for a kobold at first glance, but it has the head of a wolf rather than a dog. Compared to the low-level monsters in the upper zones, it's far more sinewy and capable of violent attacks out of scale with its small body. If animal people on the surface get wind of a werewolf-type monster, they'll beat it to a pulp. That's because they've caused more than their share of tragedy by invading the surface. Most of the time, when a village gets ransacked on a moonlit night, it's by a pack of these loop-garus. Even I used to shiver at stories of these beasts when I was a child. Werewolves in particular loathe these warlike wolf monsters as if they were vipers. Ao. WO. One kicks off the wall and attacks me from overhead, while another creeps along the ground to attack my feet. Wielding milky white stone blades that look like knives, the two wolves attack wildly at the same time. Sparks fly from the longsword. I swing overhead, even as my left thigh is lightly ripped. I'm suddenly on the defensive thanks to their extreme agility, which is outstanding even compared to other deep-level monsters. Landing a single deadly blow on their chests is out of the question. Cutthroat close combat. That's another reason the 37th floor is called a palace. In addition to the undead, the place is full of warrior-type monsters. From the lizardmen elites to the loop-garus and spartwa, all of them are specialists in hand-to-hand combat who bring brute strength, agility, and mastery of nature weapons to their fights. They'll plunge even adventurers who excel at skill and tactics into a bloodbath. They are true guardians of the palace. And this is the kind of place Eyes and her familia members spend their time in. They're fast and strong, way faster and way stronger than any monster in the lower levels. It's not that I couldn't beat them one by one. Their biggest weapon is their numbers. It takes at least 3 blows to kill one to fend off the attack, another to push them off balance, and a third to bury the knife in their chest. Only then do I finally bring down one monster. And once that's over, another 3 are crushing the last one's corpse underfoot to attack me. This is impossible. I can't kill them all. Mr. Cranel, over here. Perhaps sensing I've reached a limit, Liu shouts urgently to me. No sooner has she done so than a dagger passes through one of the loop-garu's ears and pierces its skull. Taking advantage of the moment, I spin around at full force. Dripping sweat as a lizardman's stone sword grazes my back, I race to Liu's side. Ooh. Naturally, packs of monsters are also chasing us. We can never fully escape. We'll be crushed. What in the world could Liu have in mind? She's at the end of the passage as I retreat pitifully toward her. Now she turns the corner and hides. We have no choice. I'm using this, she whispers. I look at her questioningly. She reaches down to her hip and pulls a brilliant red stone from her pouch. I realize with a start that I've seen one of those before. Mr. Cranel, fire please. An inferno stone. The moment she pokes her head around the corner and throws the stone at the approaching monsters, I reflexively raise my right hand. Firebolt. As I release the electrical fire, Liu reaches around the corner and pulls me back with her slender arm. That is to say, her level 4 arm. Ignited by the electrical fire, the Inferno Stone sets off a tremendous explosion. The shock waves and backdraft reach us around the corner, drowning out the screams of the monsters. When the waves of heat finally recede, I timidly peer around the corner and see, beyond the lifting smoke, a cracked hallway littered with the corpses of monsters killed by the explosion. Miss Liu, you just used. Yes, an Inferno Stone I confiscated from that dwarf. Shaking from the stink of burned flesh, I nervously look back at Liu. She's frowning. We're talking about the incident on the 27th floor when I first made contact with her. Liu was stealing something from the vanquished dwarf, who was a friend of the tamer called Jura. I realize now it must have been an Inferno Stone, which they used to destroy the floor. I never guessed the Inferno Stone I stole from Jura's crew would save us. As she notes this terrible irony, Liu for once can't hide her hatred. Although she said she didn't have a choice, I get the sense that her feelings are complicated. In any case, the explosion seems to have stemmed the tide of monsters. Most likely, it wiped out any that were near us. The passageway is suddenly quiet. How many Inferno Stones do you have left? 5. In other words, we only have 5 more outs from tight spots. I can't think of anything to say. Partly, I'm silent out of helplessness. Mr. Cranel, I need a little time. I'm going to do some mapping. Okay, please stand guard. Liu peers warily around, then sits down in the middle of the shattered passageway and takes out the map. Dipping the feather pen, a magic item called a blood feather that allows the use of blood in place of ink, into one of her wounds, she picks up where the interrupted map left off. As a result of getting into so many battles, we've strayed far from the part of the maze the deceased adventurers noted down. Liu's hand never pauses, as if the complex route we took is imprinted in her mind. You can even make maps. Simple ones. I'm nowhere near as good as specialized thieves and cartographers. I could never pull off what this second-tier elf does with such ease. I've been depending on her. Far from protecting her, I've been letting her rescue me from the start. Honestly, I can't even imagine where I'd be if she wasn't by my side. As I watch her draw the red line with perfect accuracy, I drop to the ground with a thud. I can't hide it. This series of battles has completely drained whatever energy I'd regained. How will I ever get through the deep levels like this? Mr. Cranel, you're still doing unnecessary things. Try to be more efficient. Liu is still working on the map. She doesn't even raise her head as she offers this cool advice. My face grows instantly hot from shame and regret. I know, but I can't. I forget our surroundings and shout my answer. The whole situation is impossible. The monsters are so strong and fast. The more upset I get, the less I can fight. I cover half my face with my right hand, drowning in irritation and despair. Liu looks up silently. If things go on like this, I won't be able to protect myself or Liu. I'm sorry. I end my tirade with a pitiful, whispered apology. Then I slump on the ground and groan. As I'm staring at the ground with a bitter frown, Liu finally speaks. Mr. Cranel, you are not acting like an adventurer. Her voice hasn't changed at all, but her words are totally out of place. Huh, you're doing a good job. From your perspective, this is a completely unknown world. It's natural for you to be confused and unable to perform well. Even if you're level 4 now, that's still true beneath the surface. If you were a normal adventurer, you would be screaming that I'm being absurd right now. She's not blaming me, and she doesn't sound hopeless. She's simply telling me in a calm voice what she's thinking. You're too hard on yourself. That's what I meant when I said you're not acting like an adventurer. If you gain a bit more confidence, you'll be a much stronger adventurer. She smiles faintly. I can't take my eyes off her face, which is clearly visible even in the darkness. She sets the feather pen down, hesitates for a moment, then squeezes my pinky. Watch your enemies well and gauge them. Deep-level monsters are highly intelligent. Most likely, they will execute tactics much more advanced than monsters you've encountered previously. Okay. Your right arm tends to float up when you get flustered. Relax your shoulder and aim for the magic stone. Okay. Rely on me in the rear guard more. Right now, I'm your party. Okay. Encircling someone's pinky with your pointer finger and thumb must have a meaning among elves. I feel calm now, like the tide has receded. Layu's words penetrate straight into my brain. The warmth of her fingers clears the haze from my heart. Do you remember what I told you aside from aiming for the magic stone? Use the terrain? She nods and looks me straight in the eye. We'll fight again now, and I want you to remember everything I just told you. You can do this. Even in our dire situation, Layu's words are like magic. They open my eyes to many things. They make me remember many things. I need to become aware of myself again. I may have changed when I met the Xenos and when I lost to my greatest rival, but that doesn't mean I'm a full-fledged adventurer. However much I've grown, however much my status has risen, I've still only been doing this for 5 months. I'm still a novice. There's so much I can't do yet. I'm still totally green. But the flip side is that I can become stronger, even starting now. There's no limit. This woman really is amazing. It was the same when we were confronted with the dead adventurers. She wiped away my anxiety and guided me forward. I'm determined to become stronger so I can protect this guide of mine from the deep levels. You're like my teacher, aren't you? Before I realize, I've spoken the words on my mind. Of course, I'm studying under eyes, whose fighting style mine resembles, according to a certain first-tier adventurer. Still, I can't help smiling at the relationship that might have existed. That might have been a possibility. Layu widens her eyes just the slightest bit and smiles at me. Our situation is still as awful as ever. Nevertheless, we're able to smile at each other. Mr. Cranel, let's get ourselves back in shape. After a moment, Layu switches gears and puts on her usual well-defended expression. I nod. My self-doubt has cleared, but I won't be able to beat monsters in my current state of exhaustion. Glancing around warily, Layu puts away the map and takes out something else. A vial with garish purple liquid sloshing revoltingly inside. Drink this. It's one of the potions of undetermined vintage that we got from the dead adventurers. I sweat as the solemn Layu holds out the weirdly discolored liquid to me. Do I really have to drink this? This is no time to demand perfection. Drink. She speaks curtly, as if she's read my mind. She sounds just like a strict, serious teacher who never bends the rules. It doesn't matter if it's spoiled. Miss Layu, it will still work, I think. Miss Layu, I can't help protesting when she lets slip that disturbing I think. But it looks like I'll have to drink up. After all, Layu has to save her recovery magic for emergencies. I'm sure lots of adventurers lost in dungeons or ruins have eaten rotten food or used spoiled items to survive. I drink the spoiled potion, grimacing as I do. Bleck! The tingling in my mouth and the disgusting smell invading my nose make my voice sound weird. The potion is sweet, but after the sweetness comes bitterness. With a bizarre gurgling sound, my internal organs start to move around strangely. I double over, gripping my stomach to somehow tolerate this sensation. You should be fine because of your immunity. Come on, don't say should. Tearing up at Layu's words, I drink down the last dregs of potion. Fortunately, it doesn't give me diarrhea or make me vomit. Abilities, or I should say adventurers, are amazing, and hey, my strength is back. Physically, I feel better than I have since coming to the dungeon, although my nerves are frayed from anxiety and overstimulation. But even my wounds close up when I sprinkle a few drops of the potion on them. I can fight again. Let's go. Right. We quickly check over our equipment and stand up. Keeping an eye out for danger, we dispose of the magic stones in the corpses of monsters killed in the explosion in order to prevent them from being used to create an enhanced species. We pick up the singed daggers, too, although one is no longer usable. In contrast to the potion and food, The equipment we got from the skeletons is in excellent condition. When upper-tier adventurers go into the deep levels, they take with them weapons and protective gear forged by high smiths that can withstand long use with almost no deterioration in performance. Gripping the longsword in my right hand, I lend Liu my shoulder and start walking, my side armor clanking. The White Palace maze is peaceful. It's easy to overlook because each passage is so enormous, but the number of intersections and staircases going up and down is also immense. The sheer number of choices we have to make reminds me of Daedalus Street. In that sense, the structure of the 37th floor may be strangely orthodox. Unlike the colossal tree labyrinth and the water capital, this is a genuine maze. It's a chalky labyrinth designed to confuse and trap thieves who invade the royal palace of the dungeon. Miss Liu, are there any especially dangerous monsters on the 37th floor? Right now, every monster on this floor is a threat to us, but if I had to name two, I'd say the Spartwa and the Peludas. We're whispering back and forth as we advance cautiously down a dimly lit passage. In contrast to the battles of a few minutes earlier, the maze is quiet now. I don't sense any monsters nearby or hear any battle cries. We haven't had any encounters since we used the Inferno Stone. But even as we pray for this to continue, both of us know it's only the calm before the storm. Rare monsters aside, Spartwa are the most skilled of all warriors when it comes to close combat. They're especially dangerous because they're spawned with weapons made of bone. Some individuals even carry javelins. Still keeping watch for monsters, I compare what Liu is telling me with the book knowledge I already have. To get through the deep levels, I've got to root out all sources of anxiety in my mind. That's why I asked Liu about the scariest monsters. Peludas attack with poison. Most likely the immediate cause of death for those adventurers we found in the room was poisoned darts from a Peluda. If we run into a Sparta or a Peluda, we should flee if at all possible. I tuck Liu's words away in my heart even as I fight back the panic they stir up. I've made a point of asking Liu about her experiences when she was an adventurer, and she's told me as much as she could. Greedily, desperately, I've stored it away, even as I look around with increased wariness. The White Palace, I turn the name over in my mind, thinking how apt it is. The slightly repellent milky white color of the walls and floors lacks the splendor of a palace, but the incomprehensible scale is definitely fitting for a natural castle. The palace of the underworld may be just the right name for it. As for the difficulty of conquering this White Palace, the guild has set the requirement for the 37th floor at level 4. When I think about that, I realize that Liu and I do meet that standard. Plus, Bors said that Liu was at the upper limit of level 4. She herself told me Astrea Familia had made it to the 41st floor. Our ability definitely isn't unsuited to this floor. That is, if we weren't in our current situation. Miss Liu, do parties of 2 ever explore the deep levels? Not likely. Aside from Otter, the warlord, even first-tier adventurers wouldn't come down here solo. It's not that kind of place. Not even low-key Familia. It's probably different if you're level 6, but you've got to have at least a 3-man cell, no, a 4-man cell. Plus, you'd want a healer. Liu sounds like she's anticipating what I want to ask. Even low-key Familia and Freya Familia can't afford to be careless down here. Not even the Sword Princess. I feel as if my lungs just froze. Mr. Cranel, do you have a general picture of the 37th floor? Liu cuts into my silence with a question of her own. I nod, mentally unfurling the map of the deep levels that I received permission to view with Ina. The perfect analogy for the 37th floor is a box with a round cake inside. The box is the floor itself, and the cake is the maze. That is, the White Palace where we currently are. The palace is made up of the 5 ring walls. The walls are numbered, starting with the first wall in the center, the second wall beyond that, and so on. The mazes between the walls have names, too. The centermost area inside the first wall is called the throne zone, and that's where floor bosses appear. Moving out from there is the knight zone, the warrior zone, the soldier zone, and the beast zone. Despite these names, there isn't a big difference in the type of monster likely to appear in each part of the maze. However, since the area grows smaller and the maze more intricate as you move inward, the number of encounters and surprise attacks also naturally increases. In addition, data suggests that battles are more intermittent in the outer rings, although that isn't necessarily the case since monsters can move from one area of the maze to another. The all-important staircase to the 36th floor is outside the 5th wall, on the far southern tip of the box. In other words, we have to get out of the White Palace. On the route we plan to take, there's no chance we'll run into the floor boss at the center of the maze. That's the one saving grace in our current horrible situation. If we had to take on a floor boss, well, I might lose heart altogether. We run into a number of monsters wandering the maze, and I fight them according to Liu's instructions. We're still not on the route the other adventurers had noted on the map. Eventually, we enter an open space. An enormous wall towers before us. A ring wall. Even without having seen the real thing before, I know at a glance what it is. Within the milky tint of the maze, the curved wall is a pure, unclouded white. You could easily mistake it for clear ice. No, for white crystal. It looks a bit like the Great Wall of Sorrows on the 17th floor, where the Goliath appears, although this one is incomparably bigger. The wall extends as far as I can see to the left and right. It's so perfectly uniform it hardly seems like a natural structure. Because of the darkness, I can't tell how high it is, but I'm sure that if I searched all the countries in the world, I would never find a castle wall this monumental. No question about it, this is the 3rd wall. Liu's words shake me out of my daze. Still leaning on my shoulder, she squints up at the magnificent wall. Each of the ring walls has a subtly different color. The only one that's pure white is the 3rd wall, in the middle of the 5 rings. She sounds very confident. At her urging, we walk up to the wall. She quietly presses her palm against its surface, ignoring my terror at being so close to a maze wall, which is an extremely risky place for surprise attacks since a monster could spawn at any moment. With her hand still against the wall, she moves along it. It's very slight, but the wall is curving inward toward us. That means, yes, we're between the 3rd wall and the 2nd wall, in other words, in the warrior zone. If the wall is curving toward us, that means we're encircled by it. We just figured out where we are. The warrior zone at the approximate midpoint of the White Palace. I'm not yet sure of our exact location, but it's incredibly important that we were able to figure out the general area of the 37th floor we're in. I nod, unable to hold back my excitement. My eyes meet Liu's sky blue ones, which give me the go-ahead to start moving along the wall. We have no time to celebrate. We have to find another passage before the monsters realize we're here. All we know so far is our general location. We still can't pinpoint this exact spot. All the same, it's a step forward. It's progress. A beam of light has shone into the endless expanse of the maze. That's what I try to make myself believe. As I step forward, I tell myself this path leads toward hope. We can survive, we can return to the surface. Our party of 2. I focus my energy into the shoulder that is supporting Liu's slender form. The discrepancy between the 2 adventurers' outlook had not faded. How much can I help him grow before I'm gone? Liu was deep in thought as she stole a glance at Belle's face, which was filled with renewed hope that they would return alive. Although he did not know it, she was mulling over what would happen after her life was offered up in sacrifice. It's poor strategy to expect to sacrifice one's life from the start, but I need to be ready for that moment whenever it comes. If I hesitate, both of us will die. Like Belle, Liu prayed that she would survive their ordeal. Of course she did. There was no harm in both of them returning alive. but she also knew that the deep levels were unlikely to allow them that luxury. Although their equipment had improved a bit through their desecration of the dead, their situation was still far from solid. After all, why should the dungeon let weak, injured prey escape its jaws? She expected circumstances would force her hand. Undoubtedly, a situation would arise in which she must sacrifice herself. Before that happens, I have to teach him how to survive. Liu planned to pass on all she knew to Belle in the time she had left. Even after escaping the deep levels, he had to be able to survive alone until help arrived. It was a good sign that he was seeking information from her so actively. Plus, because the dungeon forced him to put what he learned into practice immediately, he was absorbing everything extremely quickly. He's stronger now, much stronger than before. Even if he's struggling right now, as he gains experience, the unknown will become known and he'll be able to adapt. She didn't doubt that. He really was stronger now, so much so that she hardly recognized him. He had pushed the juggernaut into a corner all by himself. A number of factors had contributed to his success, but nevertheless, it was an extraordinary achievement. The sight of him fighting so hard against despair and ultimately breaking through had given her hope. She had seen the light of white flames that must never be allowed to die out. Even now, he is pursuing his ideal. He is pursuing a future in which both of us survive. The boy was brilliant, so brilliant he blinded her. Once she, too, had shared his unclouded gaze. She had pushed forward believing in a better future. She doubted that she was capable of pursuing an ideal anymore. Rejoice, Kaguya, I'm like you now. As she walked forward through the dim, milky white maze, Liu cast a self-mocking smile at her departed friend. Visions of those days rose in her mind. As the adventurer Liu looked ceaselessly around for monsters, the part of her that was already cut free from the present soared into the past. Special chapter recollection of justice. Take it back, Kaguya. It was a day long ago, and Liu was shouting emotionally. She and a fellow member of Astrea Familia were in a room in Stardust Garden, their home in Aurario, butting heads. And why exactly do I have to take back what I said? The beautiful girl who smiled cheerfully back at her had long, straight black hair. Her island-style clothing and pretty hairpin suggested her origins in the Far East, while her graceful words and carriage were those of a sheltered girl of gentle birth. Still smiling, she tilted her head questioningly at Liu's passionate insistence, as if to say, why all the fuss? You're telling me that the minority should be ignored in the name of the bigger picture. Is that the justice Lady Astrea wants? What good is peace at the cost of such a sacrifice? Liu was younger then, her words colored by the upright character of the elf race. As Kaguya listened, she lowered her arched eyebrows, only to narrow her eyes like a fox. Idiot, you're so shallow it takes my breath away. What? Why, do you think people call you a useless little elf? Kaguya snorted. Her refined manners of a moment earlier vanished like smoke. Liu wanted to explode at the way the other girl was talking to her so slowly, like she was a stupid child. Gajauno Kaguya. She was a level 4 adventurer and the vice-captain of Astrea Familia. Her swordsmanship and skill in hand-to-hand combat far outstripped any other member of the Familia. She and Liu were constantly competing with each other to see who could advance faster. Although she did not like to talk about her background, she was rumored to have grown up in a noble family in the Far East. Her long, silky hair reached to her waist and was cut straight across her forehead in bangs. When she wore a kimono and smiled, she was a veritable picture of a Far Eastern woman. As soon as she opened her mouth, however, the illusion crumbled. She had a notoriously dirty mouth and not a shred of class. Liu felt like fainting from embarrassment when Kaguya would cross her legs, so everyone could see up her clothes or walk around in her underwear, when the weather was hot even if guys were around. She was just like Cyclops from Hephaestus' Familia, which made Liu wonder crossly if this was the only kind of woman the Far East produced. I adore Lady Astrea. If she hadn't made such a deep impression on me, I wouldn't be in this familia. I have the highest respect for her. Well then, but that has nothing to do with the application of her concept of justice to real life, Kaguya said, cutting off Layu's attempt at protest. Is it easier for you to understand if I put it like this? Don't think we're strong enough to rescue the whole world. The look in her eyes was sharp and her tone cold. Leon, you're a strong fighter, strong enough that I think of you as a worthy rival, but you're still the greenest member of this familia. Wah! Layu lunged toward Kaguya, eyebrows raised incredulously at the sudden insult. I'm not picking on you because you're an elf. I'm saying you have a stronger spirit than any of us. But if you're right, then why did Shakti's younger sister, Adi, die? The hand that was reaching toward Kaguya froze. She died right before our eyes, didn't she? She was killed by the evils with that nonsensical self-detonating bomb. It was a dark time in the Labyrinth City. Rudra Familia and other evil forces had reared their heads in Arario, bringing destruction and suffering. Chaos and confusion had swirled in the lawless city as the bandits rampaged. The blood and tears of the powerless citizens had flowed without cease, and those with the strength to stop the evil were forced to make sacrifices. Look at the city. The cries of her people still have not stopped. We have had to make sacrifices even to reach this point. How can we scream for a justice that doesn't have a single blemish? You think we can save everyone. I don't think so, idiot. Kaguya stroked the 2 daggers at her waist as she spit out her last words, but she was neither angry nor hopeless. Instead, she was coolly describing their harsh reality. The justice you speak of is no more than a convenient ideal. There comes a day for every person when they must make a choice. You and I, as well. She turned her black eyes away from Layu as if she'd lost interest. I think you need to learn a little more about the real world. With those parting words of mockery, she turned away. Left alone, Layu could only clench her fists, not in irritation at Kaguya, but in anger at herself for not being able to argue back. Looks like you two were getting into it again. The voice caught Layu off guard. It was Elize, who poked in her head from the hallway as if she just happened to have been walking by. Layu looked away as the redhead came into the room. It's a good thing for you two to exchange ideas, but could you keep your voices down a little next time? Me aside, Lady Astrea overheard you. You'll only add to her pain. Of course, she'd probably just encourage you to talk things through. Anyway, sounds like Kaguya won again. You're much too upright. You make it easy to pick on you. Elize smiled as she teased the dejected Layu, who kept her eyes glued to the floor as she spoke. I can't accept it, even if I'm an idiot and Kaguya is right. I just can't swallow the idea of expecting to make sacrifices from the start. It's no different from giving in to the evils. We might as well proclaim our own powerlessness and forget about working for justice. As she spoke, her emotions bubbled up and she couldn't help raising her voice. Please calm down, Leon. Elize squeezed Layu's pinky. Her pointer finger and thumb encircled the elf's slender finger. As she did, Layu's feelings grew strangely clear. That was what always happened. Elize was always able to make Layu feel as calm as a quiet sea. It was as if the girl's green eyes were sucking her in. Did you hear what Kaguya said? You mean about having to give something up? Yes, I did. Why? What do you think of it? Do you agree with her that sacrifices must be made? Before she realized it, she was asking Elize her opinion. Elize answered without pause or self-doubt, thrusting her narrow chest forward proudly. Of course it's better if we can save everyone. I think you were in the right. Layu was shocked. Elize was breezily confirming the resolution that Layu had arrived at through questioning herself. As she blinked in surprise, Elize continued, but I'm not sure if that's the correct answer. Huh. I don't think everything will go smoothly just by charging toward your ideal head-on. After all, That could lead to paying a heavy price and making even more sacrifices. Elise did not deny what either Liu or Kaguya had said. She viewed things not from an individual perspective, but rather from that of natural law. I've heard that when Kaguya was in the Far East, she went through a lot. I suspect she saw things you and I can't even imagine. You mean the political strife in the East? She may have spoken harshly because of those experiences. Perhaps she said those things in order to protect what is truly important to her. The captain of the Familia was looking deep into Kaguya's heart. I don't think there is a right answer. There is only what we do to fulfill our wishes and how hard we struggle. There is only what we are able to leave behind on the altar of the ideals we cannot reach. Even I, in all my perfect purity and correctness and wisdom, can say no more than that. Liu wasn't sure if that last bit was spoken in jest or seriousness, but Elise smiled after she finished talking. But ideals are important, aren't they? Like pure, graceful flowers. They may be no more than beautiful words, but we should still strive for them, no matter how we are laughed at or mocked. If we don't, then we will become weak creatures willing to accept any outcome whatsoever. Elise's eyes were completely earnest as she spoke those words. Liu remembered them even now. If we don't pursue our ideals, the things we obtain through compromise will be insignificant. That's what I think. That's what I believe in. Elise had said it quite clearly. I don't know if that's the right answer, but giving up is wrong. The ideals you pursue are filled with happiness. That's why it's meaningful to pursue them. Each of Elise's words struck deeply in Liu's heart. What if someone really does fulfill their ideals? Liu asked. Elise laughed like a child. Don't you know? Those are the people we call heroes. Chapter 11. Where the will to kill, LEADS, the battle cries of monsters echo like thunder. Ignoring the sweat dripping down my body, I respond to the threatening chorus with a cool-headed swirl of attacks. We are on a sprawling battlefield in the deep levels. After making our way through the maze for a while, we've taken up positions at the top of a staircase. The decision was based on one of Liu's conditions for battle. Always use the terrain. Like the mazes in the water capital, those between the ring walls on the 37th floor are multi-level. The ceilings of the rooms are terrifically high, and to move forward, you have to go up and down endless staircases. Right now, we're fighting monsters from the top of one of those staircases. It goes without saying that the monsters have a hard time attacking us from below, and an equally hard time fending off our attacks from above. We have the geographical advantage. That is, we're using the height differential to our benefit. Yeah, GAAA. I swing a white stone cudgel down on a loop garrow that's left itself momentarily exposed. To the wolf-headed monster on the step below me, it's like the nature weapon, which I stole from the beast itself, is being swung down from high above my head. Even though it tries to shield with its arms, the cudgel smashes its head and body, reaching its magic stone. Without even waiting to see its body crumble into ash, I toss away the cracked nature weapon and immediately draw the sword of the dead adventurer. I thrust it accurately into the magic stone of the skull sheep that was on me in an instant, almost as if I predicted its attack. Watch your enemies well. Liu had told me to watch and gauge the monsters. That would allow me to act tactically, but more importantly, to make up for injuries and other physical handicaps with my wits. You. When I watch them carefully, I can see that the monsters below us are at a loss for how to attack. The passageway and the stairway we're standing on are unusually narrow for the 37th floor, which allows us to limit the number of enemies we're fighting at one time to 2. The corpses are piling up to the tune of their enraged howls. All we have to do is give the monsters that approach carelessly a good kick. That's what I do to a lizardman elite that charges up with an irritated howl. A sound kick to its jaw sends it flying backward, knocking down the other monsters on the staircase as it tumbles down and ultimately breaks its neck. My right arm tends to float up, That's something else Liu told me. I watched the wave of monsters ascending the staircase, and very intentionally, without fear, panic, or strain, wait for my opportunity, then strike. G-U-G-A-A. My thrust lands in the center of the monster's abdomen. The loup-garou screams and transforms into a mist of ash. You can do it. You can see. You can attack. You can fly. If I put Liu's advice into action, I can fight. Compared to battles on flat land, the monster's movements are far more limited here. I make a mental leap. Their limited range of movement means I can lead them in whatever direction serves me best. And being able to lead them means my predictions can get pretty close to premonition. I look over the monsters clamoring to approach me, take aim, and act. Haya! I cut downward at a slant from the neck of the lizardman leading the charge, sending him flying. Instantly, 2 loup-garous dodge the corpse and come at me. I reverse my swing and plunge the blade into the chest of the wolf monster on my right. As the one on my left swipes its sharp claws toward me, I easily repel it with the Goliath scarf wrapped around my left arm. A jolt of pain shoots from my arm up to my skull. Ignoring it, I swing the sword around in a tight arc. Even if I'm not able to kill my enemy with one stroke, I'm trying to keep my movements as minimal as possible. The loup-garou is coming at me from the side now, and my sword slices off its leg, knocking it off balance. Immediately, I hit it with the pommel. Blood flies from its nose as my powerful blow lands on its face in midair. It ends up skewered by something that was meant for me. It's a bone lance, one of the long-distance projectiles from a skull sheep that snuck up from behind. The sheep freezes for a second as its attack misfires into the loup-garou, and I take that opportunity to throw my sword at it. I glimpse the weapon piercing its skull and magic stone, even as I'm taking up Hakugen with my now empty hand. I glance up at the loup-garou that's jumping silently over my head as if to say, I see you. Ignore the surprise in its eyes at being led into my trap, and slice it in half with Hakugen. I've just turned 4 or 5 monsters to ash as if I had planned it all out in advance. Here comes number 6. I'm not going to be able to stop this loup-garou alone. So, Gugei, I leave it to her. Liu throws a dagger from her position in the passageway behind my back. Her timing is impeccable. She throws exactly when I step out of the path of the blade. As the monster writhes, its eye pierced by the dagger from my incredible party member in the rear guard, I plunge my knife into its chest. I used it, leading the enemy. It's something eyes taught me. They're always most off guard right before their final blow. The instant before they attack is your best opportunity, so you guide them into attempting a lethal blow. At the time, we were talking about one-on-one encounters. But thanks to Liu's instruction, I've broadened it to encompass all enemies. I'm calculating backward from my final blow as I watch and gauge all of their movements. Then, by using the terrain, I purposely draw them to me and limit their options. I'm reading the entire battlefield and manipulating it. My training with eyes has linked up with Liu's advice. The teachings of the Sword Princess and Gale Wind have intertwined. The second I realized that, the world expanded before me. This momentary feeling of omnipotence seems to have given me power. Unfortunately, I don't have time to relish the experience. But now I know I can grow even stronger. That conviction glows in my chest, and before I know it, my throat is vibrating. Excellent. As Belle's monster-rivaling war cry rang in her ears, Liu whispered a word of admiration for the boy's current fighting style. This is growth, no, it's a major leap. But can he grow still more? It wasn't just that he was absorbing things quickly. Liu could see that he tended to conscientiously and earnestly put her advice into action. While he excelled at fixing his weak points, however, he didn't seem able to do more than she told him. What to make of that? Right now, he was listening to her advice and applying it. He didn't leave basic knowledge alone, either. He thought about how to develop it on his own. Although Liu didn't know it, it was very similar to what he had done to develop Argo Vesta from his own skills. In that case, he'd thought and experimented on his own. That was essential in an adventurer. There had been signs this was coming. The dramatic events leading up to his advance to level 4, including meeting the Xenos and encountering his worthy opponent Asterios, had changed him. Now, the extreme conditions of the deep levels were forcing him to take another leap. If he didn't become stronger, only death awaited. Thrust into this hell, the cruel jaws of death were forcing him to grow. Liu squinted, as if she were looking at a blindingly bright light. She was watching him slaughter a monster when she heard it, the howl of monsters from far down the passageway behind her. It was a swarm of lizardmen elites. "Miss Liu," he turned toward her, shouting in surprise. The passage they were in now had no tunnels branching off it. They were trapped in a pincer attack. Afraid for Liu, who was still kneeling and unable to move freely, he started toward her, but she stopped him with a sharp command. "Mr. Cranel, focus on your own enemies." "But I can't support you anymore. I won't have time to keep an eye on you." These were the deep levels. She simply could not keep leaving the battles to Belle while she played backup. She had known all along that in a two-man cell, a time would come when the rear guard had to step up and fight. Now that time had come. Her face was calm despite the beads of sweat caused by the pain in her leg. "I can't drag you down. I have to fight, too." Liu turned her back on Belle and took up a battle stance. With monsters pressing up toward him, Belle didn't have time to hesitate. All he could do was continue fighting atop the stairs and trust in Liu below. She placed her hands on the blade at her waist as the lizard men approached. It was the steel sword she had taken from the deceased adventurers. It was beautiful, most likely forged by a smith drawn to the weapons of the Far East. Made from materials gathered in the dungeon, its blade was as sharp as ever. Holding it by her left hip, Liu dropped to one knee as she faced the pack of monsters. The lizard men looked suspiciously at the elf kneeling on the ground. She was perfectly still, with both hands on her scabbard. To the monsters, it was strange behavior. They paused for a moment before their statue-still prey, then charged all at once. The lizardman at the fore strode toward her, intent on splitting her in half with its longsword nature weapon. Even someone unfamiliar with swordsmanship would have been able to tell that she was waiting for it. As the monster flew recklessly toward her, Liu unleashed her response. "Yeah, Guaa," Liu shook, and there was a flash of silver. No sooner had the lizardman entered striking range than she swiftly drew the sword and struck her enemy. A huge cloud of ash filled the air. The other lizardmen gaped in confusion at the remains of their companion, who had been cleaved clear in half, magic stone and all. "Kaguya, I borrowed your trick." Liu had used a quick draw, a skill her departed battle companion from the Far East had prided herself on. With her leg injured, Liu was nearly immobilized. She'd therefore given up on moving around and instead focused on countering attacks. It was the only fighting strategy left open to her. As she replaced the sword in its sheath, the confused lizard men charged toward her, howling. Squinting at them, she drew the sword again and tore into their magic stones before their stone swords could reach her. No matter how many times they attacked, the result was always the same. As soon as one stepped within range, she struck it. Because the passage was so narrow, only two could attack at once, and she was skilled enough to defend herself with a sword in each hand, so that the mountain of ash grew twice as fast. The flashing silver assaults that she performed with every part of her body, except her right leg, fell within the territory of slashing attacks. If Kaguya were here, she'd probably say I was putting her to sleep. She'd learned the skill from her friend, but she was nowhere near as good as the original. Still, she was threat enough for the deep-level monsters. The moment they drew near in an attempt to break through, the flash of her sword did them in. It was almost like magic. The certainty of her blows made the monsters flinch and hesitate in their attacks, and the more they hesitated the better. The more time she could buy for Bel, the more of his own enemies he could do away with. By now, he should be capable of taking them down without her support. Her strategy worked precisely because she was dealing with highly intelligent deep-level monsters. But just then, she jumped. An ill-omened sound turned her heartbeat into a fire alarm. Even before she saw the deep rift split the wall directly next to her, she'd leaped away. No sooner had she done so than a huge arm popped out of the wall and swung through the air precisely where Liu had been standing. A barbarian. Liu grimaced at the large category monster that had spawned. It had 2 twisted horns and sharp fangs and claws. The warrior monster was as fierce as a lizardman elite or a loup-garou. The infuriatingly timed surprise attack of the barbarian made Liu stumble in her quick-draw stance, and now it followed up with another blow. H-A-E! A long tongue snaked from its mouth. Unable to move quickly, Liu could not fully avoid the lick. Her strength slipped. War cries immediately thundered out. Headed by the barbarian, the lizard men were charging toward Liu. Just as the monsters lit by the phosphorescent glow were about to swallow up the elf, UAA. GYA, Bel raced to block them. Having finished off the opponents on the other side of the stairs, he executed a flying kick with all his might. Its chest bones cracked from the force of the blow. The barbarian fell backward, crushing the lizard men behind it. Still, Bel did not stop. Drawing Hakugen, he fell on the collapsed monsters. The shocked Liu followed suit by picking up the sword she dropped and diving onto the monsters like she was one of their own. GYA, Ga, Go, GI. Spattered with fountains of blood, the monsters screamed ceaselessly. Ignoring their cries, Bel and Liu brought their sharp blades down again and again on the torsos of their enemies. They knew they could not let a single one rise again. The vision of the 2 adventurers, furiously stabbing the monsters over and over, had not a shred of refinement to it. It was primitive, even bizarre. Their cheeks painted with the blood of their enemies, and their eyes opened wide. They moved with frantic desperation. They could not afford to leave any stone unturned in this battle that they had risked their lives on. When the arms of the last monster had finished convulsing and finally lay still, the passageway was silent aside from the panting of the 2 adventurers. The pair of sky-blue eyes and the pair of rubelite ones reflected the bedraggled adventurers. Liu slowly parted her lips. "Let's rest a little, the Juggernaut." Sitting with my back against a wall, I repeat the name. We are in a small room with a single doorway. The room's odd shape is as far from a cube as you can get. A rock cave would be a more accurate analogy. After damaging the walls, Liu and I rest for the 2nd time since arriving on the 37th floor. Yes, I heard that's what it's called, after it was all over, of course. As we keep an eye out for monsters, our conversation turns to the horrible monster from the 27th floor, the one with the hideous claws that followed us down here. It was after I had lost my friends and gotten revenge around when Sir took me in. A figure in black appeared before me, probably a mage. Her description startles me. A mage in black, that's got to be Fells. So Fells was in contact with Liu years ago. Gale Wind, you must never speak of the Juggernaut you encountered in the dungeon. The 2 had spoken in a back alley on a dark, rainy night. Fells had come to warn her, addressing her by her nickname. At the time, no one knew her true identity. It must never be summoned again. If you keep your promise, we will let you go free. We will take your achievements in Astria Familia into account and not prosecute your crimes. Did we mean the upper echelons of the guild, or even Lord Oranos? Was she saying that thanks to Oranos' edict, the guild had only fulfilled its basic duty of blacklisting her, but had not tried to track her down? According to Liu, she had nodded silently in response to the warning, and Fells had melted into the darkness. If the mage was a private messenger, that means the guild knew about the existence of the monster. Most likely they were acting under the mandate of the god Oranos, who prays to the dungeon. Layu seems to have guessed Fels's true identity. I glance over at her as she leans against the wall, exhausted. I'm lost in my own thoughts. So even Fels was worried about that monster, that calamity that appeared before Layu twice. The Juggernaut. I stroke my mangled left arm as I whisper its name. As I think back on that being so much more terrifying than any other monster I've encountered, the question on my mind swells to the point where I can't hide it anymore. Miss Layu, the thing the man named Jura said, it's been bothering me ever since I heard the tamer say it. To save your precious self. By sacrificing your friends, you were finally able to drive off the monster. I'm sure that's what he said. What happened on that day when all of Astria Familia died except Layu? How did she survive? What happened to the juggernaut she encountered that time? Did she kill it? Jura said she drove it off. Did that mean it might still be alive? These are the questions circling my mind when I ask her what happened. I can't help asking. Layu does not answer. Her sealed lips return only silence, although her fist begins to tremble from being clenched so tight. Mr. Cranel enemies? Multiple roars echo down the passage from a distance. From behind, I watch Layu stand. I follow silently, unable to ask my question a second time. He was wandering. He exhaled hot breath. Pieces of his shell flaked off his body and fell to the ground. The claws on his left paw caught the faint phosphorescence on the wall, glittering a weird purplish blue. The dark maze was quiet now. The other monsters held their collective breath in fear of him, making sure not to cross his path. Only the sound of his footsteps shook the air. The monster that the deities and adventurers called Juggernaut was roaming the 37th floor. His wounds were deep. Within him existed a complete intelligence that one could call thought. He quietly looked over his body with those intelligent eyes. The reverse joint on his right leg had been sliced through. He could still jump, but his mobility had plunged compared to when he was in prime shape. The extreme speed that terrified the adventurers was no longer possible. His right arm had been blown off with that enormous flare. Not a trace of it was left. The deadly threat that had spelled the end of his arm had impacted the entire right side of his body, and half of the magic reflection shell that served as his armor was flaking off. Half of his tail was missing, too. His whole body was damaged. His wounds were severe. Eventually, he would be immobilized. He didn't care. He would disintegrate anyway. Without anyone telling him, he was aware of that. He understood it. Juggernauts are short-lived creatures. Their greatest peculiarity, the thing that set them apart from other monsters, was their lack of a magic stone. Perhaps their whole self could be thought of as one enormous magic stone. Their unparalleled strength and agility were products of this. Their potential varied according to the zone on which they emerged. The deeper the floor, the stronger the individual. Some were so strong they could wipe out a whole familia like Astria Familia, or crush a whole party of first-tier adventurers. Even if a juggernaut lost its head in battle or was pierced through the chest, it would continue to destroy. Only when its entire body was crushed would its life finally come to an end. The price for this extraordinary strength was natural disintegration after a certain period of time. Like sculptures made of ice, they shattered noisily. The first juggernaut may have been male, or it may have been female. Unknown to the human race, this child of calamity retreated to a corner after slaughtering Astria Familia and turned to ash. Their lives came with an expiration date. They were a fleeting species of monster, destined to burn themselves out like shooting stars. And so the schemes of the tamer Jura, who attempted to bring a juggernaut under his control, too, were destined to go unfulfilled. The juggernaut would leave behind neither a magic stone nor any drop items. Not a single trace of its life would remain. Born in service to its mother, it would eradicate the elements threatening her, and then vanish from the world and from the memory of its people. Therefore, massacre was the only thing that gave its existence meaning. The Juggernaut did not think of his life as empty, nor did he see himself as pitiable. The emotions to feel these things did not exist within this newborn creature, but his body burned with the flames of hell. That white prey, that being who always rose again, no matter how many times it was crushed. That male who lost its own blood and flesh only to turn and begin to destroy him. Those white flames that had taught him to fear. He could not forgive this. He could not accept it. Allowing it would be the same as denying the meaning of his own existence. He would lose the very reason for having been born into this world. That alone he understood instinctively. It was awful, awful, awful. It was the one thing he could not stand. He might be forgotten by the world, his life might vanish in a flash, but he must fulfill the purpose of his birth. His hopes were warped, his prayers twisted. But for the Juggernaut, they were everything. As if in sympathy with his thoughts, the circlet fastened around his neck pulsed with light. It fed his destructive impulses, as if it were driving his emotions or making him run wild. The voice of his mother was distant now. He ignored that voice, which repeatedly begged something of him. He put his own will first. This was the side effect of Jura's magic item, although it should not have been so in a being who served as antibody to the invading virus. His sense of self was fierce. The apostle of murder, whose sole purpose was massacre, did not realize that self-interest now controlled him. The powerful murderous intent, now focused on a single prey, was enough to render him independent. The current Juggernaut, who was no slave to his mother's will, was prepared to die in the line of duty. He had been set free, free from Jura's dying wish, but more than that, free from the voice of the dungeon. The apostle of murder eradicating foreign matter from the dungeon had been reborn as a monster whose purpose was to pursue a single human to the point of insanity and kill him. And so, he would kill that thing if nothing else. He absolutely, without question, would kill him. With that fervent desire burning at the core of his being, the Juggernaut slowly but surely approached his prey. At the same time, his intentions sparked an irregularity that even the dungeon had not foreseen, an irregularity so great it went beyond his given abilities to the realm of evolution. He had no right arm. In this state, he could not kill the white prey. He needed an arm. He needed claws to murder that thing. The Juggernaut's crimson eyes pulsated faintly. The next instant, he was attacking his own kind. A chorus of screams was followed by the reverberations of destruction, and then the sound of mastication. The noises echoed ominously through the writhing darkness of the dungeon. Special chapter reminiscence of justice, ideal, and reality. What, Leon? Has Elias or Kaguya been putting strange ideas in your head again? The girl was sitting in a chair, swinging her short legs in evident enjoyment. Several days had passed since Layu's argument with Kaguya. After stewing over it for a while on her own, the elf had brought it up with her fellow Familia member Lyra. The Prum, who measured less than 120 celches, had spread a collection of strange instruments on the table. She was in the process of disassembling and repairing them, and her nimble fingers worked incessantly. Without lifting her head to look at Layu, she offered her a silly grin. Instead of making that serious expression, you should just nod and smile. If you jump in bed pretending you figured it all out, the strange thing is that all your worries simply up and vanish. Come on, Lyra. I'm being serious. Just because Kaguya is so confrontational doesn't mean I should ignore what she says. That only narrows my own view. Eli's words really stuck with me, too. I feel like I need to hear more opinions if I'm ever going to sort this out. Oh man, are elves ever annoying? Lyra rudely brushed away Layu's concerns. The Prum's words were incredibly out of sync with her tender, innocent eyes. Surprisingly, she was 2 years older than Layu. Her short hair was dyed peach, which was super cool, according to the Prum herself, and a crafty smile constantly played on her lips. As her appearance and behavior suggested, Lyra the Prum was quite the cynic. Why do you have to be the one who has to come up with an answer anyway, let alone an answer other people think is correct? At first glance, she seemed a poor match for this elf who was the very picture of an upright soul, but whenever Laiu was troubled by something, she tended to go to Elize first, then Lyra. Lyra's opinions were always honest and unreserved, and sometimes unexpected for Laiu. Within the familia, her sharp words were always respected. Although Lyra didn't seem serious about life on the surface, Laiu was frequently startled by the perceptive way she got to the heart of things, and unconsciously found herself depending on the Prum quite often. Just take everything with a grain of salt. That goes for what Kaguya says as well as Elize. Lyra, that's a bit. The truth completely changes depending on the person. Ultimately, you are the one who decides what is true. You are the one who creates your own truth. Take everything with a grain of salt, think about it all, and fashion yourself a truth you can be satisfied with. It was unlike Lyra to sound so much like a walking proverb. Perhaps that was because, for once, this master liar was actually speaking her own truth. I wish you always talked to me like that. What are you talking about, Leon? I'm the most serious and kind person around here. I'd like you to put your hand on your heart and think back on what you've taught me in the past before you make a claim like that. It was true. The Prum was always teaching Laiu the most unrespectable things. Skills like how to see through a lie were fine, but then there were things like the art of using blackmail to negotiate, lessons in intimidation, and to top it all off, she also taught Laiu how to always win at gambling as well as how to cheat. If you're gonna beat the scumbags, you've gotta understand how they think pretty words won't do much in the fight for justice. Lyra's teachings may have had some logic behind them, but they certainly weren't befitting the familia of justice. After 5 years in the familia, Laiu had acquired more than her share of unnecessary knowledge. I've been looking after you since you're such an innocent little elf. If we're comparing me to you, I can't argue with that. Lyra smiled teasingly and finally looked up at Laiu, who was standing beside her. Listen, Leon, knowledge is a weapon. Information is a meal ticket. What I've taught you may have been improper and random, but it will all be helpful one day. Remember it all and use it all. Remember it all and use it all. That was Lyra's favorite saying. Use your brain until blood comes out your ears. If you don't have equipment or items, scavenge what you need from the dungeon, and if that's not possible, rely on drop items. Make your own substitutions. Even if something is useless on its own, it might be incredibly useful in combination with something else. Use your head, right? It may not come easy to you, but study the subtleties of human nature. They're not just key for negotiating, they're incredibly important in the dungeon. The characteristics of monsters, improvised weapon crafting, survival skills, the inner workings of her party members. That day, Lyra had boasted that by knowing all these things and using them in conjunction, it was possible to obtain something important for succeeding in the dungeon. She had spoken teasingly, but she was dead serious about planting this seed in Laiu. All this random knowledge might have been annoying and time-consuming for you to learn, but it's better than being ignorant. It might take a while, but now you have to turn what you know into wisdom. Turn knowledge into wisdom. Once you can do that, you'll be able to help someone beside yourself. You'll be a crazy strong elf that everyone looks up to. Not even Kaguya will be able to call you green then. Lyra looked part mischievous child, part big sister. Is that how you got so strong? Yep. I mean, if I don't use my head, I'll die. I'm a Prum after all. Anyway, take this with a grain of salt too. Just remember what's useful to you. The little Prum, who was physically weaker than Laiu, ended her speech with a shrug of her narrow shoulders. Laiu never forgot a single word she said that day. It's not proof of anything, but look at me. Here I am, a respected level 3 adventurer, and I got to where I am through cunning and fast-talking easy prey like you. I'm a rising star among the Prums. I have a feeling you just said something very important. It won't be long before Fin Damney, that budding hero of my race, will be dropping to his knees with a proposal ready. He. If I remember correctly, Braver was avoiding you recently. Layu sighed as her friend, who dreamed of marrying into wealth, laughed wickedly. That, too, was a scene from a bygone era. Among the most important memories that rose in Layu's mind, this was a more sentimental one. Lyra's words and all she had taught her were rooted deeply in Layu's heart. All the words of her companions, all the assets of Astrea Familia were alive and well within Layu. But Layu wasn't sure if she had properly inherited their will. She didn't know if it had survived in her after all her loss, after the loss of justice. Chapter 12. Forlorn hope in the dungeon, the sound of sword fighting was ceaseless. In the maze, shadowed dark as night, countless sparks flew. The panting of the adventurers intertwined with the battle cries of monsters. A sword the milky white color of the dungeon swung down ferociously. Bell blocked the attack of the skeleton warrior by a hairbreadth. Spartwa, like the skull sheep, these two were skeleton monsters. Their bodies of white bone were Bell's height or taller. Each one carried a sword or lance of bone, which they wielded murderously. The pack of Spartwa had surrounded Bell and Layu, along with other types of warrior monsters. It had been a sudden surprise attack. Bell and Layu, who had been watching carefully for signs of monsters, had heard a cracking sound. The fissure had run not along the wall, but instead along the floor, spawning Spartwa from beneath the feet of the flabbergasted adventurers, like undead, rising from the grave to attack them. Caught off guard and surrounded, they had been unable to flee. To the contrary, the sound of battle had begun to draw other monsters to them. They were trapped in a net. Oh. Bell could not conceal his panic as the Spartoi lunged at him fiercely, sword in one hand and kite shield-like protector in the other. This one was stronger than the others Bell had encountered so far. Despite the fact that it lacked skin and muscle, the monster was stronger than a lizardman elite or a loopgaru, and more agile by far than a barbarian. It moved with a skill that brought to mind an adventurer rather than a monster, making Bell realize this was a formidable enemy indeed. When he aimed the sword of the dead adventurer at the magic stone he could glimpse between its ribs, it swiftly countered the would-be lethal thrust with its own bone sword. He was no match for this level of defense. His attempts at landing a single deadly blow, as Layu had taught him, failed again and again. If Bell were fighting monsters one-on-one, his level 4 status meant he could win reliably. But this was the dungeon. Numbers were her greatest weapon. If Bell took too much time fighting one monster, he was soon swamped by several others. The status required for the 37th floor was level 4, and the basic ability rating was D or higher, and that assumed adventurers were in a party. Strangely enough, the feeling Bell was having in the deep levels, that there was a point to these floor standards set by the guild, was exactly what Welf and the others were experiencing in the lower levels. I can't lead its movements. The worst thing was that tactics weren't working. By cooperating, the Spartwa blocked his attempts to limit their movements by leading them where he wanted. They had an outstanding command of battle skills that made use of their various weapons, be they swords, shields, lances, or axes. When Bell tried to advance, he met a shield, and when he tried to retreat, he met a sword. In all his journeys through the upper, middle, and lower levels, he had never encountered a species that worked together so well. The fact that they were fighting in a wide passageway that offered no useful terrain didn't help, either. He could not control the battlefield as he wanted. Oof, Miss Layu. The Spartwa were threatening Layu, too, who was fighting back-to-back with Bell. She was at even greater risk than he since she could not move with full freedom. She was managing to fend off the attacks with her quick-draw skills, but she was unable to avoid them fully, and her white skin bloomed with cuts. Firebolt! Unable to hold out any longer, Bel decided to use his magic. The firebolt hurtled forward, shaving away precious mental strength as it did. His strategy was to blow back enough enemies to break out of the net surrounding them. The decision took courage when the option of conserving his mental strength was also flickering before him, and even Liu felt it was the right choice, as long as that monster was not among the pack of enemies. What? But no sooner had Bel glimpsed what looked like a black rock peeking out from behind another monster than the electrical fire weakened, just before exploding into its target. The drop was as dramatic as a shell turning suddenly into a bullet. Shit, an obsidian soldier. Its distorted form shone glossy jet black like a precious stone. In the spot where a head would normally be, a purple light glowed eerily like a cyclops' eye. Obsidian soldiers. These rock monsters had bodies made of solidified lava and moved with less agility than warrior monsters. Their sole forte was defense. Said to be among the poorest fighters on the 37th floor, their most distinctive characteristic was their ability to counteract magic. Their obsidian bodies, which were highly valued as drop items, deactivated magic as effectively as amulet stones. With Bel's attempt to break through the pack of monsters reduced to merely pushing them back slightly, Liu furrowed her brows and Bel grimaced. It felt like the dungeon was using every trick it knew to counter Bel's growth. Having discovered it could not crush him with brute force, it was now taking advantage of his weaknesses. The maze had given them a glimpse of an abyss that could not be conquered by ordinary adventurers. Oru Woon. The dungeon's barrage continued. A new monster had appeared. Peludas? Liu's shout sounded very close to a scream. The monsters had long, thin bodies, like a snake with 4 legs. Their skin was a nauseating dark green, and their backs were covered with countless spines, like a porcupine. At a glance, they resembled lizards, but in fact, they belonged to a well-recognized species of dragon. Peludas were those the things Liu mentioned. Along with the Spartwa, they were one of the species she had named as the most dangerous on the 37th floor. Their special weapon was potent poison. You must not allow them to pierce you with their spines. The volume of Liu's shout communicated the degree of threat well. Bel gaped at the 3 peludas that had appeared. The spines on their backs quivered as if they were absorbing power, then shot out in unison. Ah! Bel pulled Liu to him as the barrage of spines darted toward them, dashing straight toward a Spartoi holding a kite shield. The point of its sword ripped Bel's skin, but the important thing was that they were able to shelter behind the shield. The spines collided against the front of the protective gear with a loud rat-a-tat-tat. At the same time, a pair of blood-curdling screams split the air. Gie, Gie. A lizardman and a loopgarrow had been pierced by the poisonous spines. An instant later, they toppled over. Their skin turned black, they began to convulse, and blood spewed from every orifice. Even the blood was black. Bel turned white at the sight. The poisoned spines of a peluda could easily penetrate the defensive ability of even an upper-tier adventurer. They were incredibly potent as well. Even a minor scrape would plunge the unfortunate adventurer into a hell of pain and coughing up blood. The only treatment was a high-quality antidote or detoxifying magic. Given their poorly equipped state, getting shot by one of the spines would spell death for Bel or Liu. Umph! As the rain of poisonous spines continued unabated, Liu broke the Spartoi's arm with pure strength and Bel stole its large shield. The rapid-fire barrage of spines had thrown the monsters, net, into chaos. All Liu and Bel could do was hunch under the shield like turtles. The only monsters that could keep moving after being shot were the obsidian soldier and the Spartwa. But with their eye sockets and joints pierced by spines, even the few remaining monsters could not approach Bel and Liu as they wished. Rat-a-tat-tat. The shield shook from the pounding of spines against it. Pressed up against Liu's body, Bel gritted his teeth and weathered the storm of spines. Gee ooh woo woo woo. Perhaps becoming frustrated that their attack was not having its desired effect, or perhaps because they had run out of spines, the Peludas turned to another strategy. Befitting their dragon bloodline, the monsters transformed their surroundings into a sea of fire with their scorching breath. As the flames licked around the adventurers and the undead alike, Layu thrust her hand into her pouch. "Mr. Cranel, I'm going to use this." She threw the inferno stone she had pulled from her bag into the sea of flames. Bell reflexively dropped to his haunches and strengthened his hold on the shield. The next instant, a massive explosion rocked the ground. "Ooh!" Monsters screamed in their death throes. Bell and Layu were blown backward, shield and all, as the Spartwa and the obsidian soldier exploded into countless shards. The three Peludas, too, were swallowed up in the ball of flames. Bell and Layu rolled across the floor before finally pulling their battered bodies into an upright position. Did that do it? At the very least, the monsters nearest to us were taken out. Crimson flames illuminated Bell's face as the shield in his hand crumbled. Flames were still raging in the crater that the explosion had carved out. Countless bones and chunks of obsidian drop items, it seemed, littered the ground. Only when he saw the three flaming dragons in the distance did Bell take a breath. At the very same moment, he heard a dull thud. A long spine was protruding from his left shoulder. Layu froze as Bell looked behind them. His gaze landed on a monster clinging to the maze wall like a lizard, smoke rising from the back that had just fired a spine. The fourth Peluda. By the time he realized there had not just been three of them, it was too late. "Gugei." Layu snapped into action and threw her knife. Pinned to the wall like a scientific specimen with a knife through its magic stone, the Peluda collapsed into a pile of ash. At the same time, Bell collapsed to the ground. "Mr. Cranel?" Even Bell could hear the despair in Layu's scream. His pierced left shoulder was distorted by the eddy of poison attempting to invade and rot every organ in his body and destroy him in seconds. It was leading him toward the same end the dead adventurers had met. As Layu dropped to her knees, her face ghostly white, Bell yanked the spine from his shoulder, his eyes bulging. The next moment, he had plunged the knife he held in his right hand into the wound. This time, he was attacking himself. For a moment, Layu questioned his sanity, but then she widened her blue eyes in surprise. "The knife is stained black. It can't have." The sparkling white knife he had sunk into his left shoulder was covered in black liquid. It was Hakugen, the long knife Welf had made from unicorn horn, a rare drop item. The horn was prized for use in recovery-type items and had the ability to neutralize many different poisons. It would be logical to expect, then, that Hakugen had antidote properties. Bell had remembered the origins of his knife and swiftly stabbed it into his wound. Sure enough, the unicorn horn knife sucked the black poison from Bell's wound. The sooty black particles gathered at the center of the blade and eventually melted away, purified. As they did, the pain receded from Bell's body like a wave, reversing his hurtle toward death. When the knife had finally drawn away all the poison, it glinted in the darkness, having returned to its original sparkling white state. "Ow!" Bell pulled Hakugen from the wound with a sucking sound and collapsed listlessly onto his side. As Layu looked on in shock, he pressed his right hand, still gripping the knife, to his forehead. "Oh, Welf, Welf." Over and over, he silently called the name of his companion who had made the weapon. If the smith had been here now, Bell would have liked to hug him. He would have liked to rest his head on his chest like a brother and wail pitifully. Because he could not, he murmured his unending thanks to the smith who had saved him from such a close brush with death. "Mr. Cranel, let's get that wound fixed up." Having watched Bell shiver for a few minutes, Layu finally spoke to him in a cool voice. The poison may have been gone, but since blood was still pulsing from Bell's left shoulder, she made him drink the last of the potion. She had decided that if he didn't use it now, he might never stand up. still flopped sluggishly on the ground. He pressed his hand to the wound and desperately tried to calm his breath. Thankfully, the string of encounters with monsters had ended, and he was able to take time to recover while keeping a watchful eye on the sea of flames. As Belle tried to regain his strength, Liu forced herself to switch gears. Now that they had used up the last of their items, they had to move on. She drew a scroll from her hip, the map they had received from the dead adventurers, since she had been marking their route as they advanced. The map was now nearly filled with the complex lines of the maze. We've already come to a number of dead ends given Mr. Cranel's physical condition. We'd better find the main route and fast. She glanced at Belle and then back down at the map. Although its previous owner had mapped quite a bit for them, they still did not have a complete grasp on their surroundings. Every time they started down a branch in the road that wasn't on the map, they would run into a dead end or a pack of monsters and be forced to reverse course. Given the distance, it's not a good idea for us to go back to the last side passage we didn't take. That leaves us with this route marked as being blocked by corpses. Liu's finger traced a line she had not drawn. Clinging to the path forged by their predecessors was their only choice. But why did they reverse course on this route? The adventurers had been killed by poison. Like Belle, Liu had decided that was certain. Up till now, she had assumed that they had fallen victim to the potent poison as they were advancing down this last road, and therefore retreated to the small room where she and Belle discovered them. When she really thought about it, however, she realized that would have been an unnatural thing to do. If upper-tier adventurers were poisoned and had no way to counteract the substance, would they really leave their course to return to a base far away? If Liu were in their situation, she would have continued forward. Without any items, she would be in a race against time with the poison eating at her flesh. So returning to base would be almost the same as cutting off all hope of escape. That was all the truer if she did not expect a rescue party. She would take a chance on pioneering a way forward to try to find the main route. And assuming that party was made up of upper-tier adventurers capable of making their way here to the deep levels, wouldn't they bet their lives on that adventure, too? Or was there something on this route that forced them to give up? A jolt of fear flashed across the back of Liu's mind. "Miss Liu, what do we do now? We'll follow the map to the route ahead of us." Belle was finally breathing normally again. Liu answered him curtly as he looked up at her. No other option existed. Liu leaned against Belle's shoulder, and they began to walk forward again. They had been walking for a while when the passage they were in began to change. The staircases now led only upward. Unlike before, when each climb had been balanced by an equal descent, they came to one set of stairs after another stretching upward. The 37th floor did have a multi-layer structure, but nevertheless, it was unusual to move so consistently upward. At first, Liu had been puzzled, but with every moment, she grew more suspicious. This terrain, it can't be. The staircases were unbroken. They continued up and up. She felt as if she was being led toward the hangman's platform or the executioner's block. Her suspicion became certain conviction, a drop of sweat colder than any she had felt since being plunged into the deep levels rolled down her cheek. So this is what happened. It seemed the dungeon was overwhelmingly bent on killing them. As Liu realized where they were and where this route they were taking led, she felt so hopeless she wanted to laugh. "Miss Liu, I'm fine, I'm fine." She took care not to spread her despair to Belle, who had noticed her expression. It took all she had to keep the hopelessness off her face. "I figured out where we are." "Really?" "Yes, please continue along this passage. We should be coming to a large staircase." She told him only the facts. Eventually, as she had said, a large, milky white staircase appeared with irregular distances between each step. "If we climb these stairs and get past, what's on the other side will be on the main route." Belle's face brightened at her words. He suddenly began to charge energetically up the stairs. In contrast, Liu's mouth tightened as she thought about the single choice she had been forced to give him. Bell would have done well to think about the situation more carefully. He should have asked himself why Liu had been able to figure out their location, even though they weren't on the main route yet. How had she been able to guess when the 37th floor was as big as all of Arario? The only possible answer was that they had stumbled upon an important point in the maze, or an area that must be regarded with the greatest caution. But Bell did not realize Liu remembered this place, because it was a danger spot to be avoided at all costs. Only when he mounted the final stair did a terrible shiver run down his spine. He was facing an enormous room, but it was clearly different from the rooms in other areas of the floor. To start with, there was a gulf of 50 meters between where Bell stood at the room's entryway and its floor. Far below, he could make out sharp rocks sticking up from the ground, packed as tightly as if an invisible army were holding their spears at the ready. The rocks covered the entire floor. A fall would mean death, even for an upper-tier adventurer. The sole path across the room was a long bridge that began immediately in front of Bell. It reached far into the dim center of the room, where he could see some sort of large structure. Wavering shadows, most likely monsters, were circling the structure in large numbers. The chorus of battle cries that reached Bell's ears came from more mouths than he could count, announcing a despair-inducing level of material superiority on the part of the dungeon. Standing beside him, Liu stripped all emotion from her voice as she spoke. The Colosseum, this is a place of slaughter where monsters are spawned without limit. The Colosseum. There was only one room of its type known to exist on the 37th floor. Although the sprawling space was far larger than any other room on the floor, its exact dimensions were not known. This was because it was so dangerous adventurers had given up on measuring it. To Bell, it looked about the same size as the cavern on the 25th floor, or perhaps larger. As elsewhere on the floor, the ceiling was hidden in the darkness, making its height impossible to judge. Air must have been circulating in the room, because a whistling sound like dry, cold wind rushing down a narrow ravine came from the distant, rocky floor. Bell trembled at the scale. The colossal structure rising like an island in the center of the room was especially noteworthy. It reminded Bell of a certain structure in Arario, the amphitheatrum. The huge round structure looked exactly the same. It threw off a dim phosphorescence so that it seemed to float in the darkness. Even now battle cries echoed ceaselessly from the milky white form to which the bridge in front of Bell led. To be clear, the Colosseum isn't this whole area. It's just that structure in the middle. It's called that because, no matter how many monsters you slaughter, the supply never runs out, Liu said. At her urging, both she and Bell had lain stomach down on the ground so the monsters wouldn't notice them. In this room, the instant the number of monsters falls, more are spawned from that Colosseum. There is no way to reduce the upper limit. In other words, the supply is infinite. Perhaps you could call this room a miniature version of the dungeon itself. Bell knew about this place. Ina had told him there was an area in the deep levels where monsters spawned endlessly to maintain a certain predetermined population. But as he looked out on the real thing and heard Liu describe the reality they faced, he felt despair eating at his heart. Now that he was an upper-tier adventurer, he understood the full meaning of that reality. Even in the deep levels where the battles came fast and furious, there was always a small break between encounters. But the Colosseum was different. In contrast to ordinary rooms and passageways, there was no end to the monsters, no matter how many were killed. The infinite battles continued until the adventurer perished in obscurity. A bottomless goblet of monsters. This was the nickname that trembling, terrified adventurers had given the Colosseum. We have come to a danger zone in the 37th floor that even parties of first-tier adventurers do not dare to approach. Bell was dumbstruck by Liu's words. Even first-tier adventurers, Even Eyes and her companions could not enter this place. It was the deadliest of dead spots, on par with or even surpassing in danger the monster wrecks slumbering on this floor. If they got past this, they would emerge onto the main route. Belle finally understood the true meaning of the words Liu had spoken a few minutes earlier. In order to attain hope, they had to traverse despair as deep as the abyss below them. He broke out in sweat. At the same time, he was consumed by an impulse to rip out his hair. He thought back to the corpses of the adventurers who had died in that little room. The same despair that had broken their spirits now pressed in on Belle. Sweat beaded his forehead. He panted uncontrollably and shifted his eyes restlessly. Liu stole a glance at him. Deep within the torn hood of her long cape, she narrowed her eyes, as if she had made up her mind to take on whatever lay ahead. Our only option is to pass through the Colosseum. They had moved temporarily away from the room's entryway, but Liu's voice was firm. Miss Liu, the fact is, turning around isn't an option. We simply don't have the strength or the equipment. They were midway up the stairs leading to the Colosseum. Liu was hurriedly pulling items from her backpack and fidgeting restlessly with them without looking at Belle. What she said was true. They didn't have the energy left to search for another route. At the very least, if they weren't able to make it to the main route from here, escaping the 37th floor was extremely unlikely. To survive, they must pass through the Colosseum towering ahead of them. This is the crucial moment, the time to take on the one adventure we cannot avoid. She looked up and stared at Belle with her sky-blue eyes. Belle gulped, then nodded. Sweat was dripping down his body and his heart was pounding, but he trusted Liu. She had kept him alive this far. Liu nodded in response to his naked trust. But how can we get past the Colosseum if we have to take on monsters that spawn infinitely no matter how many we kill? Naturally, we avoid all battles. We make our way across the room in secret, without their noticing. Liu paused in her preparatory work. She held a piece of black cloth outstretched between her hands. Is that? Yes, it's made from skull-sheep robes. Belle listened in surprise to Liu's explanation. During the course of their battles thus far, Liu had been carefully selecting drop items and secreting them away in her backpack. The skull-sheep robes were among them. She had sewn 2 of the robes together, using a third robe torn into strips for thread and a bone needle. It was just big enough to cover both of them. You mean we're going to use this as camouflage? The skull sheep launched their attacks by blending into the dusky darkness that penetrated every corner of the floor. The clandestine movements of the death hermits had given them plenty of trouble on their journey, but now they were going to steal from their playbook. Belle knew from painful experience how well those robes worked. He thought they just might let them deceive the monsters in the Colosseum. We'll mask our scent, too. Please rub yourself from head to toe with the monster organs I'm about to mash up. Bleh. I understand your apprehension, but you'll have to put up with it. Belle reflexively covered his nose as Liu held up a bag. The reddish-black substance, staining the bottom of the bag, was a mixture of barbarian hearts and other monster organs. This drop item was normally used like powerful smelling salts, but even through the tightly closed bag, the horrible smell of the unprocessed ingredients was obvious. It would be hard to tolerate, even if it did prevent monsters from sniffing them out. Although tears pooled in the corners of her eyes, Liu's face was as blank as a mask. Nevertheless, to Belle it seemed like the ultimate strategy. He knew all too well the power of the gray robe, and they'd be eliminating their scent, too. If they just took care to move silently, they should be able to fool the monsters. When we got to the Colosseum, I realized where we were. Liu had pulled out the map. There's only one Colosseum on the 37th floor, in the warrior zone between the second wall and the third wall. It's in the eastern part of that zone. She spread the map before Belle, who had gotten down on one knee even as he continued to watch for monsters. Using the blood feather, she drew a large square to indicate the location of the Colosseum. There are 4 doorways in the Colosseum room: north, south, east, and west. The south doorway leads to the main route. So, if we can just get to the south side. Oh, but if we don't know which way is south. There are several warped columns on the northwest side of the Colosseum in the center of the room. I saw them when we were there a minute ago and figured out our orientation. We're near the northern doorway, which means the south doorway is directly opposite. Belle looked at the map. The main route was marked at a slight distance from the Colosseum, and opposite it was the doorway where they now crouched. Liu had combined what she remembered of the Colosseum with the knowledge sleeping within her to determine the most logical way forward. Belle was filled with admiration. He couldn't help staring at the face of this wise elf who had made one good decision after another in a situation that would have broken many a weaker spirit. "Miss Liu, you're so incredible." The words spilled unexpectedly from his lips. "Mr. Cranel, even in a situation like this you stay calm and make the right decision. You've come to my rescue so many times. If you weren't here, I'd never be able to get out of the deep levels." For just an instant, a guilty look flickered across Liu's face as she listened silently. But Belle, who was caught up in regret over his inadequacy, did not see it. "Mr. Cranel, please turn your knowledge into wisdom." Knowledge into wisdom? Yes. If you tie knowledge to action and learn to apply it, you'll be able to help more people. You'll become a stronger adventurer. Liu had paused for a moment before speaking. As she looked at Belle, she seemed to be looking at herself on a day long in the past. Her words sounded as if they were rooted deep within her. Belle nodded gravely, and Liu flashed him a quick smile. "Do you remember the layout of the main route and how to continue the mapping?" "Yes. The main route is a large passageway, and as long as you don't turn down any side roads, you'll get to the connecting passage end for the mapping. You convert the units from 10 to 20 steps." "Excellent." Belle thought over what Liu had taught him. She had instructed him in mapping during their rest stops, albeit hastily. Liu narrowed her eyes with apparent satisfaction and held out the pouch that had been tied around her waist. "We have 3 inferno stones left. You take one, but we don't know what will happen from here on out." Up to this point, Liu had supported Belle from the rear guard and managed their items. Now she was splitting them up. She wanted to reduce the risk in case of emergency. Each of them had to be able to respond to any situation they fell into. Belle was dubious, but nevertheless accepted the pouch. After all, Liu hadn't said anything he disagreed with. In addition to the Inferno Stone, it held the map with the Colosseum and main route beyond the south side noted on it. Belle could not put into words the unease that haunted him. Paying him no mind, Liu stood up. "Let's go." 4 bridges led to the Colosseum. They began at the north, south, east, and west doorways and connected to the central structure like a perfect cross. Each bridge was made of milky white stone and measured about 6 meters across. Needless to say, there were no railings. A misstep would plunge the hapless adventurer 50 meters to the ground. Instant death awaited on the tips of the countless stone spears. His body pressed close to Liu's beneath the skull-sheep robe that covered them from head to toe. Belle advanced across the bridge with bated breath. The real trial would begin when they reached the Colosseum where the monsters skulked. It was impossible to relax. The instant those monsters sensed an invader, Belle and Liu would be done for. The dungeon's infinite material resources would crush them. Of course they were tense. As the stone projectiles covering the floor of the room stared up at them, they slowly moved ahead. When they looked carefully at the floor, they could make out innumerable writhing forms among the projectiles. Peludas. Like lizards, they clung close to the rocks, moving around with a slithering sound. This ruled out the option of lowering oneself to the floor and avoiding the Colosseum altogether. A hell of poison and flame awaited anyone who attempted such a strategy. Belle gagged, having unfortunately glimpsed several skeletons and sets of armor pierced through by the projectiles below the bridge. In contrast to the central Colosseum, the stone bridge was quiet, but that stillness was a deadly threat to Bel and Liu. If they were discovered, their story ended here. They crossed the twisting stone bridge with the utmost care to silence their breath and footsteps. Liu had poked dozens of holes in the robe with her needle so they could see their way forward, but their narrow view further strained their nerves. They felt as if their very lives were in the hands of this endless journey at a snail's pace. Liu could hear Bel's uneven breathing. Bel could feel Liu's warm breath caressing his neck. Suddenly, a handful of small stones fell from the bridge with a clatter. They were chips that had naturally eroded from the structure. Bel and Liu froze, holding their breaths. The noise did not seem to disturb the Peludas. They were okay. If they had been seen, the monsters would have instantly torn the silence with ferocious howls announcing the pair's death. So they were okay. They were still fine. Their lives were not yet over. Bel sent that desperate message to his frozen feet and once again began to move forward. That's the Colosseum. Having neared the end of the seemingly interminable bridge, Bel gulped at the sight of the white stone structure rising up before him. The sheer mass of it was overwhelmingly stately and impressive. The perfectly even circle looked similar in diameter to Babel. Let's go. Right. At Liu's urging, they crossed the remaining stretch of the bridge. They now entered the outer rim of the Colosseum, which connected to the bridges. Only then was Bel able to see the inner structure of the Colosseum, which had been hidden to his view before. Like the amphitheatrum, the inside was shaped like an upside-down cone. There were 6 enormous plates arranged like steps, and at the very bottom, a round field. In terms of the amphitheatrum, the former equated to the spectator seating, and the latter to the arena where battles took place. The field was at the same level as the stone spears outside the Colosseum. As Bel took in the Colosseum's structure, he noticed something else. What he saw below him brought home the true meaning of the structure's name. Oh. The Colosseum was packed with a nauseating number of monsters. But it was not this nightmarish cauldron of monsters that shook Bel to the core. The monsters were killing one another. Without a moment's break, they were roaring in outrage and mercilessly ripping one another to pieces. I've heard that aside from the times when someone invades their territory, the monsters in this area are constantly warring among themselves. Liu's horrified whisper went in one of Bel's ears and out the other. In addition to the arena at the bottom, the plates above were also crammed with countless monsters engaged in fierce battle. Near Bel and Liu in the 5th plate, a pack of lizardmen elites was fighting a pack of Spartwa. The skeleton warriors had the upper hand over the lizard warriors. At a diagonal beyond them, a barbarian was roaring as it crushed the head of a loup-garou. A fountain of blood spattered the aggressor, making its hair stand on end. Bel could tell at a glance that the huge, powerful monster was an enhanced species. But even that large category monster was no match for the herd of skull sheep that rushed it from behind. It screamed in agony as they tore it apart. The second the monsters fell, cracks appeared at various places in the Colosseum. A motley assortment of monsters was being spawned constantly from the floors of the plates and walls surrounding the arena. Perhaps the best phrase for the cycle of death and birth was unending replenishment. Everything before Bel's eyes spoke to the uniqueness of this area, to the Colosseum's danger and heresy. Bel covered his mouth with his hand. It took all his strength to fight back the unease. This endless repetition of life and death. Now more than ever before, Bel sensed the mystery of the dungeon. Or perhaps he had just been reminded of it, of the horrifying power of the supernatural that defied human understanding and imagination. Let's go, we don't have time to stand around in a daze. Right. The instant this swirling fever of blood-thirst turned on them, death was certain. The view before them was enough to drive that point home. Bel nodded faintly in response to Liu's whispered words. Somehow peeling their eyes away from the disturbing tableau, the pair began to move forward. They were at the northernmost edge of the Colosseum, where it connected to the northern bridge. This was the sixth plate, the highest and outermost of all. From here, they had to reach the southern edge of the Colosseum on the opposite side. Cutting straight across would be fastest, but descending onto the battlefield of the arena would be suicidal. Instead, they planned to skirt the sixth plate. To their right, on the northwestern side of the Colosseum, were the warped columns Liu had mentioned. They looked like a grove of enormous stone projectiles. The sixth plate, which formed the outer rim of the structure in other places, was missing in that spot. The bottom three plates were there, but if they descended that far, the monsters would most likely detect them, no matter how clandestine their movements. Everything would be over if the edge of the robe got blown back in the aftermath of a fight. That meant they had to go east around the sixth plate, or left from where they stood. The monsters are so close. It's like they're roaring right in our ears. The aggravating tension was alive and well within Bell. The closer the monsters got, the more strongly he felt he was standing on the border between life and death. Every time a monster passed on the adjacent fifth plate, Bell and Liu had to freeze. But fortunately, if that is the right word for it, the Colosseum gave off a horrid smell. The corpses generated by the endless internecine fighting were left where they fell. Even if their magic stones were gone, chunks of their flesh, drop items, remained, permeating the entire space with an overwhelming stink. There was no way the living monsters could pick up the scent from Bell and Liu. On the flip side, they struggled to keep from vomiting. Part of this smell must be coming from the corpses of forgotten adventurers. If the monsters discover us, will we become just another smear of blood on the wall? Bell forced his mind away from the gnawing questions that kept bubbling up. He had to focus on keeping himself and Liu alive. The constant roars of the monsters reverberated through the torn robe. Why did the dungeon create a place like this? As they crept silently along in utmost secrecy, the question rose in Bell's mind. According to the guild's records, the Colosseum had suddenly appeared about 30 years ago. Its existence became known when adventurers reported that what had originally been no more than a very large room with multiple layers of bedrock had changed into its current unique form. The bottomless goblet, endless war, monster samsara, where beginnings and endings shared a single origin point. Was it one of the dungeon's gimmicks, intended to lure in invading adventurers and kill them? Or was it a stage created so that monsters could slaughter one another? Or perhaps it was the product of chance with no deeper meaning behind it. The sprawling darkness gave Bell no answers. A howl echoed in his ears, as if to say that the queries of a mere adventurer did not merit response. The eastern bridge. Finally, they reached the first bridge to their left. Its structure was the same as the northern bridge they had crossed, continuing to the room's wall. Miss Liu, if we crossed this bridge and left the Colosseum on the left side, would we end up on the main route? If so, maybe we don't have to go all the way to the south side. Unfortunately, you can't get to the main route from the east doorway. The south and west doorways both connect to the maze while skirting the Colosseum itself, but our only option right now is the southern route. Bell had buckled under the tension and voiced his wishful thinking, only to be categorically denied by Liu. He was irritated by the fact that they could have used the western doorway if only the huge columns on the northwest side weren't in their way. Still, they had made it halfway. If they could just make it through the fan-shaped outer rim stretching from the eastern bridge to the southern bridge, they would reach their goal. But no sooner had the thought crossed Bell's mind than he recoiled in shock. Two loop-garrus had leaped onto the sixth plate near Bell and Liu. They were less than 10 meters away. Bell crouched and held his breath. His heart pounded as loudly as a drum. Ooh! The wolf monsters scanned their surroundings. Lowering their faces to the ground, they twisted their necks several times and snorted. They seemed to have detected a scent. Fueled by panic, Bel's body temperature skyrocketed. He could sense Layu grimacing beside him. Go away, go away, go away. Beneath the robe that melted into the dusky darkness, they silently begged, pleaded, and prayed. And then, the eyes of a monster met the eyes peering out from the robe. Just when Bel's heart felt like it was about to explode. Gur-oo! The monsters turned tail and walked away. 5 seconds passed, then 10, and they had still not turned around. They had not seen through Bel and Layu's clandestine advance. They were in the clear. Bel abruptly released the tension from his body. The sudden slackening of strained muscles nearly made him sigh out loud, but fortunately, Layu pressed her hand over his mouth. Got through that one. The accelerating pounding of his heart returned to its normal rhythm. Relief flooded his body. Gya. That very instant, a monster shrieked in a distant part of the Colosseum. The next moment, it had become a pile of ash, its magic stone crushed. Needless to say, this led a new life to spawn in its place. The birth cry came from directly below the two humans. A dense network of cracks split the floor right below Bel's feet. Time stood still. Layu froze. They did not even have time to react before a white bone arm reached up from the cracked plate. Oh, 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 oh. 5 bony fingers grasped Bel's leg. The skeleton warrior that sprang from the floor was a Spardoi. Its hand still clutching Bel's ankle, it lifted him into the air. The camouflage robe dropped to the floor. Every eye in the Colosseum, every drop of monster bloodlust, zeroed in on the 2 exposed humans. Yue! Letting out a roar that may have been more terror than war cry, Bel cut through the hand of bone wrapped around his ankle with the Hessian knife. As he crashed to the ground, Layu hurled herself against the Spardoi's shoulder first, pushing it outside the Colosseum. Its howl was followed by the sound of something shattering, but it was too late.
With a chorus of war cries so violent they shook the whole room.
The monsters hurtled toward Bel and Layu. Run! The instant Bel heard Layu's heedless scream, his legs were in motion. Pulling Layu by the hand, he threw every drop of energy he had into their getaway. Huff, puff, huff. His breath was ragged, not from running, but from the worst-case scenario that had befallen them. Gripping Layu's hand as if he would never let it go, he dashed across the southeastern fan of the Colosseum, the only way left open to them. The unending roars of the monsters, their infinite enmity and blood thirst, followed close on the heels of the two humans. Unable to resist the urge to look behind, Bel turned his head only to grimace convulsively at what he saw. The silhouettes of countless monsters writhing under the phosphorescence looked like an enormous black comet bearing down on them. Literally every monster in the Colosseum had its sights set on Bel and Layu. An army of monsters was flooding toward the adventurers. Should this muddy torrent engulf them, not a bone would remain to bear witness to their passing. Oh. The monsters that had been on the 4th and 5th plates leaped over or scaled the walls, emerging onto the 6th plate. A forest of monsters blocked their way forward. In 2s and 3s, they gathered before the adventurers. Out of MYWYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYy. Hakujin plunged into the chest of a lizardman elite that had swung its stone sword down toward him. Before the ash had even settled, the Goliath scarf wrapped around Bel's left arm was sweeping away the 3 Loopgarrus leaping toward them. His recklessly swung fist crashed into them like a huge hammer, crushing their fangs and claws and sending them flying backward. No sooner were they gone, however, than a pack of Spartwa charged Bel and Layu as if to jeer at their struggles. Don't really fight them, just clear a way forward. As a chunk of Bel's flesh was gouged out and he stumbled backward, Liu screamed at him desperately. Leaning forward like some sort of beast herself, she flashed her saber. Guarding her bad leg, she lunged nearly to the ground as she sliced through the Spartwa shin bones. 3 of the monsters collapsed on top of one another. Wide-eyed, Belle grasped the hand that Liu had thrust out at just the right moment and pulled her close to his chest before dashing forward. Without a glance back at the Sparto's skull he had crushed beneath his boot, Belle thrust his left hand toward the wall of monsters blocking their way. Firebolt! Using all the mind he had stored up, he fired 4 consecutive shots of swift strike magic at the line of enemies. As the advancing front gave ground, he and Liu charged forward with little concern for the aftermath of the flaming wind he had unleashed. Squeezing their way through the pack of monsters, they forced their way ahead. The claws and nature weapons of the writhing monsters thrashed recklessly at them, ripping and gouging their skin. Sliding past countless angry howls, they emerged on the far side of this forest of monsters. They fended off the constant barrage of attacks from the scattered swarm with kicks or swipes of the sword of the dead adventurer, sending their attackers flying outside the Colosseum. The second Liu sensed that the pursuing horde of enemies was about to catch up with them. She shouted, "Mr. Cranel!" She threw a sparkling red object behind her. It was one of their precious inferno stones. As the bomb arced through the air, Belle looked behind him, aimed, and shot. The electrical fire hit its target, setting off a massive explosion. Aaa! Raging petals of flame engulfed not only the monsters, but the outer rim of the Colosseum itself, sending crowds of monsters plunging to the ground below. As the plate behind them collapsed with the thundering roar of an avalanche, Belle and Liu glanced back at the monsters practically on their heels. But every time they killed one monster, a new birth cry rang out. Here was the true power of the Colosseum that even first-tier adventurers feared. An endless flow of monsters. Cracks covered the ground before Belle and Liu like spiderwebs, sending forth new enemies the instant the adventurers thought they had made a narrow escape. Destroying the enemy was meaningless. There was no end to the pursuing hordes. It's impossible. Even as Belle parried the monsters that leaped up from the 5th plate and pounced from directly next to them, cold, hard reason whispered the truth in a corner of his mind. Cold blood flowed into his overheated brain, pushing his ash-covered thoughts to their gasping conclusion. Liu, her hand still grasping Belle's, could not run at full speed. If Belle tried to carry her, they would be overtaken. Even if they managed to escape across the bridge and leave the room, the monsters from the Colosseum might follow them, and that would spell doom. The infinite parade would pursue them until it dealt the final blow. It was impossible. This was the end. Liu had said so herself. If they were discovered, everything was over. There was no point in fleeing. There was no escape. Not yet. Belle screamed as if to push aside the voice of his weak heart. What he needed to do was put everything he had into fleeing. Once they crossed the South Bridge, he could use his magic to explode it. There were endless ways to evade pursuit. No matter how impossible they seemed, he would make them reality. No matter how absurd, no matter if they were castles in the air, no matter if they were childish egotism. Because if he didn't, their lives would end. Not yet, not yet. Screaming, he let go of Liu's hand and swung his sword wildly at the barbarian, blocking their way forward. The sword snaked between the monster's arm and body and sliced off one leg. Pushing away the body of the shrieking giant with his left hand, he proceeded to shatter the obsidian soldiers behind the barbarian. Liu grimaced as she watched Belle battle so fiercely. Unlike the rubelite eyes that desperately sought the future, her own sky-blue eyes strained to see reality. Refusing to turn away from the cruelty of the world, she prepared to make a cold-blooded choice. Unnoticed by the boy's ears, the scale began to creak. Huff, puff, the South Bridge. Belle and Liu had finally arrived at the Colosseum's southern edge, having suffered so many wounds and paid so heavily in physical and mental strength. Bell wanted desperately to find hope in the bridge that stretched straight before him, but oh, monsters coming from outside the Colosseum. Perhaps having heard the commotion inside, a pack had appeared at the doorway leading to the main route. It can't be. They were caught in a rundown. One group of foes was already starting down the bridge toward them, while the endless hordes pursued them from behind. It was obvious that if they tried to cross the bridge, they would be crushed between the two waves of enemies. Even if Bell started charging now and launched a firebolt at the pack in front of them, there were too many to wipe out. Before they crossed the bridge, before Bell had a chance to bring it crashing down, they would be swallowed up from both sides. Of course, being caught in a rundown on a bridge with no exit ramp meant certain death. Bell's face burned with panic. That's why he didn't notice. Directly behind him, Liu's gaze had grown suddenly distant. The scale was slowly tipping. "Mr. Cranel, onto the bridge." "What?" "You destroy the enemy ahead of us. I'll use my magic to take care of the ones at our backs." Suddenly Liu was shouting orders in rapid succession. Bell couldn't believe his ears. True, if they were pinched between two packs, their only choice was to deal with both. But in this case, Liu was in the rear. If one of them was going to take on infinite enemies, it should be Bell, who could still move normally. He would have a better chance of surviving. He was about to protest when distant forest sky, infinite stars inlaid upon the eternal night sky. Liu's chant cut him off. She had stopped moving and was fully focused on high-speed recitation. He could not stop her now, but the loss of time could be lethal. At this point, Bell's only option was to take on the enemy ahead of him. "Damn, I'll be back soon." He glanced at Liu, whose back was to him, and the flood of monsters pressing toward them before stepping onto the south bridge. Leaving Liu at the point where the bridge connected to the Colosseum, he collided with the mass of monsters charging toward him. With all his might, he began to slaughter them one by one. As Liu had taught him, he landed lethal blows straight to their magic stones and kicked them off the stone bridge. He did not hesitate to use magic as well, raging wildly at his enemies. Heed this foolish one's voice, and once more grant the Starfire's divine protection. Grant the light of compassion to the one who forsook you. From behind, he could hear Liu chanting rapidly. Her song was as swift as the wind, its melody paying no heed to the threats all around. "Come, wandering wind, fellow traveler. Cross the skies and sprint through the wilderness, swifter than anything." The bridge shook beneath Bell's feet as a thundering roar assaulted his ears. Liu must have taken advantage of a Peluda's fiery breath to ignite the last inferno stone and repel the advancing flood of monsters. That, or perhaps she was hiding within the explosion's smoke to escape capture. Either way, the move was ingenious. Count on Liu to do something like that. Count on Gale Wind. She always managed to escape the jaws of death with battle-tested strategies Bell would never think of. As long as he trusted her, he would be able to get through anything. He would even be able to escape the deep levels, if only he placed his trust in her. "Imbue the light of stardust and strike down my enemy." This was the last line of her chant, the one that announced her magic was complete. There were still a lot of monsters on the bridge. Bell hadn't yet cleared a path across, but if he didn't turn back now to get Liu, he wouldn't make it in time. He gritted his teeth and prepared to retreat from the bridge's midpoint. He glanced back toward the Colosseum. His eyes met a pair of sky-blue eyes, and his mind ground to a halt. He saw Liu facing him, and time froze. Liu was not fighting skillfully. She was using only the bare minimum of attacks and defense. She was covered in wounds. Her back was to a monster that she should have been fighting off. For some reason, she was aiming her magic at the base of the bridge. Like a bird shorn of its wings, the battered elf smiled at Bell. What was she doing? Before the scream could erupt from Bell's throat, Layu completed her magic in the most beautiful voice he had ever heard. Luminous wind. An orb of light wrapped in wind appeared on her back and took flight. The first bullet of light landed on Bel's armor, where he stood rooted to the ground, as if to scoop him up from below. Before he moaned at the shock, he felt the wind enveloping his body. The wind, enwrapping the orb of light, lifted his feet from the bridge and buoyed him into the air. As the monsters craned their necks up at him, he was carried backward in an arc to beyond the end of the bridge. That is, he was carried out of the Colosseum. The next place the Stardust magic fell was the bridge. The remaining orbs of light burst into a chain of explosions that destroyed the bridge in a cloud of dust. The monsters that had been standing on it plummeted to the rocky ground. As he danced through the air, Bel saw everything. His eyes wide, he stretched out his right hand even though it could not reach. It could not reach the elf who, having brought down the bridge of hope, remained alone on the cliff of despair. "Miss Layu." The instant his back hit the ground, the frozen flow of time shattered. Blown to the passage outside the Colosseum, Bel called Layu's name. He called it again and again, even as he pressed his hands against his chest to calm his violent coughing. Far in the distance, he could see Layu smiling the same smile. Why did you do it? As violent emotions and sorrow thrashed wordlessly in his heart, Layu parted her lips. "It is as it should be." Her voice did not reach him, but her lips spelled out the words. Although he did not want to, Bel understood. Layu had made a choice. Unlike himself, who had tried to escape the jaws of death with no viable strategy whatsoever, she had assessed the situation coolly. She knew that no matter how fiercely they struggled, they would die together, and so she threw away her life. She threw it away so Bel could live. "No, no," Bel wailed like a child at Layu, who had cut him loose. He screamed at the elf who had protected him like a mother or a sister. But no matter how he moaned and cried, there was no bridge to bring him to her. No matter how far he ran before leaping, he could never fly across the gulf separating them. The river of darkness between them sentenced him to despair and eternal separation. "Carry on." At the very end, he heard those words. Carry on. With life. With his journey. Her sky-blue eyes gazed at him until the last, pleading with him to live. Presently, a monster fell on her from behind her, and she disappeared beyond the curling smoke. With a wail that seemed to cut through his very heart, Bel turned away from the Colosseum and began to run. "It is as it should be." Layu squinted at the boy as his screams faded into the distance. As she had predicted, the dungeon had finally forced a decision on them. It had presented them with a crossroads at which everything would be lost unless a sacrifice was made. And so Layu had made the decision. She would give up her own life to save Bel's. She would use his trust in her to achieve what she wanted. She would use the boy's innocence and tendency to follow her blindly without ever questioning her orders. She had been prepared to do it from the start. She had no regrets, but she did feel guilt. The sole needle in her conscience was the fact that she had tricked him. "I've given him the map and the items. I've taught him all I could even without me, or rather, without the burden of me. He will be able to escape the deep levels." Layu understood that her actions would pain the boy. All the same, she wanted him to live. Far more than she herself, the sinner, wanted to live. Oh, 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 oh. The monsters roaring behind her gave her no time for sentimentality. Bel had been set free. No matter how many monsters she slaughtered in the Colosseum, new enemies would rise in their place. There was no meaning in continued struggle. Nevertheless, Layu resisted to the last. She was an adventurer, and she would not give up her life without exacting a price. "And if I don't suffer through to the end, I won't be able to face Elias and the others." She turned to face the approaching monsters from her position on the southern edge of the sixth plate where the bridge had once connected. She bent her knees and leaped upward. It was a partial leap since she was protecting her wounded right leg. Still, she made it high enough into the air. As the monsters that had been dashing toward her plunged over the edge onto the pointed rocks below, countless eyes looked up at her. She landed on the 5th plate but stumbled. As she collapsed to the ground, the shadows fell instantly on her. A Spartoi swung down its cudgel. She rolled to avoid it and stood, pushing its hand away. Having fallen farther into the Colosseum, Liu was pursued by a horde of monsters that was like an enormous serpent, or a whirlpool of beasts closing in around a pitiful sacrificial victim. She slashed at the loup-garou that lunged at her with the sword of the dead adventurer. She managed to rip open its stomach when the blade bent, and she tossed it away with a word of gratitude for its help. New enemies appeared. There would be no more reprieve. She fled to the 4th plate but found no escape. Monsters surrounded her. Without even the strength to use her magic, she took a body blow from a lizardman elite. She fell to the 3rd plate and was grabbed by a waiting barbarian. Ah! It kicked her into the air with a leg as big as a tree trunk. She landed suddenly on the bottom of the Colosseum, that is, in its central arena. With the breath knocked out of her from the powerful blow on her back, she doubled over in pain. The monsters surrounded her mercilessly. It was a scene without hope. She was caught in the center of a many-layered net. She was like a gravely wounded enemy general pursued by an army of 10,000 men. Intent on having her head, every imaginable fang and claw whistled through the air. If a fellow adventurer had been watching from outside the Colosseum, they would almost certainly have abandoned her as a lost cause. The monsters did not hide their frenzied excitement over this bird, who had lost its wings. They scrambled to be the first to devour her, pushing one another over in a riot of blood and screams. But that, too, was a trivial matter. The circle around her grew steadily tighter until the monsters were on the verge of trampling her. So this was the place she would die. Now she realized it in earnest. She did feel regret. Her elf's pride screamed out that she should not die like this in a den of monsters. She did not want to be disgraced by monsters, able to leave behind neither her pride nor her dead body. But she had secured life for one who was important to her. In the end, she had fulfilled her role as a senior adventurer. That was enough, wasn't it? Because of her shameful yet noble self-sacrifice, he had been saved. She had not lost what was most important to her. In response to her whispered words, her heart was silent. Her pesky elf's pride seemed to have been satisfied by her internal arguments. She smiled fleetingly. Sir Everyone, the benevolent mistress, rose in her mind. She apologized for disappearing without a word from these friends who had given her a place to feel at home when she had none. I'm sorry for giving up the life you saved. Lady Astrea, her heart throbbed at the memory of her patron deity. She lowered her head for those eyes and that sorrowful voice she could no longer remember. I am sorry for soiling your name and the name of our familia even at the end. Elise, how she longed to be reunited. The death sentence she had longed for at the bottom of her heart, the time of atonement and redemption, had come. Please, I beg of you, pass judgment on me. Oblivious to the monsters bearing down on her, Liu lay her cheek against the ground and smiled, just as she had once done in a back alley where she expected to meet death. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to welcome her final moment. But Liu had made a miscalculation. She had forgotten. She had neglected to consider the nature of the life she had cut loose. She had forgotten that no matter how much he was tricked or injured, the white-haired boy was so simple and good-natured he would insist on rescuing not only humans, but even monsters. She had forgotten that those indomitable rubelite eyes were incapable of leaving anyone behind or parting with anyone. That their owner was a fool who insisted on smashing the scales of choice. It was just like the time when the girl with the blue-gray hair saved her after she wreaked her revenge. The person who had gripped her hand so tightly simply would not accept that her life was at its end. Eh, 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 eh. The next instant, electrical fire erupted from the Colosseum. As the flames roared, swirling sparks drifted down on Layu where she lay in the center of the arena. Layu paid no attention to the stunned monsters, but instead opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the sparks. She saw white flames raging in the midst of horror. His white hair tousled, his body clothed in flickering flame. A single boy appeared before the monsters. Miss Lyu. He was on the sixth plate at the outer rim of the Colosseum. He was charging ahead, kicking aside the monsters thrown into chaos by his surprise attack. He headed straight for Layu, who lay face down in the center of the net of monsters. Why? At first, Layu didn't know what had happened, but the instant her eyes met his beyond the wall of confused and furious monsters, she screamed her question at the top of her lungs. Why? How? She pushed her trembling hands on the ground and looked up at the scene that was, to her, a nightmare. Her heart was full of a terrible mess of feelings and doubts. She was sure Bel had disappeared from the southern side of the Colosseum. So why was he here? How had he gotten here? She had destroyed the bridge. Even an upper-tier adventurer could not leap that far. Less than 5 minutes had passed, so how? Her confused train of thought had gotten that far when she stopped in utter surprise. He couldn't have taken the western bridge. He had indeed. Bel had not given up on rescuing Layu after he ran out of the room's southern doorway. To save her, he had dashed around to the western doorway. Given the location of the 4 doorways, all of the terrain surrounding the Colosseum consisted of stairways leading upward. Even without knowing the exact layout of the passages, he could arrive at his goal by going up at every opportunity. The unique terrain of this area led inexorably toward the Colosseum, and the Colosseum was connected to the western and eastern doorways by mazes. Bel knew all that in advance. In other words, he used the advice she had given him with the intention of helping him escape to rescue her. You idiot, you fool! He was charging downward, from the 5th to the 4th, and now the 3rd plate without concern for what Layu thought. Why? Why is he doing this? Now it was Layu's turn to be consumed by violent emotions. Why was he destroying her wishes? Why would he not listen to her? Now they would both die. Their deaths would be pointless. I wanted you, at least, to live. Oh. Yeah. As he charged straight toward Layu, Spartwa and barbarians lashed out at him from every side. He vomited blood, but his momentum carried him forward. His reckless suicide mission had quickly run him down. His body was damp with blood. Without his knife, he was very nearly killed by monsters. He was like a broken doll. Enough. Escape while you still can. Layu's lips could not form their heartrending cry in time. Before she knew it, he had landed in the arena where she lay, having ignored the fountains of blood and the walls of horrid monsters on his way there. He gave a now meaningless, bloodthirsty roar and tore toward her. He crawled like an animal between the monsters' legs, kicked off the ground, and flew over their heads when they threatened attack. And when an iron wall of monsters rose before him, he drilled a path forward with his electrical fire. He did not pay them any real attention. Ignoring the fangs and claws that shaved away his flesh, he dashed toward the center of the living net where Layu lay. He became a wedge that split open the wall of monsters, a streak of white flame. It's no good. It's no use. It means nothing. Even if Bel made it to Layu's side, all that awaited was the humiliation of being devoured alive. The two would be shamefully torn to pieces without even the luxury of a few final words. Layu's wishes had turned to ash. This was a nasty betrayal indeed, a nasty egotism, a cruel kindness. Unable to suppress the emotions that rose and fell within her heart, Layu opened her mouth to scream. She wanted to curse that incomprehensibly foolish, valiant figure to the limits of her strength. But before she could, she noticed something. A fine light was emanating from Belle's right hand. Particles of white light were converging as a bell chimed. She saw that he was gripping a crimson sphere in his hand, and that the particles of light were focusing on it. She saw that his rubellite eyes had not given up at all. No way. The right hand that held no knife gripped a bomb. It was the last of the Inferno stones, which Layu had handed over to him. Belle was charging the stone. This was wisdom. Belle had taken the advice from Layu, and at great risk had tied together his own knowledge into wisdom. He had experimented with Argonaut before. He knew that his maximum charge was 4 minutes, and that he could not charge 2 places at once, and that it was only effective for actions related to attacks. He also knew that the charge could be applied to magic, or his fist, or to a weapon like a knife. He'd charged weapons like the great swords and the Hessian knife quite a few times during battles already. He knew that as long as his hand was touching the weapon, it was possible to boost its power. Therefore, he should also be able to imbue the Inferno stone gripped in his hand with the power of his skill. He would charge a drop item that produced explosive flames to start with. To save a single elf, he would venture the risk. The blood-soaked rabbit howled, his super bomb clutched in his hand, and blasted through the wall of monsters. He had been concurrently charging during the 5 minutes he spent running from the south to the west side of the Colosseum, and then pushing through the net of monsters surrounding Layu. A chime rang out. 240 seconds had already passed. He was fully charged. The red stone where the white particles had gathered glittered sharply as if it were crying out from within. And then, "Miss Layu," he broke through, running with all his might, paying in blood and wounds, and with willingness to die if necessary, he broke through the wall of monsters. He dashed into the center of the field. The elf lay prone, illuminated by phosphorescence. He reached out his left hand, which was wrapped in the Goliath scarf. He reached out the hand that was struggling so hard against cruel reality. Fragments of memory flitted through Layu's mind, for which time had frozen. Memories of debating the nature of justice with her companion in battle. Of mistaking ideals for the meaning of justice. When she thought about it, she realized she had stopped pursuing pure justice. What if someone really does fulfill their ideals? A memory from long ago. A question from long ago. Don't you know? That day, her dear, irreplaceable friend had answered. She was sure of it. Those are the people we call heroes. Layu placed her own hand over the hand that reached out toward her. She was pulled into an embrace, into the arms of the boy, and into the heart of an infinite prison filled with monsters' roars. Monsters closed in on them from all directions. Their escape routes were gone. Fangs and claws flashed before their eyes. As the flow of time stretched to its limit, a bell chimed within the boy's hand, announcing criticality. As soon as it did, he threw the stone. It danced above their heads into the center of the Colosseum. Due to the nature of his skill, a moment after the charged weapon left Belle's hand, the charge would lose effect, and the stored-up particles of light would scatter and dissipate. But Belle had a fuse that burned faster than that fleeting moment. Firebolt! His swift strike magic. Refusing to allow the particles of light to dissipate, the electrical fire raced toward the red stone. An instant, and it ignited. Layu saw the flames expanding outward. They were not the crimson flames that had swept through the Colosseum twice already, but instead a beautiful white flash of light. A pure white aurora that blew away everything else. The monsters craning their necks to look upward, Layu's own wide-open eyes. The Colosseum itself, everything was illuminated by the blinding brilliance. And then the brilliance that was like a white sun exploded. A white flare engulfed everything. The monsters' screams were blotted out and the Colosseum's plates crumbled, unable to withstand the shock. The instant before the glittering light arrived, Layu had been pressed against the ground, still in Belle's arms, and the world before her eyes, too, had disappeared in a whiteout. Deafening thunder and waves of heat pounded over her. Powerful shock waves assaulted her body. Just as her consciousness faded to white, a sensation of floating enveloped her body.